Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Raised Alongside Dabi. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku pushed through the thinned branches in the bushes at the end of the extensive garden. He was beginning to think he should perhaps pick a different entry point lest the Todorokis or their housekeepers notice the small human-size gap. After all, if they saw the hole becoming too prominent, then they might install a proper fence, and then where will he go to watch people with fire quirks train? Izuku frowned at the thought, because what Endeavor did was not training, it was most definitely abuse. But Izuku needed to see how people train fire quirks, or he will never be able to use his own. As he stumbled through the rock garden trying not to dislodge anything, he came to a screeching halt. In front of him, peering through the windows just like he usually does, was a white-haired boy. He looked to be a teenager, probably 13 or 14 Izuku guessed from his height, dressed in dirty white scrubs from a hospital it seemed. But the sleeves and ends were ragged, burnt, and torn. Izuku took another step, this time the crisp wintry leaves crunching under his worn shoes. The boy snapped his head to the side, peering over his shoulder, eyes narrowed suspiciously. Izuku held up his hands in surrender, taking in the scar tissue very briefly, trying to stay focused on the piercing turquoise eyes staring at him. Hi. I don't live here. I just sneak into watch them train, he whispered with the friendliest small smile he could muster. Well, they don't really train. The big guy just bullies and beats the little kid, he faltered at the end when he saw the teen twitch, an angry flare tinging his eyes. Change the subject. Izuku, do you live near here? He noticed the other boy frown, seeming sad, so he continued, I'm homeless, but I've got a pretty good setup in an old warehouse. It's not too far. If you want to come? I've got some blankets and some food, if dash. He stopped mumbling as the boy turned and looked through the window again. Nothing changed, it's still all about training him and not me, he sighed. You left me behind. Izuku was puzzled, watching the boy move around the side of the mansion to look through a different window. I just wanted them to see me, to see I'm not just a failure, but I'm just a thing from the past. Izuku caught up and bit back a gasp as he stared through the window at what the boy was looking at. Inside the room was a memorial shrine set up for what looked to be the same boy standing right next to him. But obviously a few years younger and without the scarring. He really wasn't sure what he should do. It didn't seem like encouraging him to go in would be a good idea, especially knowing what happens in there. And the boy seemed to be struggling with remorse, rage, God knows what else. Steadying himself with a deep breath, he spoke as gently as he could. Will you come with me? It's starting to get cold. You can tell me anything and I'll listen. You can help me. Izuku struggled to find the right words to tell the other boy that he's not a failure, he can have a new purpose, they can help each other thrive, we can survive together. You're not a failure to me. Strong. I see you. This seemed to rouse the boy from his deep spiraling thoughts. He turned again to look at Izuku and with a small frown, gave a little nod. After quietly exiting the garden, the two young boys ambled down the path towards the edge of the commercial zone where the old warehouse was. To start with, it was quiet. Izuku took in the boy's shoeless feet, worrying about how cold he must be. My name is Izuku. He stopped himself from going any further, looking at the floor. Why are you homeless, Izuku? The boy replied, never giving out his name. Izuku wondered if perhaps he needed to earn his trust, gain the name as an honored achievement. But the question made his stomach ache. A quirk accident killed my family. I was presumed dead. There was significantly more to it than that, but he felt like keeping his secrets if the other boy was keeping his name. Sorry, the boy mumbled. After a few more minutes he continued, how long have you been on the streets? A year. It's complicated, I guess. How old are you, Yuki-chan? The boy stopped, mild shock on his face. Yuki-chan? Sorry. I just didn't know what to call you, and your hair is like snow. I'm sorry. Izuku ducked down into a bow. He didn't want to upset the other boy, and he already seemed quite cold and distant, but at this point he was desperate. It's the first person he's really tried to make friends with since the accident in DMN, if he wasn't lonely. 9-year-old boys shouldn't really be out on the streets all alone. Especially not heading into winter. The other boy hummed a little. Kajichan would be more appropriate. Izuku hopped up, a bright excited look in his eyes. Do you have a fire quirk too? The boy rolled his eyes, starting up walking again. Don't tell me that you didn't notice my scars, my voice. He faded off what he was saying, so Izuku took over. Well, I didn't know if it was an accident, like. Izuku shook his head, warding off the bad memories bubbling to the surface. I have a fire quirk, but I don't. The other boy seemed to notice his breathing picking up, the tears brimming his eyes, and gently patted him on the shoulder. So, how far to the building? Izuku appreciated the save. Oh, it's only another 10 minutes or so. Are your feet okay? It's fine. I don't seem to feel much pain anymore. Well, that's pretty lucky because Deepening it can get kind of cold overnight. The green-haired boy chuckled with a sort of nervous sadness. After another 10 minutes of very limited conversation, the boys finally came to their target. A grim, square building, surrounded by fences and condemned signs. It was 2 stories high. The front top right corner seemed to have completely collapsed, rubble and rebar in a crumpled mess. Izuku made some bad joke about it being homely as he scooted down the side between the fence and the neighboring boarded-up building. Just before they reached the back corner, with an alley running along the back, Izuku pulled up to it quickly, the other boy almost bumping into him. He knelt down, unclipping the fence along the bottom of the posts, pulling the wire and bending it outward so he could squeeze though. Sorry, it's not a very big gap, he mumbled, looking around defensively. He didn't like sneaking around. There were a few unsavory people around at night, so the quicker and quieter they were, the better. But luckily the white-haired boy scrambled through, winching once at the metal catching on his neck and scratching a little. I'm not as much of a midget as you. Hey! Izuku whisper shouted, making the other boys snort a tiny laugh, something which Izuku was immensely happy about. Come on, we need to hurry up. Don't want to be seen. He looked around suspiciously. I've got a first aid kit inside. Izuku fixed up the fence and moved some pallets that were leant against the wall to the side, revealing a metal vent. I'll go in, unlock and open this window to the left here. Move the pallet back in front of the vent once I'm in, okay? The teen nodded and watched as the little boy ducked inside, closing the vent and moving the pallets back the way they were. It was barely a couple of minutes later when he heard a small click and the window slid open. Once the teen hopped through, the teen took in the barren room. The street lights outside were the only illumination, making it seem even colder. Izuku leant past his friend and closed up the window, pushing a plank of wood in front of it. Then he turned around, hands on hips, and proudly announced, "Mi casa es su casa." The teen chuckled again. That means my house is your house. My mama used to say it when friends visited when I was really little." The young bright smile wilted a little, but the other boy didn't mention it. Izuku turned and motioned for him to follow. They went through the dingy concrete room, up some very unsafe-looking metal stairs to a landing at the top. An ominous orangey glow from the street light brighter than downstairs highlighted just what kind of condition the place was in. To the right at the top was a door barricaded shut with some broken-up concrete. That's the room at the front where all the roof caved in, so don't go near there. I tried to block up the door to stop drafts coming in. When it's stormy the wind whistles a lot, but it's still warmer up here than it is downstairs. He then pushed open one of the 2 doors on the left, stepping inside. This is where I sleep. There's only the one small window and it's small so it helps keep warm overnight. The room was essentially a large storage cupboard. It was only light by moonlight streaming through the end window. All the fittings for the shelves were still attached to the walls, but the actual shelves had been removed. The room itself was probably only about 6 feet wide, maybe 10 feet long. Down at the end opposite the door was the small 3 feet by 3 foot window. Against one wall on the floor was a bed fashioned out of several blankets, one rolled at the top to function as a pillow. Izuku reached down, pulling back the blankets to reveal a mass of ripped-up padding. I pulled out all of the foamy stuff from inside the office chairs from the meeting room and the lunchroom to kind of make a bed. We can spread it out and share it, Kajichan. He let out his blinding smile again. Thank you, Izuku. That's really smart. Izuku noticed the teen seemed to be struggling with what to say, so he carried on with his little guided tour. Come on, I'll show you the other room. I'm not sure why, but this place still has water. It's obviously a mistake, so I've been collecting empty bottles so I can store water just in case. Izuku left the room and went into the one next door. This one was a lunchroom with a small kitchenette against the left side, windows along the right. Like Izuku had said, the chairs had been stripped of fabric and cushioning except one that was up against the table. The kitchen was really just a sink and cupboards. The appliances were all gone, some of the plug sockets even destroyed with hazardous-looking wires poking out. So I don't really have much in here, but I've got— He reached up to the top cupboard, sticking his tongue out as he pushed up on his tiptoes— some soap and dash. Why do you put it in the top when you're so tiny? Kajichan smirked, making the smaller boy pout. Well, I don't know, it felt safer, like it wouldn't get stolen if someone got in while I was out, you know? Izuku grumbled, still looking a little pouty. York. So this is where we have water for drinking and washing. It's cold, but it's better than nothing. I've got some more clothes in the cupboard too, something should fit you. And here dash. He pulled down a small plastic bag with a tube of antiseptic cream, a few plasters and Steri-strips. Let me clean that up. Izuku silently went and washed his hands, returning and smoothing some cream on the scrapes and using one of the plasters. I'm afraid I don't have any lollipops for my patients these days, he giggled, trying to keep the mood light, mimicking the DRS he had seen when he was younger, but— He then turned and walked to the far corner, moving a broken chair out of the way, then moving the wooden boards aside to reveal a white plastic carrier bag hidden behind them. I don't have a lot, he said as he tipped the contents onto the table, but you know, when you're hungry, you'll eat anything really. On the table was now an open packet of chips, most of a bread roll, half a plastic wrapped onigiri, and an almost empty bottle of orange juice. Izuku looked up to see the other boy just staring at it, frowning. I'm sorry. I dash. Izuku, how old are you? I'm 9. Why aren't you with other family or friends? Or in foster care or an orphanage or some dash? What's your name? I'm not talking. Until you tell me your name. The other boy frowned and grabbed the bread roll, breaking it in half and handing some to Izuku. My name was Todoroki. The two boys talked while they ate their food, Izuku recounting how his quirk manifested overnight and trapped him in an inhuman state, unable to break free or talk to anyone as his apartment burnt down, leaving him without a family or a home. Tuya explained how he had been desperate to impress his father, but while waiting for him to show up became emotional and lost control, his quirk going hotter and wilder than he could handle. Then he woke up in a hospital and 3 years had passed. He said that the people were weird and wanting to use him for something, trying to force him to stay and train, so he ran away, ran back to his family, and that's when Izuku found him. He couldn't go back to his old life. Tuya was dead, but Izuku, with a gentle touch to his knee, said he was in the same position. So they could be lost together, he and Izuku would never have to be alone again. That night, the pair curled up side by side on the lumpy blankets, huddled together for warmth. No, Kajichan watched as Izuku drifted to sleep, peering behind himself at the moon out of the window, wondering if this was it or if things would get better. He hadn't gone into all of the details with Izuku about what it was like growing up and training with Endeavor, being pushed beyond what he could handle but still being believed in, until his brother came along. When Shudo's quirk came in, suddenly his quirk wasn't what the world needed, wasn't what Endeavor wanted, it was Shudo's quirk instead. So he would push himself harder and harder, burning himself over and over in a desperate bid to be seen, to be wanted, to be promised the world. But that world was just his father's world, and it didn't matter who he made into his legacy, so long as they were a Todoroki and they had the best, perfect quirk. His perfect creation. Tuya wasn't that perfect creation. Despite eventually making his flames hotter than anyone's, it wasn't enough. He was a failure in his father's eyes. And once he was out of the way, he was forgotten completely. It left a bitter taste in his mouth, rage bubbling to the surface. Kajichan could feel himself burning with anger. He would get his quirk working again, dim in his body. He will make it work, and then he'll show. He was pulled from spiraling madness by a gentle whimper next to him. Turning back over to Izuku, he saw a deep furrowed brow. The tiny quiet sobs pulled him in, making all that vengeful fury seep out of his bones as he stared at small tear-stained cheeks. He felt so bad for the little kid, he was so small. When Izuku had said he was 9, He honestly thought he was lying, but really he's probably malnourished, maybe genetically predispositioned to be short. But he's been by himself on the streets, half starving for a month, alone without anyone for 11 months before. That, and he probably wouldn't have survived for that long if he hadn't been trapped in his quirk form. He reached over and gently brushed his fingers through the boy's long wavy hair. It was surprisingly soft and the color matched his eyes. "I'm going to make sure you survive, you won't be alone again," he whispered. Once Izuku's breathing calmed and slowed, he felt weary with exhaustion and drifted off to sleep, arms curled up in front of himself, facing the younger boy. When he woke up flat on his back the next morning, the room was fairly bright, light streaming in through the uncovered window. But he could tell it was still very early and definitely wasn't sunny, the gray sky giving the room an almost bluish tint. Beside him, Izuku was curled into a ball, huddled against his ribs. He wasn't sure what the plan was for the day, or even what Izuku did all day. He gently sat up, trying not to jostle the other boy so he could look around in better light since it was so dark the previous night. Carefully he stood up, pushing his share of the blankets over Izuku before he walked over to the window to look out. He was right. The sky was overcast, thick clouds that threatened rain rolled through. He could see the alley that ran behind the back fence past where they had crawled through. Behind that was a steep embankment with a line of trees at the top. He couldn't exactly see it, but it seemed like a river or stream ran behind that. So the view out of the back wasn't very forthcoming. He could see, though, that at ground level below the window, at least 3 wooden pallets stacked up flat. With how twitchy Izuku had been, it was probably to break the fall should he ever need to jump from the window. Behind him he heard the rustling of blankets and a small mumbling sound, and he turned in time to see Izuku sit up rapidly in a panic. "Cash." The boy's relief was visible when he laid eyes on the older teen. "I thought..." He breathed slow and purposefully, trying to calm back down. "Sorry, Zu, I was just looking out of the window. Looks like it might rain." "Well, that is..." Izuku grumbled as he stood up and stretched. "Might work in our favor if it rains over dinner and into the evening. We can check the restaurants that don't do takeaway. People tend not to eat out at restaurants when it's raining and order to eat at home. So those that don't cater for that sometimes have more waste at the end of the night." "Is that what you do most of the day then? Plan for food?" He was curious what Izuku did. Considering he'd only been living like this for a month, he had a very good setup. But then he had flitted around for 11 months before that, observing and probably planning, all the while trying to turn off his quirk. "Well, if I have enough food in my bag, then I look for clothing and washing supplies. If not, then yeah. I check the bins throughout the cities, especially near the office blocks. People that are snacking, if they haven't finished before they get back to work, they often throw away scraps. I eat while I'm out, but anything more than a couple of bites, I bag and bring home for dinner." He pulled off his long-sleeve jumper and pants, quickly changing into his clothes from the night before, then slipping on his shoes. Frowning as he looked at the other teen's bare feet. "Come on, let's grab you some clothes from the cupboard and see if we can make some shoes. These," he lifts up his foot showing the red high-top trainers, "were my shoes from before the accident. I'd run through a huge muddy puddle at school, so Mama had washed them and left them outside. I guess they left them there as like a memorial or something. I had to cut open the ends for my toes to poke out as they had gotten a little small. We should try find you something, but for now, we can use some rubber from the chairs downstairs and tie it up with some of the duct tape I found." So the two boys set about in their mission. Izuku running around, grabbing everything they needed, Kajichin changing into a large pair of black sweatpants with a hole in one of the knees and a blue knitted jumper. There was a thin jacket, another pair of sweats, and 2 more t-shirts in the clothing stash, but they were all smaller, probably fitting the green-haired boy better. After taping up some bits of rubbery plastic in the shape of shoe soles, Izuku made what he could of scraps to form straps so he could slip the shoes on. The little kid seemed to have treated it like some homework project, ready to proudly show off his achievements. "Okay, hopefully these sandals hold out. You see what I did there, Kajichin?" The kid grinned. "Yes, very good." He rolled his eyes fondly. "Why don't you shorten that name? You should just call me Kacha Dash." He stopped when he noticed Izuku's eyes widen, almost fearfully. "I'm not that. I knew a boy, my best, but I can't." "Jichan then?" He gave a weary smile when Izuku nodded. "Right, Show me the ropes then Zoo, it's breakfast time. A couple of hours later the two boys are sat on a large grassy area in a nice park. It's empty because of the dismal-looking sky but rain had yet to fall. They each had a bag with a few little scraps. Izuku was saving the almost whole onigiri he scored, saying someone mustn't have liked the flavor if they threw it out after only a single bite. Kajichan tipped his bag onto the grass. I've got an almost empty packet of Pocky, a quarter of a sandwich, and just under half a meat bun. That's great Ji-chan. Wrap up and save your meat bun for lunch just in case. I've got. He tips out his bag, apart from the onigiri, a large bite's worth of ring cake, one piece of fried chicken, and this half a melon bun. Oh, we can share my melon bun and your meat bun for lunch. So the two boys ate through the measly amount of food, saving the two half buns for later, then stood and drank some of the bottled water they came out with. Okay, we've got about a 20-minute walk to the next area to check for food, then the train station. Then if we get a good amount of food we can start looking for other things we might need. I'd really like to look for books, maybe we can get some notepads and pens from somewhere. The boy started mumbling on and on. Do you never steal anything? Kajichan cut in. Izuku blinked shocked. I wanted to be a hero, before. Well, Mama always taught me it was wrong to steal so I don't want to. What was she like? He asks quietly, pensively staring into the distance, missing the sad look on his friend's face. Because that's what they were now, friends, something he's never really had before and something tells him that it's the same for Izuku. I don't know, she was so caring and smiling a lot when I was little, but then my quirk never came in and my dad tried to make it come in and she just did nothing, then she was quiet and Dad left. I thought maybe she was sad because Dad was hitting me and burning me. This time it was Izuku's turn to miss the look on his white-haired friend's face, a dark angry look. Izuku continues, but she just went to work, made dinner, went to bed. I mean she didn't hurt me or anything but it was kind of lonely, but she was just sad about Dad that's all and she was busy working so we could afford things. You shouldn't make excuses for her, she doesn't sound like a good mom to me, Kajichan sneered, that awful rage dragging him down into a bubbling pool. But same as before, Izuku pulls him up, saves him from drowning, nuzzling his soft freckled cheek against his shoulder obviously trying to hide his tear-filled eyes. He takes the opportunity to skip back to the previous, still mildly depressing subject. I don't think we are going to find books and notepads Zoo. He finished with a sigh, but let's just see what we get, okay? Izuku nodded and the two boys got up and set off to carry on with the mission to find stocks of all and any variety. The rest of the day goes surprisingly well. They manage to get another half a sandwich, a half-drunk bottle of vitamin water, half a banana and a mostly full fruit cup after a couple of hours of walking and searching bins. The boys decide to start heading back towards their home in the early afternoon when it looks like the rain will be making an appearance soon. The conversation is fairly light, flitting through what things they like and dislike. Izuku excitedly discusses the merits of katsudon while Kajichan debates his views on fish and why it's disgusting. The younger says his favorite color is red while the teen says he's not sure but maybe he could like red too. On the way back through the industrial estate, Kajichan slows down and looks around before quickly hopping over a fence making Izuku yelp and whisper shout after him. The teen runs around the back of the building that seems to be a small manufacturing plant of some kind. He flits around nervously wondering where he could have ran off to and as the seconds tick by, panic begins to rise up. His throat like burning bile. Suddenly the other boy appears from the side of the next building along with his carrier bag full of something. Ji-chan. He whisper shouts again, running towards him. I thought, his breathing is erratic as he scratches at his cheeks to wipe away tears he didn't even know were there. He's pulled into a strong hug which makes him stiffen even more. I'm sorry Zoo, I didn't mean to scare you. I'm back, you're not alone. Kajichan rubs soothing circles into his back, sighing as the smaller boy relaxes, shoulders sinking as relief floods in. I just saw in the upstairs window, they looked like a stationery company so I wanted to check the bins. Izuku pulls up to look at him with wet lashes and big teary eyes, blinking when a large drop of rain lands squarely on his nose. I'll show you when we get back, come on. The two boys set off running to avoid getting too wet. When they get back home, the two take off their damp clothes and huddle together in the mass of blankets. The teen finally pulls open his bag to reveal 3 ring-bound notebooks, the lines slightly slanted making them unsellable, and a pack of 4 pens with some black residue on the packaging. And he whispers, "That's amazing, and such a good idea. I've never really checked the bins in the factories. They usually have security at night and I'm too scared to go in during the day, but we should see what other things are being made in the buildings. We could get more supplies." "Yeah? Are we going back out later?" "If it keeps raining, I want to go check a couple of restaurants around closing time. I've only got the one jacket so I can go out alone." He looks desperately like he doesn't want to though, as if the other boy will disappear if he lets him out of his sight. "Do we have any plastic tarp? I could make like a hooded cape." Izuku's eyes sparkle, giving away the answer without even speaking. Later that night the boys have a mini feast, on a jirai from the morning, with vitamin water and some green tea, then a tub of katsu curry shared between them using plastic utensils that Izuku had been collecting. They even had another tub of miso soup and some udon that they placed in a bag downstairs in the coldest part of the building, near a broken window, in hopes that it wouldn't spoil and they could eat it for breakfast and lunch tomorrow. It's a shame the curry was cold by the time we got back, but it was nice. I've not had curry in so long. Izuku chats happily. "If we can find like a metal pot, then I can use my quirk to heat it." Kajichin lights his hand, stunning blue flames flickering in the drafty lunchroom. The 2 boys stare at the flame, mesmerized by its beauty until Izuku breaks the silence. "If you don't want to be called by your own old name anymore, have you thought of a new name yet? It really can't be fire, or incinerate or cremation or anything like that." He laughs dryly. "It almost sounds villainous, and even if we're nobodies to everyone else, we're not villains, right? Especially not to each other, right? I don't know, I don't know." The boy frowns at the table in front of him, clutching at straws in his mind, closing his hands and stoking the flames. "I'll come up with one, okay? I am real good at this, I promise." Izuku smiles. With a small sigh, "Kaji, no." The teen says that's okay, and a short while later they get ready for bed and huddle down together. The next morning the boys wake up early with the sun shooting blinding rays into the room. The older boy stands and walks to the window, yawning and stretching as he goes. "Diamen, it's bright this morning. At least it's not raining and dash." He's cut off by a gasp from behind him. When he turns he sees Izuku smiling so widely, almost laughing. "What? With your hair all spiky and white and the light behind you, you looked like the sun. A bright sun." "That's it. Haruto. Your name is Haruto. It's perfect. You're the sun." Izuku giggles at his crowning achievement, and it's such an adorable sight. Warming through the burnt husk of shell surrounding and protecting his heart, he can't help but smile back. With a soft eye roll he nods. "Okay, that's my name now. Haruto." Izuku lets out a little cheer and hops out of the room with energy he got from God knows where, to go grab their breakfast. Before Haruto and Izuku even realize it, a month has passed. The pair had become so close, so at ease with each other they might as well be brothers. Some days were tough, food might be scarce or thugs would try to grab them at one point or another, but they stick together. Haruto has moments when bitterness floods his veins, especially if they see either All Might or Endeavor. Izuku had explained that at one point the number 1 hero had been his favorite. When his quirk didn't come in right away and nobody was there to save him from his dad, he diversified his admiration to a few lesser-known heroes, especially those who fought mostly quirkless, but All Might was still the top of the pile in his books. Until of course the hero arrived at the scene of his quirk accident and accepted the answer that there was probably nothing he could do to help and that it was just a quirkless kid they couldn't find in the fire. So from then on All Might had a spectacular fall from grace in Izuku's eyes. As for Endeavor, Izuku wasn't a fan at all and never had been. Aside from his disgruntled, angry demeanor, the man was reckless in his heroics, sometimes causing more harm than good and often brutalizing the villains even if they weren't even doing anything too bad. The abuse he dished out at home was the icing on the cake. He tried to help Haruto see that the man was essentially a brutal bully with grand ambitions that left piles of victims in his wake. He said that if they had the chance they should try to save the other Todorokis from the man. Haruto would twist his mouth almost in disgust at mentions of his youngest brother. Shoulda, but eventually he could see that the boy was just as much a victim, if not more so, because at the rate it was probably going, he would never be free, would never know friends or happiness, only a path being pushed and forced on him. The teen seemed to accept it, but Izuku could tell that without him, Haruto would have gone down a much deadlier path. He was grateful he ran into him that night. It really saved them both. The current problem facing the boys now was that winter was fully extending its icy grip. Harsh cold nights were becoming more frequent, and although it didn't seem to bother Haruto, his quirk and numbed pain receptors aiding him, he could see Izuku becoming ill. So he set off on a mission one morning, telling Izuku to go try find enough food for the pair of them while he went to find ways to help with the cold. Raiding as many bins in the local industrial estate as possible, he got some plastic sheeting that they could tape up to the window in their bedroom, then hauled a large metal bucket and several metal pipes he'd grabbed from a construction site back to their home, with the intention of using his quirk to heat the metal and heat up the room without causing a fire and making smoke. He knew Izuku didn't approve of stealing, but what he didn't know wouldn't hurt him. He hated the idea of lying to him, but keeping him safe through the winter was a priority. So he set off to a residential area on the other side of the river behind their building, hopping quietly over fences and grabbing clothing and blankets from washing lines as he ran, running in a wide loop through the streets. Most of the clothes were wet or damp, but if they strung them up using the cable he'd grabbed last week, they could dry in the slightly warmer bedroom. By the time he got back, it was almost midday and he was terribly hungry. He'd forced Izuku to eat most of the scraps they had left at breakfast after all. He strung up the cable and hung the woolen hat, the single sheet, the 2 small cot blankets, hoodie, 3 pairs of socks and long-sleeved t-shirt he'd acquired up to dry. Then stood up, put on the medical mask out of the pack they had, pulled up his hood and headed back out. Extra food was the next mission, and he knew exactly where to go. Over on the other side of the industrial estate was a company that made dried soup powders and other dried foods. He knew it was a risk. The chances of anything being in the outside bins was low, but with most of the staff in the canteen, he was hoping he could grab a few cardboard trays worth from the packing room. He'd become used to sneaking, slipping through small gaps silently, using shadows, crouching behind and under things. At the back of the building, in the packing room, he could see 2 men chatting wildly, laughing and joking with each other. On the desk next to them were several plastic-wrapped trays with half a dozen boxes of miso soup mix. There would probably be at least 3 servings of soup in each box. Next to it on the floor was the large wooden pallet that the trays would be stacked upon. If he could just grab a set of boxes? Looking around, he found a small metal pole under the desk next to the ajar back door he was hiding beside. When the 2 men started laughing hysterically again, he threw the metal pole past them so it clattered through the door beside them. The moment they turned, he shot as fast as he could, grabbing the tray and bolting back through the door. Just as he got out, he heard them shouting. His heart was beating so fast, he could feel his throat closing a little in panic as he dived through the gap in the fence, racing down the alley behind the factory. There was thudding footsteps and shouting, but he just ran, knowing the 2 lazy workers wouldn't keep up the chase. Barely 10 minutes later, pouring with sweat, aching and nauseous, Haruto arrived back at their building, shedding his hood and mask before going inside. "Haruto? Is that you?" called Izuku from upstairs. He froze. Yeah, it's me. I'll be up in a sec." He quickly dismantled the tray, stashing the evidence, then stomped a few times on the boxes. "I've found the most amazing haul from a bin on the other side of the estate," he called, trying to calm his breathing and sound cheery. Hopping up the stairs, he found Izuku shivering in the bedding. "Hey, are you okay?" Izuku plastered on a sweet smile with some difficulty, it seemed. Yep. Just a bit sea cold." Haruto frowned and knelt down, using his quirk to heat up the pipes in the metal bucket. "Don't touch the metal, okay?" That's so great, Haruto. Why, you're so smart." The younger boy shook with cold. "And look, I found a bunch of trashed soup mix boxes. Hopefully the food inside is okay." He rubbed Izuku's arms briskly, trying to help with the shivering. "I'll go heat water in the pan and we can have a nice warm lunch." "How did you go with the bins today?" "I'm not great. Half a B bottle of green tea, a few scraps of meat B buns and cake, quarter of a sandwich," Izuku whispered, not wanting to look up and see how disappointed Haruto would be with him. "Hey, Zu, Look at me, he gently lifted the boy's chin with a finger, smiling when soft turquoise met glistening emerald. It's okay. I'm not disappointed, I know how hard you try. Thanks. Later that night, Haruto left Izuku in bed after dinner, saying he could go out looking for food but he wanted Izuku to rest. He'd reached out and felt his forehead and was getting worried. What if Izuku needed medicine? What on earth would they do then? Barely half an hour later he was behind a string of restaurants, going through the bins, grumpily complaining, "Come on, there's got to be more than this, Zoo is sick," he whimpered. With a sigh he jumped out of the large bin and moved to the next one, gradually going through the bins methodically, then slipping into the alley and behind then next restaurant. He tipped forward, head in the large bin when a voice startles him. "Hey, it's okay, I'm not here to hurt you or anything. I've seen you looking through the bins around here before. I don't like this sandwich, I grabbed egg by mistake. Do you want it?" "I've only had one bite," said the dark-haired man. Haruto eyed him suspiciously, looking at the sandwich in his outstretched hand then back to his face a few times. "It's okay, I promise I won't hurt you or do anything. Look." He put the sandwich back into the plastic bag he was carrying and placed it on the floor, backing away with his arms up in surrender. "Take it, it's fine." Haruto hopped forward, snatching the bag and jumping back again, almost like a feral animal. He carried on watching the man. "You homeless too?" the teen asked quietly. The man chuckled a little. "You wouldn't be the first to ask that." "No, I'm not. I'm a hero." He stopped, noticing the panic in the boy's eyes. "I'm not like the rest though, you won't know me. Fame and fortune are not in my thing, I just like helping people." Haruto relaxed a little. "I'll bet my brother would know who you are. What's your name?" Eraserhead. Aizawa sat on the roof, watching the alley and streets below as he took the lid off his hot coffee. Steam swirled around his head while he stirred in a sugar and breathed the delicious smell in deeply. It was getting colder as they moved deeper into winter. Nights felt darker and more ominous, so he felt a pain in his heart as he saw two very young boys walk down the alley next to the building he sat on and start rummaging through the bins. He watched silently as the two quietly talked, filling up the two plastic carriers with whatever seemed valuable, but they were talking a lot about food. It was heartbreaking. The younger one probably only looked around 7, the older one maybe 12, he thought. He followed them around a little, watching as they went from alley to alley, bin to bin for over an hour before they set off walking, the smaller one miming about the cold. Taking a chance and hopping ahead, he turned back to try get a better look at their faces as they moved forward. The smaller one had green hair, peeping out from his hood, the other had white hair and a shocking amount of scars. Looking ahead they seemed to be walking towards the industrial estate, but before he could follow, his phone went off, silently vibrating once in his pocket. "Deepening," he whispered. Looking down, the kids seemed in fairly good spirits, but it was obvious they were homeless. The little green one had red high-top trainers that were taped up on the toes, the other had little slip-on shoes that looked to be made from duct tape. Pulling out his phone he saw a request to intervene at a quirk malfunction incident across town. Making a silent pledge to find the boys again, he sent a reply to say he was on the way and disappeared into the night. 5 days later he was at the police station, waiting for a meeting with Tsukachi about the closure of a trafficking case he'd been working on with him. And a few other underground heroes. He was happy to put the whole thing behind him because now that's over, he's pulling back on the hero work a little. He's still on call for out-of-control quirks, patrols twice a week and obviously has been teaching at UA, but it's tiring, so he's pulling back from regular hero missions, just working on ones where his erasure quirk is absolutely necessary. Perhaps down the line he might switch and pull out of patrolling, going back to more regular missions, but for now this was his plan. He stepped out of Tsukachi's office to grab a coffee from the staff room when he heard the detective walking over, in deep conversation with another officer. "They're just hungry kids. I'm not opening a case for kids that are on the streets searching bins for food. Until they actually break the DMN law, tell the fella to stop wasting our DMN time." The man finishes angrily, dismissing the officer and looking up at Aizawa. "Sorry, meeting went over. Let me guess, restaurant owners upset at homeless kids raiding the bins?" he says casually as he steps back into the office, sipping the drink. Tsukachi grunts in affirmation, pulling open the filing cabinet to rifle through and pull out the forms to sign. He sits down with a humph, driving me crazy, 2 calls this week. We are so busy tying up the loose ends from this case, working on the connections to other rings. I'm not putting hard-working cops on the streets to arrest some poor FING kids. The man roughly rubs his stubble, obviously frustrated. Tell them you have a hero patrolling the area to investigate next time they call, he replies calmly with a shrug. Tsukachi narrows his eyes. You've seen them, huh? 2 kids, one really young, the other barely a teen, wearing hoodies, off Akio Street. Aizawa nods. I was following them the other night. They're really young. One of them, the older one, has shoes made from duct tape, for God's sake. I want to find out what's happened to them, help them, you know. Well, okay, I'm not opening a case or anything, but I'll pass on that. That's our official response. 2 days later he sees them again. This time he'll be demed if he's pulled away with another goddamn quirk malfunction. So he follows the boys, keeping to the rooftops as they head towards that industrial estate again. The younger one seems to be a bit slower this time. They both notably have less pep in their steps. He ducks down on the roof as the younger boy looks over his shoulder as the pair move towards a small condemned factory, but when he goes to look back up he's distracted by sirens on the street behind him, pulling back to see if he's needed. When he looks back over, the boys are gone. Sheet. Another 2 days later he gets a phone call mid-afternoon from Tsukachi saying a local manufacturer has reported a robbery, specifically of food. The young thief was chased out, but the staff workers noticed he had taped on shoes, realizing he was just a hungry homeless kid. They delayed reporting it out of sympathy, but they didn't want to get fired, so they had to file a report. A few hours later he sees the older boy, on his own, going through the bins. Where's the little one? He mumbles to himself as he watches from the roof. The teen looks almost frantic, letting out a small cry. Come on, there's got to be more than this. Zoo is sick. Aizawa turns with a frown, running quietly over the rooftop, hopping down and over the road into a convenience store, grabbing a sandwich, bottle of mineral water and a few small snacks. He takes a bite of the sandwich before wrapping it all up and approaches the boy, who is now down another alley. He tries to talk quietly, hey, but notices the boy's flinch and panicked eyes. He stops dead still, not wanting the kid to run off. It's okay, I'm not here to hurt you or anything. I've seen you looking through the bins around here before. I don't like this sandwich. I grabbed egg by mistake. Do you want it? I've only had 1 bite, he said softly, pulling out the sandwich and holding it out. The teen's eyes narrowed, gaze flitting between the offering and the hero, looking up and down to assess the danger. It's okay, I promise I won't hurt you or do anything. Look, he put the sandwich back into the plastic bag with the other bits he'd grabbed and put in on the floor, backing away with his arms up in surrender. Take it, it's fine. The white-haired boy hopped forward like a stray cat, snatching the bag and jumping back. Eyes still suspicious, he looked into the bag, then back up to Aizawa. You homeless too? Well, that joke sure doesn't get old, he thought as he consciously fought the urge to roll his eyes. You wouldn't be the first to ask that. No, I'm not. I'm a hero. Wild mistrust and panic spread over the boy's expression, so he frantically tacks on, I'm not like the rest though, you won't know me. Fame and fortune are not my thing, I just like helping people. Like kids that shouldn't be goddamn homeless as we are going into a mean winter. The teen relaxed a little. I'll bet my brother would know who you are. What's your name? Eraserhead. He's probably never. The teen cut him off with a crazed laugh. Well, I should get you to sign this sandwich. He's going to be so jealous. The Eraserhead. You basically fight quirkless, right? Aizawa is amazed the kid knows him. It could be his ticket to getting closer to the kids. Yeah, that's right. That's a real surprise. Your brother must be pretty smart on heroics. Only the heroes that are worth it nowadays, the teen mumbles through an angsty expression. I'd love to meet him. You guys live near here? He tried to keep his tone light and friendly. It was a chore to be airy and pleasant, but he had to make a connection with the boy, but his face went dark. What? So you can just arrest us? Just split us up and dump us in an orphanage? His voice salted with anger, fists clenched. I'd never do that. Come on, kid. If your brother looks up to me, then he'd know. I'm not like that. Please, I just want to help. He was desperately pleading. Something was stirring in his chest that just filled him with anguish. Perhaps his childhood was responsible for that. It's getting so cold, you're going to get sick. I promise I won't let you down. He took a step closer, noting the sad look in the other boy's eyes. Is he sick? Your little brother? He looks so small. We can go help him. I've got some meds in my pockets. The teen looked around, desperately trying to decide if it was a trap, or maybe trying to figure out if it was better to just run. Aizawa would just follow him if he did that, but he really wanted the kid to trust him. He's been shivering, but his head felt sweaty. I don't know what that means. He's been slow and tired, but the teen said in a breath. It looked like he was holding in a sob. Hey, why don't we go see him? Even if I just give you guys meds and food then leave you to it, at the very least he's going to be excited to see me, right? Please, please, please. The teen just stared at him with shimmering bright eyes, then looked down at the food bag. I'm okay, Mr. Eraserhead. Hey kid, what's your name? I mean, I can keep calling you kid? The boy just sighed. You'll have to earn that, and started quickly walking away, checking back over his shoulder to make sure the hero was following behind. The two walked quickly in silence, and in about 15 minutes they're at the same condemned building he'd seen them near a few nights ago. He hops lithely over the fence while the boy slithers through a gap at the bottom, moving a set of pallets before sliding open a window and climbing in. The place is freezing cold and extremely dirty. There are bits of concrete, wiring, and animal droppings littering the floor. The sight of it breaks his heart, and it's probably apparent on his face as the kid speaks up. I know it's disgusting down here. My brother said it's less appealing to others that might try break in. We live upstairs. They turn out of the main room downstairs and go up some fragile metal stairs. Every step he takes makes his heart pump a little harder, the rusty frame creaking under his weight. As they get to the top, the teen turns and puts his finger up to his lip to say to be quiet. He nods in understanding. When he pushes open the door, they walk into the small former storeroom. The room is a tiny bit warmer. He can see the plastic sheeting taped up to the window to keep in the heat, and in front of him, the other boy curled up asleep in a makeshift bed. The teen knelt down and, to his shock, uses blisteringly hot blue flames to heat up metal in a bucket. After a minute or so, the teen turns and starts stroking the little boy's hair. Hey, I'm home. I'm sorry for waking you, little guy. The little green-haired boy whimpers and turns, pulling his brother's hand to his cheek and cuddling it. Feel cold and tired. He opens his eyes blearily and it just breaks Aizawa's heart even more. They've obviously put a lot of effort into this home, but the boys are slowly starving to death. The poor kid looks so pale. Freckles paint his cheeks like sprinkles on a canvas. He crouches down slowly so as not to alarm the boy, and that's when he's noticed. Is Dabi? He looks at his brother with eyes wide as saucers, then looks back at the hero. You're my favorite hero. He lets out a little sob as he pushes himself to sit up, his hands in the blankets. I'm honored, little guy. Izuku wonders if maybe he's hallucinating because he feels like absolute horse crap, but in front of him is the pro-hero Eraserhead. He unclenches his fists from the blanket and reaches out to touch his arm and sobs again when it feels firm. The man gives him a small smile. I'm real, I promise, before reaching out and putting his hand against Izuku's forehead. Giving a little frown, he adds, let's get some food into you, and then I've got some medicine, okay, Green? Izuku frowned. Green? The hero smirks. Well, apparently I have to earn the right to know your names. So you're Green, he says as he sits on the floor cross-legged, then points to Haruto, and he's Kid. Haruto chuckles, sitting next to Izuku and pulling out the egg sandwich. He stops for a second as he looks into the bag. I'm sorry, Mr. Eraser, you've still got things in here. Oh, really? He looks over with a quirked brow, then waves his hand dismissively. You boys need it more than me. Go on, drink, please. The hero then pulls out tablets, pushing them out of the foil seals. Green, how old are you? For the dosage. Izuku mumbles 9, very quietly. He still feels awful. His head is fuzzy, but after eating his half of sandwich and taking the tablets, he knows things are going to feel better soon. How long have you boys been on the streets? Izuku frowns. He's not sure how to explain this or even how much to tell. Dabi, it's been about a month for you, right? He nods to Haruto, who nods back. I've been longer. Eraser frowns. So are you not real brothers? Haruto scoffs. We don't exactly look alike. He smiles at Izuku, but we're real brothers. then giving the hint of a scowl at the hero. Blood doesn't have to be involved. The hero nods. You're right, kid. I hope I didn't upset you. You're absolutely right. Izuku is quick to step in. Eraser is his favorite hero. He doesn't want him feeling bad. No, it's okay, Mr. Eraser. You didn't upset us. Thank you so much for the food and drink, and the meds. My H-head is already feeling better. It's a little lie, but it's important that the hero knows he's grateful. But then his thoughts start to drift to the fact that a hero is here. What is going to happen to them? Will they separate him from Haruto? Will he be sent to a home where they ignore him and treat him like a waste of space? Useless? Stupid Deku? Hey, no. Haruto has his hands cupping his face gently as he kneels in front, Izuku gasping a little as he realizes he was mumbling his fears out loud. That's not happening, and you are not useless. We aren't failures, remember. We survive together, remember. Green, I promised your brother I wouldn't just dump you in an orphanage. I won't let you be separated. You're not getting dropped in the foster system with people that don't care either. I keep my promises. You know that, right, Green? The hero gently put his hand on Izuku's shoulder, just briefly before putting it back in his own lap. Thanks, Mr. Eraser. Just call me Aizawa, okay? Izuku nods but grimaces with the headache. The hero continues, I've got an idea, okay? Now I don't want you to panic or get upset because I meant what I said. But little Green, you're not going to get better in this cold, dusty, condemned warehouse. Both of you, please, come back to mine. Just while Lil Green is sick at least. I've got a spare room, you can have some warmth, plenty of food, a hot shower and a real bed. Well, I've got a couple of roll-out futons, but it's better than this. Get your strength up. You're not going to rat us out? Haruto quirks his brow, still cautious of the hero. I won't, you have my word. Haruto looks at Izuku. I know we've always been weary of the heroes after they abandoned us. The two missed the tiniest flicker of something in Aizawa's eyes, but we can just get up to strength, yeah? I promised myself when you found me and took me in that I would help you survive, and I don't know if I can do it here while you're sick. Izuku looks into Haruto's piercing eyes, glistening with despair and tears he can't shed anymore. Okay, he whispers quietly, drowsiness rushing over him like a tidal wave. I'm tired, Oni-chan. Haruto watches as Izuku drifts off to sleep, slumping to the side and looking over to Aizawa in mild panic, but the hero just gives him the smallest smile and whispers, it's just the meds making him sleepy. Do you want to pack up anything you want to bring? I'll carry him. Haruto nods, but really, what do they have that's worth bringing? With a slight frown he gets up and begins roughly folding up the blankets and clothing they have, stuffing it into plastic bags along with Izuku's notebooks. Mr. Aizawa, should I bring the first aid kit and food? He asks quietly. You won't need it, kid, it's okay. Is that all you're bringing? Aizawa motions towards the two carrier bags and gets a nod in return. Okay then, let's head out. My place is about 25 minutes walk away, is that okay? I can call a taxi if you want. No, it's fine. Thank you for taking care of him and helping us, Haruto mumbles as he watches the hero pull Izuku onto his back, grumbling something about the boy being too light. After a bit of wrangling they manage to get through the fence with the very asleep Izuku and begin again on their journey to the hero's house, stopping about halfway to put a blanket over the younger boy. Half an hour of walking later, they come across an apartment complex. It's not super flashy, but the gardens outside are pleasant, bushy trees lining the path once they pass through the gate and two large flower pots either side of the outdoor stairs. Arriving on the third floor, they come to a stop at apartment number 11, Hero pausing after putting his key in the lock. I forgot to say, I've got a cat. You and Green don't have allergies, do you? Oh, I don't know actually. Neither of us have owned a cat before. Aizawa nods and unlocks the door, flipping the light switch on and walking into the Genkan, silently towing off his boots. Haruto slips in behind him and quietly closes the door. He looks down at his feet. The little shoes Izuku made him have been repaired more times than they could count, and the double-layered socks he had to wear were filthy, sending a wave of anxiety flooding through him. The hero must have noticed, whispering, "Don't worry about it, just put some of the spare slippers on, you're okay." Haruto looked up desperately, eyes flitting quickly to Izuku. "I'm going to put him on the couch, okay? Come in when you're ready." He watched Aizawa walk past the end of the little entryway divider and forward into the open-plan area ahead, Izuku still lolling in his arms as he turned to the left. The second Izuku was no longer in his sight, his throat felt tight, so he quickly bent down and grabbed some slippers and changed into them, practically running the couple of steps needed to catch up. As he got past the entryway, he saw to the left a large 3-seat couch and a recliner armchair, directly across from a large wall-mounted television with several small shelves either side. Aizawa was gently laying Izuku down on the couch, moving to untie and take off his shoes. "I'm going to set up the futons, then I'll grab wash things and towels. I'm sure you both want a nice soak in the bath. Can I get you a drink?" Haruto stared wide-eyed. DMN, he was kind. Izuku was the best judge of character. Well outside of himself anyway, he thought. "Yes please, anything will do." "I'm not fussy," he let out a tiny dry laugh. The man nodded and walked off, turning on a couple of lamps as he went, leaving the teen to look around. He didn't really dare to. What if the man had a secret temper, or a mean streak? So he perched on the couch just past Izuku's feet. The couch was incredibly soft and just like the recliner was dark gray, a few cushions of different shades of yellow dotted around. The TV wall in front of him had a few pictures, mostly of Aizawa with other people, probably friends or family. To the left in the other half of the room nearer the front window was a kotatsu, again in this gray and yellow color scheme, files and paperwork scattered on the top making it obvious that the man liked to sit there doing work. To his right, and slightly behind him, was a dark hallway, probably leading off to the bedrooms, where he could quietly hear Aizawa moving things around. And behind him was the kitchen. It looked long and thin, spread along the wall with a high-backed island separating the two spaces, but from what he could see, it barely looked used. Come to think of it, there's no dining room, just the two stools at the end of the kitchen counter, Haruto thinks. Movement caught his eye, only it wasn't Aizawa, but a black cat with bright yellow eyes staring at him inquisitively. It quickly jumped up onto the arm of the couch beside him, making him tense. Am I supposed to let it sniff me? Or is that dog's? He wondered as he slowly pushed himself back so he was sitting normally on the couch. Barely a second after he was fully seated, the cat moved over onto his lap with a small meow. "Hi." "That's Tuna." Aizawa suddenly appeared, standing behind the couch looking over his shoulder. "He's friendly as you can see. He likes pets and attention." "And Tuna." The teen snorted a little laugh as he reached out tentatively and scratched softly under the cat's chin, smiling as it leaned into it. "Is that why he's called Tuna?" "Not exactly. I found him when he was a kitten, like you actually. He was scavenging for food in an alley. He was trying to get into a half-open can of tuna and it had cut up his paws and tongue. Bought him home, cleaned him up and offered him a bowl of tuna, and that was it. He was my family from then on." The man turned and went into the kitchen, filling a kettle to boil and getting cups. Haruto was torn between watching Aizawa and watching the cat. Maybe he wanted to get to know both of them more. Maybe he was feeling jealous of the cat going through what they had gone through but coming out on top. Before he could journey down a spiraling road of depression, the cat began kneading and purring. "Oh, you've done it now," called out Aizawa, making the teen tense and panic. "You're never getting away from him. He's claimed you as newest giver of pets and affection." Haruto quickly calmed as he realized the hero was being silly. His dry deadpan voice was a little difficult to tell, but when he turned and saw the widest sheet-eating grin, he knew Aizawa was just trying to lighten the mood. "He's just like Green. He loves cuddles and head pats." "Ah, it's good to hear. I'll bet they'll get along like a house on F-." The hero cut himself off, quietly cursing. "Is tea okay? And I want you to try wake Green up. He needs some more fluids." "Yeah, thanks." Haruto was glad that awkward moment was over, leaning forward to wake his little brother. "Hey Zu," he whispers, gently gripping the boy's shoulder. "Can you wake up for me, Otudo?" He started gently stroking Izuku's arms, helping the boy rouse. "We're at Eraserheads. It's warm. He has a cat." "Cat?" a tiny voice whispers. Haruto chuckles because of course Izuku would respond to that. The little boy starts opening and closing his mouth, licking his lips and grumbling, "Thirsty. I've got just the thing," Aizawa calls calmly from the kitchen, chucking cups together as he brings them in and puts them on the low coffee table in front of the couch. He looks over and smiles as Izuku slowly sits up, rubbing his eyes tiredly. This couch is soft and squishy, he mumbles as he smacks his chops. He suddenly seems to realize the situation and goes wide-eyed, looking around himself, over to Haruto next to him, down to the cat in the boy's lap, then up at Aizawa. Oh. The hero chuckles softly. I've got the bathroom set up with toothbrushes, washcloths and towels. The futons are set up in the spare room. I'd just like to take your temperature, okay, Green? He pulls a forehead thermometer out from his pocket and gestures to Izuku. Okay, Mr. Aizawa, he says, leaning forward towards the man. A quick beep later and everything seems to be okay. Just a mild fever, he says before he heads back to the kitchen to grab a plate full of store-bought cookies. It's not long before the boys have ravenously devoured about 4 cookies each and drained their cups, so Aizawa gives them a quick tour of what they haven't seen yet. So this is my room, he points at a closed door. I've got an ensuite, so don't worry about keeping the other bathroom to yourselves. If you need me at all overnight, just knock or call out, okay? The 2 boys nod. That's the bathroom. He points to the door at the far end on the right. And this here is the spare room. He opens the door directly across from his. There's 2 well-cushioned futons laid out about a foot apart against the far wall, plush blue bedding and pillows set on top. To the right is a chest of drawers with a pale blue lamp, a present mic-themed radio and large box of tissues on the top. I know it's pretty simple, but it's warm and comfy. He continues, in the top drawer there's some spare clothes. Rummage through and find anything that fits, then tomorrow we can wash all of your clothes. Get washed up, I'll be out in the living room if you need me. The 2 boys watched as he walked away, pulling the door as he left, leaving it just a tiny bit ajar. Izuku turned to Haruto, eyes wet with unshed tears. This is crazy, he's so nice. His lip wobbled, it's been so long. The little boy sobs as he's pulled into the teen's welcoming arms. Let's get showered and bathe, say goodnight and have a nice sleep, yeah? We can think about all this in the morning. I don't think he's going to betray us, he's not your favorite for nothing. Haruto says as he rubs circles in Izuku's back. The 2 disappear into the bathroom together, not wanting to be apart from one another. Showering and getting clean before they can get in the bath is surprisingly time-consuming. Despite their best efforts with the industrial-size bottle of hand soap Izuku had found, the 2 were kind of filthy. Especially their hair. Izuku's at this point was so dry, parts were matted. After washing with shampoo and conditioner 3 times, the boys hunted through the cupboards, finding some scissors, and cut out the matted hair at the back. They were happy though. A warm shower, heating their bones, was a blessing that couldn't be understated. So they repeatedly kept giggling as they washed. The relief and bone-deep exhaustion pushed them into hysterics, laughing about anything and everything. "So you have to let me try fix this crow's nest," Haruto laughed. "It's almost down to your shoulders but bits underneath at the back." He cackled, bending forward, gripping his ribs. "There's bits that are like 2 centimeters long, paha. The trees outside were better groomed. Maybe Zawa will shave it underneath for me, like an undercut. I still want to keep it long." "You should keep yours spiky, is cool, like a hedgehog," he giggles. By the time they've had a wonderful warm bath, both boys have drooping eyelids. They put on the t-shirts they grabbed, struggling to keep up the boxers underneath, and step out into the hallway. "We need to get a drink of water each for the bedroom," Haruto whispered. Izuku shook his head wide-eyed. Haruto nodding. "Ask him. He's your hero," the teen hissed. "Nah, I don't want to be a burden." Izuku hissed back. "Neither of you are burdens. Asking for a drink of water is perfectly fine," Aizawa called from the kotatsu. The boys gasped from the hallway. "Get washed up, I'll be out in the living room if you need me," Aizawa says as he leaves the room, pulling the door behind him but not quite closing it. That way when he noisily and obviously wanders off into the living room, they will just assume he's out of earshot. The second he reaches the edge of the living room, he pulls to the side, listening to what they say, as well as one can listen with crappy hearing as a result of a friendship with Zashi. "This is crazy, he's so nice. He hears the younger boy, struggling with emotion as he speaks. "It's been so long," he continues, breaking down into tiny sobs that grow muffled as he's probably hugged. Aizawa felt a deep sadness in his chest as he continued to listen. "Let's get washed, say goodnight and have a nice sleep, yeah? We can think about all this in the morning. I don't think he's going to betray us, he's not your favorite for nothing." the teen says, and if that doesn't strengthen his resolve, nothing will. He's determined to help these boys, gain their trust more, find out who they are and what happened to them. He hears the door open a minute or so later and the two head together further down into the bathroom, closing and locking the door. He takes the opportunity to pull out his phone and send a text to the patrol coordinator saying he finished up early due to illness. He then stares at the phone for a while, wondering about his next move. He doesn't want to contact Tsukachi yet, he wants to get their names first. I should phone in sick tomorrow, he thinks. Aizawa, feeling unwell, had to come back from patrol early, so I won't be in to teach tomorrow. He has this weird sinking feeling but shakes it off when the reply comes. Nizu, no worries, hope you start feeling better soon, the cold certainly is making an appearance, isn't it? Down the hall he hears laughing, so he softly tiptoes towards the bathroom, opening his bedroom door as he passes it in case he needs to make a hasty retreat. So you have to let me try fix this crow's nest. The teen laughs, talking about the varied hair lengths on his brother's head, laughing and joking something about the trees outside. The younger boy giggles as he talks. Maybe Zawa will shave it underneath for me, like an undercut. I still want to keep it long. He whispers to himself with a tiny smile. The boys sound happy, a little hysterical perhaps from the warmth, sugary cookies and exhaustion, he thinks. His phone vibrates again. Nizu, are the boys sick too? Sheet, he mumbles and walks back to the kotatsu, wondering if he should reply with denials or ask why the hell the rat bear dog is spying on him. He sits down on the cushions, allowing the toasty warmth to seep into his bones, putting the phone on the low table in front of him. It doesn't take long before another text comes through. Nizu, don't worry, your secret is safe with me. Help them, find out about them, and then I will help however I can. Fake identities, opening cases against abusive parents, new identities, adoption papers. Aizawa's eyes widened a little before he locked his phone. Then grabbed the phone and turned it over so it was face down. Then nudged it a little across the table. Further giggling down the hall pulled him out of his internal panic, so he reached forward and grabbed the pile of homework he still had to mark and carried on with it. About 15 minutes later he heard the boys come out of the bathroom, opening the door to the spare room but stopping in the hallway. We need to get a drink of water each for the bedroom, the teen whispered, then after a pause, ask him, he's your hero, the teen hissed. Aizawa bit his tongue to stop the bubble of laughter threatening to spill. Nah, I don't want to be a burden. The younger one hissed back. The hero sighed, shuffling back and calling out as he stood up, neither of you are burdens, asking for a drink of water is perfectly fine, then rolling his eyes as they both gasped. Come on, I can grab you a couple of glasses of water, it's no problem. He wandered into the kitchen, grabbing and filling 2 glasses as the 2 boys hovered at the edge of the room. Green, it's been about 2 hours since you had those meds. How are you feeling? He saw out of the corner of his eye the older boy nudging and encouraging the other to speak up. I'm just tired, Mr. Aizawa. Thank you for helping us, he finished with a deep bow, grabbing the front of his brother's t-shirt and pulling him down too. It's okay, relax. He handed the drinks over. In about 4 or 5 hours it will wear off, so if you start feeling unwell again, come and get me. Just knock on my bedroom door if I'm not out here, okay? Thanks, I'll keep an eye on him, Mr. Aizawa, they said together. The hero nodded and turned to walk back to the kotatsu. Good night, Green, good night, kid. Izuku said, the little one, making him turn in shock. He trusts me. The teen sighed. He raised his arms, trying to placate the boy. It's okay, kid. If you're not ready, it's okay. No, it's not. Izuku calls me Haruto. That's my name now. The teen's voice lowered, getting quieter. My name before the accident. I can't, he's dead now, okay? Okay, Haruto, thank you. And thank you, Izuku. I'm honored you trust me enough to tell me, and it's Shoyuta, okay? Shoyuta Aizawa. Now go get some rest. If you need more blankets, just let me know. Good night, the boys whispered, voices sounding thick with emotion. He watched them walk away, listening for when the door closed, then sat down at the kotatsu and grabbed his laptop. So we have Izuku, age 9, been homeless for more than a month. And we have Haruto, but that's not his real name, has blue flames for a quirk, was in an accident and perhaps presumed dead. He typed in the police website, logged in and went to the missing persons page. Okay, let's see, he mumbled as he typed in the details. Missing, more than a month, less than 2 years, current age, 9 years approximate, quirk, unknown, first name. Izuku, hair color, green, eye color, green, region, Musudafu plus 50 kilometers. Results, none. What the F dash, he whispered, none. He leant back, arms propping himself up behind him, fingers splayed on the plush dark gray carpet. He looked up and stared at nothing on the ceiling for a moment, wondering what else he could try. The wall clock on the opposite wall showing just how late it was in the evening. Thinking back to the teen and their conversation back at that building earlier, he tried something else. Missing, between 1 to 3 months, current age, 11 to 15 years, quirk, blue fire, general, name, unknown, hair color, white, eye color, blue turquoise, region, Musudafu plus 50 kilometers. Results, none. Wait. He typed away in a second window, registry of deaths. He entered the details again after logging in with his hero license. Results, none. He frowned at the word. The quirk, hair and eye color were fairly unique. He rubbed his chin. The scars look very well healed for an accident that happened a month ago, and if he was taken to a hospital there would be records. Opening a third window. Hospital admissions within 100 kilometers of Musudafu. He hummed to himself as he typed in severe burns, age range, any within the last 5 years. 13 results. For the next half an hour he scoured through the data but ultimately came up empty-handed. He closed the window and got up to stretch his legs, grabbing a fruit pouch from the fridge, stopping to listen at the edge of the hall. The boys must be asleep, he thought. It was quiet as a mouse, even Tuna was fast asleep on the recliner. What about? He went back onto the registry of deaths, taking a gamble and increasing the date range for the death but keeping all the other data, and pressed enter. He gasped as the result came up with a single name, Tuya Todoroki. Sheet. He roughly scratched his scalp, eyeing his phone on the other side of the table but stopping himself before he reached out for it. Instead going back to the police website to pull up anything regarding the death of the boy. Data was scarce. He'd never heard of the incident at Sokoto Peak, and everything about the reports screamed of it being swept under the rug by the commission. But this had happened more than 3 years ago. Where on earth had the kid been if Izuku said his brother had only been on the streets for a month? He took a deep breath, puffing it out in one long sigh through his nose. The photo on the file was of a very sad-looking boy, around 8 or 9 years old. What happened to you? He mumbled. As he reached over the table his phone buzzed. Nizu, very interesting. I shall do some digging into young Tuya. I suggest keeping what you have found out a secret from him and wait for him to talk to you about it himself. As for the younger boy, I fiddled with your search a little. Izuku Midoriya, presumed dead in an apartment fire a year ago, quirkless. Have a look and see what you think. His eye twitched in annoyance. Of course the rat was watching his logins to see what he was thinking with regards to the boys. As irritated as he was, he at least had another name to look into. And if it was one son of Endeavor and one diagnosed quirkless, then really, he wasn't surprised the 2 boys had little faith in heroes. And it explained why he was Izuku's favorite, fighting quirkless. He wasn't surprised when he looked into Izuku's files and found the minimum amount of detail. Quirkless discrimination wasn't unheard of. The boy's body was never recovered, but it was dismissed. He had no other family close by. The divorced father Hisashi Midoriya was uncontactable, and the hero had a sneaking suspicion something was up there. When he went to the images, something stuck out, a photograph from outside the burnt apartment of a pair of unmistakable red high-top shoes. The final image made his chest clench. It was a school photograph of a sparkly-eyed boy with an awkward smile, looking to be around 6 years old. Aizawa. That's him, Izuku Midoriya. Can you look into the dad when you get the time? I don't trust it, something seems off. Thanks for your help with this. Talk to you tomorrow. He closed the windows on the laptop and went to close it down, mouse hovering over the shutdown button. He frowned thinking back to the boys when they came out for drinks, remembering them obviously drowning in the clothes, so he quickly opened up his browser, heading onto a local store and ordered a couple of pairs of joggers and t-shirts, A jumper and hoodie each, a few pairs of socks and underwear and a set of PJs each, added next day DLVY, and when that was done he stopped, looking back over his shoulder and quickly hopping over to the Genkan to see if he could figure out what size shoe to get for Haruto. After looking up shoe sizes by measurement, he added some plain sand shoes each to the order and paid. Finally closing down the laptop. His brain felt like it was on fire, but he had 2 traumatized kids to look after tomorrow, and maybe for a while longer, so he threw the empty fruit pouch into the bin and went into the hall. Pressing his ear against the boy's door, he listened to the quiet for a moment before heading into his bedroom. After quickly washing and slipping into his PJs, Aizawa laid in bed, staring at the ceiling in the pitch black. He was supposed to be going straight to sleep, that's what he'd told himself, but it wasn't just the mystery of the 3-year gap for 2, no. He needed to make sure he didn't think of the boy as Tuya, he was Haruto now. Anyway, his story was filled with mystery, but strangely enough, things weren't quite adding up for Izuku either. The police had dismissed it despite the fact that no source of the fire was found in the inspection. They assumed Izuku died in the fire after finding tiny charred remains of clothing inside the bed, but that itself added more mystery. Had Izuku grabbed more clothing on his way out? It didn't make sense. And on top of that, a fire of that devastation would have left severe scars, and yet from what he'd seen, the boy had none. Was he not even home at the time of the fire? Slipped out without telling his mum perhaps, leaving his PJs in bed? But the fire was reported to have started around 2 a.m., so if he wasn't at home, where was he? He shook his head, physically trying to shake the swirling chaos in his mind. Turning onto his side, eyes on the door, he slowly began to drift, focusing on the sound of his breathing, tuning out the rest of the thoughts in his mind. It barely seemed like he'd shut his eyes when a gentle knocking woke him, but a quick glance at his watch showed that he'd been asleep for about 4 hours. I'm coming, his voice sounded rough, thick with sleepiness. He had a sip of water and cleared his throat before slowly pulling the door open. In the hallway stood a very timid-looking Haruto. I'm so sorry, Mr. Aizawa. The teen's eyes betrayed a wild fear, so he quickly held his hands up in surrender. It's absolutely fine, Haruto. What's wrong? Is it Izuku? The boy nodded. He was whimpering and shaking. When I felt his head, it was warm and sweaty. You said about his medicine wearing off, so I'm very sorry for waking you. No, you did good. I'm proud of you for looking out for your brother. As soon as the words slipped out, he wondered if it was odd of him to say he was proud when he'd not even known the boy for a single day, but the absolute look of bewilderment and maybe even slight joy made him realize how starved for compliments and parental affection the poor kid was. I'll grab the thermometer and meds. Can you gently wake him for me, please? Yes, sir, Mr. Aizawa. Haruto stuttered a little in embarrassment and scampered off into the spare room to wake his brother. Zu? Hey Zu, Haruto gently shook his brother's shoulder, biting his lip when Izuku sobbed as he woke up. My head hurts. The boy shivered as he very slowly pushed himself to sit up. I know, Mr. Aizawa is getting you some more meds. He reached over to the drawers and grabbed Izuku's water from the top, helping the younger boy grasp it in shaky hands. Drink a little for me, okay? He watched the boy take several sips, worrying about him being ill, thinking about how bad this would have been if the hero hadn't found them. His eyes started stinging with the desire to cry. He didn't want to go back on the streets. Maybe if they behaved really well, didn't get in Mr. Aizawa's way, maybe even helped by cooking dinner and things, then they could be useful and they wouldn't be thrown away. How are you boys doing? A voice called from just outside of the door. Is it okay to come in? It's your home, Mr. Aizawa. You don't need to ask, Haruto replies, disbelief coloring his voice. Was the hero really that considerate? His dad had never asked before coming into his room. Why am I thinking about that BSTRD? It shows, doesn't it? How much of a disgraceful human he was. Or was it just that he thought we weren't worthy of respect of any kind? Just failed products, rejects, not the FING chosen dash. No, that's not true. You little boys deserve privacy. I'm not going to deny you that. You deserve decency, and I refuse to barge into your space. Aizawa cut through his spiraling thoughts like a hot knife through butter, saying all the right things. And this is your space while you stay here. The bathroom too. So long as you're not hurt or needing help, I'll never push into your space without permission. Do you understand? Haruto sat wide-eyed, slack-jawed, he's so good, so nice, do I really deserve this? This time it was Izuku who cut in, grabbing the teen's hand with as much strength as he could muster. Thank you, Aizawa. Both teens looked up as he entered the room quietly, worry etched on his face. Oh little one. The hero crouched down, feeling Izuku's forehead. You're not feeling too good, huh? I'm sorry you're feeling rough. He pushed the hand up into Izuku's hair, gently scratching the boy's scalp. Izuku let out another sob, rubbing his eyes and wincing at the pain. Haruto watched silently, sadness and confusion reigning in his exhausted mind. So he just sat there, studying the way Aizawa was tender and gentle. Men can be gentle? Heroes can be gentle? He noted how he spoke softly, reassuring his brother, telling him that it was going to be okay, it would get better, no booming voice, not telling him he's pathetic, not stomping off and leaving him to fend for himself. He saw Aizawa open a muesli bar and break off a small piece, nodding as he lifted it to Izuku's mouth. He's feeding him? Is that normal? Providing like that? You're very quiet there, Haruto. Are you feeling okay? You're not feeling ill or hot, are you? He met the hero's eyes, accidentally flinching when he was offered some of the muesli bar. Sheet, I stuttered, is he going to hit me? Hey, it's okay. I'm not going to hurt you. He said so softly that Haruto wanted to melt. This was so confusing. I just wanted to get some food into Izuku before giving him some more medicine, but if you're hungry, there's plenty of food. I'm okay, Mr. Aizawa. This is more food than W had in Aegis. Izuku shivered and tried to laugh to cover it up. But Haruto thought it just sounded so damn sad that he practically threw himself at his brother, wrapping him up in his arms. He wanted to cry. He wanted to cry so damn much, but it hurt and his stupid eyes didn't work. Izuku probably felt his distress and started trying to breathe deeply, rubbing circles on his back. Burp. The three turned to the door as Tuna sauntered in, pushing straight into the small gap between the boys, sitting on Haruto's lap. Izuku sat back and laughed a little, both of them petting and scratching the cat as it started purring loudly. Here you go, one more bite of this bar, then take these tablets, okay? And then it's sleep time. There's still a couple of hours before it's morning and I want you boys resting. Aizawa passed the lump of bar and the tablets to Izuku, then pushed himself up, groaning as he did so. You're not that old, Zawa, groaning like an old man. Izuku laughed through his stutters as he laid back down, missing the look of absolute panic in his brother's eyes. What are you doing? He's going to beat us. We can't dash. Haruto's terror was brought to a stop instantly as the hero barked out a laugh. My knees feel like they belong to an old man. I feel like I'm at least 20 years older than I really am. You know, I'm a teacher at UA, I patrol, do hero missions and I work on call-out for quirk malfunctions. I'm basically a zombie at the moment, he finished with a soft chuckle. The teen literally puffed out a sigh of relief. That's a lot of work, Mr. Aizawa. You should take care of yourself. I tell you what, I'll take care of all three of us. How's that sound? I just finished my last big hero mission, so I'm pulling back on those now. The teen enjoyed seeing the hero smiling. It was nice, confusing still, but nice. I wish you'd been there when my quirk came in, Izuku mumbled, making the two look over quickly, but Izuku was already asleep, tiny muffled snores creeping out. Haruto looked up to the hero who was deeply frowning, so he quickly got up and crawled onto his futon, slipping under the covers and gently cleared his throat. He'll tell you when he's ready, Mr. Aizawa. Thank you so much for helping tonight. It was really kind. Anytime, kid. A few hours later he woke up with a jolt. His mouth was dry and his heart was racing. It had been hot, so hot, too hot, the flames too much, he couldn't stop. But as he looked around, a little light streaming in from the curtains overhead, he realized where he was. He probably felt hot from the nightmare and the incredibly thick plush bedding. The night had certainly been more warm and cozy than any he'd had in the last month. He didn't know what time it was, but remembered there was a clock on the wall near the kotatsu. Maybe he could sneak out and see. Looking at Izuku, a smile breached his lips. The boy had little rosy cheeks, but he wasn't sweating. He just looked blissfully asleep and comfy. He didn't want Izuku to wake up without him there, so he wanted to quickly just go see the time, then he'd run right back. So he stood up as quietly as possible. tiptoeing in a very theatrical way like how he'd seen his younger brother Natsuo do. He would take wildly big steps, waving his arms in grand circular motions as he tiptoed to the freezer on hot days and sneak out icy pops from the very back, the ones the maid would keep hidden from their father. It was silly. Being the oldest brother, he should have probably taken responsibility for helping out on the days when the ice-quirked boy would struggle in the heat, but he couldn't get caught, couldn't cause disappointment not when he was already starting to be ignored because Shudo was getting the attention. He had a venomous sneer on his face as he gripped the door handle, hands starting to flash hot with flame when a little contented sigh came from behind him. He yanked back his hand in horror. "What am I doing?" Looking over his shoulder, Izu was smiling slightly. "Despite not being awake, adorable little sheet, even saving me in your sleep, Zu." With a deep breath, he softly grabbed the handle again, slowly twisting and opening the door. This time, he tried to move like a ninja. No, like tuna, gentle padding, soft feet. When he got to the living room, the curtains were all still shut, no sign of anyone else being awake. Even Tuna was still asleep, curled up on the recliner. 6:20 a.m. He whispered and turned around to head back to his room, but stopping dead in his tracks when a sleepy-looking Aizawa walked out of his room, stretching and yawning. The hero stopped and looked at the room opposite, where Izuku was still asleep. The door was slightly ajar, but he didn't go in or even try to look through the gap, instead turning slowly and seeing Haruto standing still in the living room, in a state of panic. Does he think I'm snooping? Trying to steal? Am I bad? Am I in troop dash? "Mornin', Haruto. Sleep okay?" The hero mumbled and gave a tiny smile, walking with a tired slouch into the room and going straight into the kitchen. "Need coffee." "Not exactly a morning person, sorry." "And I love coffee." Haruto was still silent, obviously horrified, confused, panicked, so he just watched as the hero turned the coffee machine on and quietly grabbed cups from the cupboard. "You're probably too young for coffee, but I can do you a tea?" He reached up to the top shelf and pulled down a black box, opened it and put it on top of the kitchen island. Rubbing his eyes sleepily and not bothering to look at the teen, he continued mid-yawn, "See if there's a flavor you." Izuku's still asleep. He turned and grabbed a teaspoon and the jar of sugar, continuing his morning coffee mission. Haruto subtly moved his hand to pinch the inside of his other arm. "Nope, definitely awake. Yeah, he's still asleep." "He was smiling in his sleep," he answered quietly, still not daring to move from his spot. "Ah, well, that's pretty dim and adorable. Do you want to go shut the door? I don't want the coffee machine to wake him up." Aizawa finally looked at Haruto, who by this point had fortunately schooled a look that wasn't pure terror. He nodded and went to quickly shut the door, peeking inside to check on Izuku, then headed back to the kitchen. "All good, Mr. Aizawa. You know you can just call me Shoyuda, or Sho, or Zawa like Izuku does." "No need to be so formal, kid," he said with a small welcoming smile, turning around and pushing the button on the machine, making it hum noisily. "So, look at those teas. Unless you want a cold drink?" Haruto quickly padded over, almost stumbling in his hurry, hoping to not disappoint the hero. "Thanks, Mr. Za," he hummed as he flipped through the selection, pausing when he sees one he recognizes, Mother. He whispers as he picks up the packet of Hojicha tea, his voice covered by the hum of the coffee machine. As he walks around the island, Tuna appears, threading his way through Haruto's legs, softly meowing as he went. "Ah, breakfast time is it?" the hero says, looking down at the cat and holding out his hand to take the tea. "Haruto, can you grab Tuna's plate from that cupboard, please? You'll be able to guess it when you see it." The teen nods and crouches down, opening up the cupboard and seeing a small saucer with a set of tuna fish designed, swimming across the plate. As he reached forward, the cat came up into his face, meowing loudly, turning and swishing his tail, looping between his knees, making him let out a little giggle. Okay, you hungry, Mr. Tuna?" He passes the plate to Aizawa, who passes his tea over. "Sugar and stuff is there if you want it. I'm just going to feed this demon, then check my emails and stuff, then I'll get cracking with breakfast, okay?" Haruto pauses. Should I offer to help? Then he might think I'm useful, but Izuku is alone. If you want to wait with Izuku you can, I understand if you're worried, okay? And honestly, don't look so panicked. Everything is going to be okay. I'm not making you uncomfortable or anything, am I? The teen quickly shook his head. No, sir. Aizawa, sorry. It's just, he bit his lip and looked over his shoulder. I want to help, I want to be useful, but I don't want Izuku to wake up alone. Aizawa popped the plate of tuna on the floor for the cat, then walked over, a soft expression on his face. Haruto, you're a kid. You don't have to be concerned about anything like that. I want you and your brother to feel safe and happy here. So you focus on keeping warm, getting your strength up, and looking out for Izuku. It's my job as an adult and a hero to make you feel cared for. If you want to help me and Izuku doesn't need you at the time, then I'll gladly welcome your company, especially because... He paused to take a few gulps of coffee, sighing with a look of pure contentment. I can't cook. I'm terrible at cooking. I can burn water. The hero smirked, making the teen feel a soft, fuzzy comfort that just felt long lost, perhaps. Well, I like to help out sometimes in the kitchen with Mayim. He stopped with a frown, his face falling flat at the onslaught of memories that were at this point years ago. I'll go sit with Izuku, sir, Aizawa, but thank you for everything. And with that he wandered off, steaming tea in his hand and a vague, blank look on his face. Izuku woke up feeling deliciously warm. He started wondering if he was laying on a cloud, a sunny day cloud. His toes and fingers were warm, and that's an odd sensation to wake up to after so long. Memories begin to trickle back in from the previous night and the middle of the night wake up. Haruto. He turns over to see the teen sat up in the futon behind him, sipping the last of his drink, staring off into space. He's feeling an odd bubbling energy, like a small part of him is itching to jump up and binky like a rabbit. Maybe it's Zawa's medicine, giving me the urge to do zoom eyes. He dampens the feeling, then with a yawn and a quiet mumble he pushes himself to sit up. What time is it? I think just before 7. How are you feeling? Izuku noisily licks his lips, hums and yawns again. Zawa awake yet? Yeah, me made me tea. Said he just had a few things to do, then he'd sort breakfast out. Izuku rubbed his face and stared at Haruto suspiciously. Something's wrong, he thought. But he wasn't sure what to do, how to ask. He'd seen this happen before, usually when Izuku hadn't been there to pull him out before he gets so deeply lost in memories, worries, hatred, so something must have triggered him. Hey, he slowly reached out and touched Haruto's arm, thankful that the teen didn't flinch. What happened? What made you sad? Haruto frowned and finally turned to him, looking conflicted. Please. Izuku pushed back the bedding and scooted over, knees against the teen's thigh. Haruto, come and tell me. He offered me tea and Haruto's breathing was picking up. My mother, she used to give me this tea, and we talked about helping him cook. Because Zoa can't cook. Izuku began rubbing circles at the top of his back, something he often did to calm him down. If she liked it when I helped her cook. Izuku could see how the teen was hurting, not just emotionally. Haruto would occasionally bleed from his eyes if he got too worked up because of his damaged tear ducts, and right now the boy was frantically rubbing them, shaking slightly as if sobbing. What happened to her, Zu? I didn't see her at the house. What did he do to her? What did he do? The teen growled at the end. Izuku threaded his fingers through Haruto's hair. Desperately trying to calm him down. We'll find out. She might have just been at the shops. She might have got away. We don't know. But we'll find out. Maybe Zawa will help us. The teen flinched back. No, don't be like that. Let's just get through today, okay? The two sat silently for a moment, Haruto calming down considerably before Izuku gets a calculating look on his face. Hey, I'll bet all the pork buns ever that Zawa hates Endeavor just as much as we do. He looks up at the ceiling, calculating look that morphs slowly into a grin. I'll eat a whole lemon, skin too if he likes Endeavor. When he pulls back, Haruto is smirking. A whole lemon. 100% of a lemon, the entire thing. Izuku smiles widely, the two locked in an intense stare off for a few seconds before Izuku shoots up and dives out of the door, his brother hot on his tail, the two scrapping and shoving to get to the kotatsu first. ZWA. Mr. Zawa. Haruto pulled the younger boy into a headlock, effectively shutting him up. Can we ask what's your opinion of He wheezed as Izuku elbowed him in the guts. Endeavor SCK's but right? Izuku almost shouts, excited and just a little out of breath. That's a leading question. Cheater. The two boys wrestling as Aizawa watches with a barely contained smile. Lemon. Eat that lemon, you cheat. Mr. Zawa, we need a lemon. Izuku huffs, flinging his legs out as the two tumble on the floor. No. I didn't cheat. You did. Filthy cheat. Lemon for you. The pair ranted and giggled. No. You eat tuna. I'm not eating the cat. Haruto screeched. The small misunderstanding causes them both to burst out laughing, fits of giggles. Ha, I did. Ha, I meant fish, haha, idiot. The poor cat pa. After a minute or so of laughing breathlessly, Aizawa cleared his throat. You seem to be a little better this morning, Izuku. The two looked up with coy smiles and rosy cheeks, pushing up and sitting cross-legged on the floor, perhaps a little embarrassed by their theatrics. And for the record, I am not a fan of Endeavor. I'm hoping you keep that to yourselves, but I think he's a thug. He causes too much damage and leaves wreckage in his wake. That. The man stops and looks away for a moment, taking a deep breath. Sorry, let's just leave it at that. The two boys look stunned. Wow. Izuku looks at his brother with a wide smile. No lemons for me. I win. You eat the lemon. He shouts as the wrestling resumes. That wasn't the bet. I never said that. And no tuna, yuck. Meow. The boys stopped wrestling to look at the cat. Sorry, tuna. Sorry, tuna. I didn't mean to offend. Aizawa huffed a little laugh as he went into the kitchen and started going through the cupboards, looking for something suitable to make for breakfast, grumbling to himself. Izuku leaned into his brother's space. What's he mumbling about? He whispered. I'm mumbling about the lack of food in my apartment. I should do a food order. You boys can help me. Make sure we get some stuff, you both. Like. The hero spoke from his position, bent over looking in the fridge. I'll order breakfast to be delivered, I guess. Look, Izuku got up and wandered into the kitchen. Oh, and I'm feeling okay this morning, thank you. Don't know when my medicine wears off though. Behind him, Haruto picked up tuna and curled up with the cat on the recliner. Izuku could practically feel the stress rolling off him, so he turned to Aizawa. This is okay, right? I'm good in the kitchen, or I was busy, he finished with a frown. Hey, if you can make something out of what I've got, you deserve a medal. The hero said dryly. 20 minutes later, Izuku handed out plated omelets and ham-fried rice while the hero poured out orange juice for everyone. Both boys looked giddy as they sat with warm breakfast at the kotatsu. Hi, my name is Izuku. I'm Yuzudafu's newest hero, quirk. Can make breakfast from anything. The green-haired boy laughed while his brother cheered. Debuting in the top 10 with these eggs, added Haruto as he shoved in a mouthful, steam puffing out of his mouth as he chewed. Whatcha calling it? Noms from nothin', he giggles. You think there are loads of weird food quirks? Like the ability to turn porridge into katsudon? Lunch rush makes meals super fast, but can you imagine the ability to produce food out of thin air? Or would it have to come from something like an energy conversion quirk, like turning poop into food? Would you eat food if it was poop turned into food? I don't think I could get past that. Or if someone could lay chicken eggs, would they have to poop them out? And if you ate them, would they actually be human eggs and it's cannibalism? Izuku paused and looked at the other two. The hero was sat, silent, fork halfway to his mouth. Haruto was literally biting his lip to stop bursting out laughing. Anyway, the three ate in somewhat comfortable silence for a few minutes until Aizawa spoke up. Oh, I meant to ask. I saw Haruto's quirk, but I don't know yours, Izuku. The boys froze. I mean, last night you said you wished I'd have been there when it manifested. I said that, huh? Izuku whispered, putting down his fork and extending his slightly shaking hand out to grab his drink. Hey, if you don't want to talk about it, we don't have to. Izuku looked up with teary eyes, not daring to speak. I'm not. I also forgot to tell you, I ordered you kids some clothes. They'll be here this morning. I noticed you were both practically swimming in those ones. Izuku almost collapsed with the relief at being offered a way out of the quirk conversation. He wasn't sure if he was ready to talk about that yet. He wanted to, but at the same time, he was scared. His quirk ruined his life, killed his mother, yet for a long time it was all he'd wanted. Unfortunately, the reality of it was messy. And now here he was, with his favorite hero, sitting around eating a warm meal, sat at the warm table, waiting to have new clothing delivered. Why shouldn't he tell him? He wouldn't throw Izuku in jail for murdering his mother, would he? This time it was Haruto who saved him from spiraling panic. Wow, Mr. Zo, that's so generous. You really, boys, I want to help you. Please. The hero had put down his fork and was looking between the two, a soft look on his face. Thank you, Zo, Izuku whispered. We are so grateful. Me and Haruto, we have nothing. My family are dead, and he looked over to his brother who had a weary look in his eyes hinting that he wanted his story to remain vague for the time being, and Haruto's family moved on without him. We are alone. You don't have to be, not anymore. The trio finished up breakfast, the boys moving to sit in front of the TV and watch cartoons while Aizawa went and showered before marking school work at the kotatsu. Haruto had insisted on tidying up and washing all the dishes. The hero commented that Izuku cooking and Haruto cleaning felt like he'd won the lottery. Around 9 a.m. Izuku seemed to go back downhill as the meds wore off, quietening down his previously constant chatter about the cartoon characters. And just as it had been during the night, Aizawa was there, hand feeding him small bites of food and giving him the tablets with his glass of water. It wasn't long after that he fell asleep, curled up on the couch, Haruto at the other end with tuna on his lap. Are you missing work today, Zawa? Your phone's going off a lot? Haruto asked quietly. Yeah, I phoned in sick. No, don't get that panic look. I'm allowed to take a day off, besides my boss was fine. I talked to him last night. The hero waved his hand dismissively and turned back to his work. Only problem is my idiot friends at work messaging me in the group chat. Haruto watched with an amused face as the man ignored the buzzing, occasionally nudging the phone further away as if that would just make it magically disappear. Around 10:30 a.m. the clothing was delivered, Izuku waking up with the knocking of the door. And just as before, boundless energy coursed through his tiny body with all semblance of illness disappearing. Aizawa dropped the large wrapped bundle and 2 shoe boxes on the coffee table. Go nuts, he mumbled before trudging into the kitchen to make more coffee. The 2 boys hurried off to dress in more size-appropriate clothing. When they reappeared, both were smiling widely. Zawa. Thank you, they cheered when they entered the room. No problem, boys, he said with a small smile as he lifted the steaming coffee mug to his lips. The rest of the day was pretty chilled. The rest of the new clothes were all quickly washed and either hung out or put in the tumble dryer. Aizawa had lunch delivered, Izuku practically dancing around the room when the katsudon was plated in front of him, Haruto once again becoming quiet and contemplative at the bowl of steaming hot soba noodles. A food order from the supermarket was placed, the hero insisting that they get plenty of snacks and ingredients to make their favorite meals. But other than that, the boys mostly sat and watched TV. Around 4 p.m. there was a loud knock on the door making all 3 tense up. Shui! I bought you soup, open up. Yamada called from outside the door. Sheet. The hero stood up, looking at the 2 boys who looked pale as sheets. Hey, don't worry, you 2, grab your drinks, go hang out in your bedroom for a bit, okay? It's just my work friend, he's noisy but nice, okay? Please, trust me. The 2 boys nodded before frantically sprinting off down the hall and closing the door behind them. Haruto instantly ran into the corner of the room, sliding down the wall, bringing his knees up. He was staring at the door with wild, frantic panic in his eyes. Izuku silently ran over and whispered in his ear, It's okay, right? Haruto grabbed him and pulled him close, then leant forward and grabbed the futon and bedding, pulling it up in front of them to make a shield or maybe just something to hide behind. What if they barge in and... I don't want to go back to Endeavor Zoo. He whispered frantically, directly into Izuku's ear to be as quiet as possible. No, I don't want you to. I'll be alone. They'd throw me out of an orphanage back onto the streets for being a killer, he whimpered. The boys flinched as they heard Aizawa speak louder from the front of the apartment. He'd been talking, but it mostly sounded like low rumbling mumbles from where they were. Like I said, I really appreciate the visit. I just really need rest. Swing by on Sunday if you really want to check on me. The boys looked at each other wide-eyed, waiting silently. And don't tell Namuri I'm sick, okay? I don't want her barging in here and nagging me. Who's Namuri? Is it the name of a hero? Haruto whispered. Izuku shook his head, shrugging jerkily. A different, booming voice called out. Right, Well, so long as you're keeping your fluids up, show. Izuku whimpered, pushing further into his brother's embrace as the mystery man continued, your students missed you today. Don't lie. See you after the weekend's ash. Bye dash. The front door slammed and the two immediately tensed up. Every step they heard out of the room had them flinching. This is it, right? The good times of the last 24 hours is over, but I don't feel well yet, I don't want dash. A gentle knock on the boys' door made them flinch. Coast is clear, guys. Izuku started sobbing, the shaking picking up and getting worse as the seconds ticked by. Haruto pulled him closer to him, his arms strong around him. Shui, I bought you soup, open up. Yamada called from outside the door. Sheet, he stood up and looked at the two boys. Great, more things for them to stress about. Hey, don't worry, you two, grab your drinks, go hang out in your bedroom for a bit, okay? It's just my work friend, he's noisy but nice, okay? Please, trust me. The two boys nodded before frantically sprinting off. Down the hall and closing the door. Once that was done, he flicked his eyes quickly around the room. Nothing was really out of place, but he was going to try keep the voice hero out anyway, so he went to the door and unlocked it. Zash, I appreciate the visit, but I'd rather just sleep, he said as he stood in the doorway. Aw, show, come on, let me in, I can take care of you, the blonde whined. No. Sure. No. The two stood, standoffish at the door, neither seeming to budge when something caught the blonde's eye. Confusion spread across his face, so Aizawa tracked his vision. The FNG shoes. Show. Who dash? Aizawa quickly stopped him with a hand over his mouth, keeping it there as he slowly pulled his phone out of his pocket and began texting the man, Yamada leaning forward to look at the message as he typed it. Shoyuda, I took in 2 homeless kids last night. They do not trust heroes. Nizu has been working with me to find their identities and I'm trying to help them. Right? He said overly loudly. Like I said, I really appreciate the visit. Shoyuda, do not announce that you know they are here. Do not tell anyone. He continued, I just really need rest. Swing by on Sunday if you really want to check on me. Shoyuda, I have to gain their trust so I can help them. So please, just go. I'll be in touch. And don't tell Namuri I'm sick, okay? I don't want her barging in here and nagging me. The two exchanged knowing glances. Hizashi nodded, passing him the bag of potted soups and responding theatrically. Right. Well, so long as you're keeping your fluids up, show. Your students missed you today. Don't lie. See you after the weekend's ash. Bye dash. The blonde called out as the door was slammed in his face. Aizawa sighed as he turned, scooting the kid's shoes to the side and hiding them behind his boots before heading to the hallway. He gently knocked on the boy's door. Coast is clear, guys. But there was no response, and when he pressed his ear to the door he could hear gentle sobs. Boys, it's okay. It's just me now. Can I come in? Still no response. I'm going to open the door. I'll do it nice and slow. You call out if you don't want me to, okay? Again no response came, so he very slowly started to turn the knob and gently, inch by inch he pushed. It's Aizawa. It's just Zawa coming in. Nobody else is here, I promise. Once he had it open about a foot, he peeked inside, and in the corner, with the bedding pulled up in front of them, huddled 2 boys, clinging on to each other, faces wrought with distress. The sight made his chest clench. He carried on pushing the door, quickly getting onto his knees to be at their level before snuffling forwards. Izuku, Haruto, it's going to be okay. Please, Izuku sobbed. I don't want tea to go. His fists clenched into Haruto's sleeves as his arm pulled tighter. Oh Izuku, no, you don't have to go back on the streets. He knelt back into his heels, sitting at arm's length from the pair. If I'm honest, I don't want either of you to go back to that ever again. I promise we can work something out. Besides, Tuna would be really pissy at me if you boys left, especially Haruto. Plus, who's going to teach me the best way to cook katsudon, huh? He held open his arms, unsure if it was the right thing to do, but the thought barely left his head before Izuku was barreling forward for a cuddle, Haruto timidly pushing forward and clinging onto and hugging his brother's back. Everyone sighed and slumped down a little in relief as Aizawa reached out, encircling both boys in his arms. Things were going to work out, he'd promised. After the stress of Hizashi's visit, the 3 decided to huddle up with blankets and a cat on the couch and discussing which movie to put on the TV. Izuku was currently laid upside down, with his head slightly dangling over the front of the cushions and feet hanging over the top. I want to watch Big Hero 6, but the trauma of Tadashi is too much for me right now. Who? Izuku looked up at Haruto like he'd grown an extra head, making him stifle a laugh. Yes, sorry Izuku. I don't know that one either. The small boy tumbled back off the couch and stood up with his hands on his hips, shaking his head in faux disappointment, a crime against humanity. Haruto laughed. I've seen that girl that goes off to fight a war for her dad? But girls weren't allowed in the army? There's a small dragon. Oh, for of course your sheethead dad dash. Language. Of course he'd allow that in the collection of movies. To be fair though, some of the songs are bangers, the smaller boy said as he scratched his jaw. Aizawa got up at this point. The eye rolling was actually giving him a headache, but at least the small peals of laughter soothed the ache in his soul. You pick what you like while I heat up the food Zashi bought over. Standing in the kitchen as the food spun in the microwave, he watched the two over the kitchen island. It was intense how quickly they both seemed to descend into panic. Izuku's fears obviously centered on being left alone, ending back on the streets, and maybe something to do with the night of his mother's death? It was only logical. Haruto was a different kettle of fish throughout the day, especially when Izuku hadn't been there. The boy seemed to flit between confusion over simple kind gestures and absolute panic about God knows what. During the night, despite the tiredness that had zapped him, he'd noticed how unsure the teen looked when he was feeding Izuku before giving him his meds, and he absolutely didn't miss Haruto's immense terror when Izuku made fun of his apparently ancient knees. It was like he was expecting the hero to turn into a vicious monster. It shone a light on what home life with Endeavor must have been like, and he didn't like it one bit. He carried on dishing out the soup, breaking up the bread buns to put on the side. His phone had been going batshit since Hizashi left, but he was purposely ignoring it. He could deal with all that later. Haruto, can you help me carry these over? We can just set them on the coffee table. Coming. The boy hopped up, enthusiastically depositing tuna on Izuku's lap. The two carried over the 3 bowls and big plate of broken-up bread, Aizawa quickly heading back to grab the 3 glasses of water before shimmying into a spare sleeping bag and slumping down to the left of Izuku on the corner of the couch. So did you pick a movie? Izuku nodded almost violently in excitement. Monsters Inc. No daddy issues dash. Haruto butted in with a scoff. No dead brothers. Lots of bright colors and textures for pneumostimulation. So DMN cute. Neurostimulation. Yeah, that one. Izuku and Haruto ended up passing out just before the movie finished, the younger boy probably from having another dose of medicine. Thankfully he'd insisted on pausing the movie as soon as they'd finished eating so the boys could wash up and change into their new PJs. He'd even turned off most of the lights. The only ones on were the small lamp beside the kotatsu and the little color-changing light strip under the coffee table that Hizashi had bought him and installed when it sat in a box on the kitchen counter for 6 weeks. So the room had a nice warm glow, perfect for snoozing. He didn't really want to move them, but at the same time, sleeping all nice and cozy in bed would be a much better sleep surely? So he got up as quietly as possible and went into the boys' room, making the beds again after the panic of earlier had kind of tossed everything around. He changed into his night clothes, got ready for bed and came back out to the couch. He then stood there feeling like this was some kind of dramatic bomb disposal test, literally just still as a statue, glancing between the boys. He decided to go for Haruto first. The boy had tuna on his lap so they could go to the bed together. Should I wake him or just carry him, maybe both? So kneeling down in front of the teen, he very gently patted his shoulder. Haruto, he whispered. The boy cracked an eye slowly, fingers spreading across Tuna's fur. It's time for bed, kid. Do you want me to carry you? It will help you stay asleep and I absolutely don't mind. He spread the warmest, friendliest smile he could manage on his face, feeling like a bit of an idiot because he's never one for doing that big soft heroic smile. I probably look creepy. But it worked. Haruto simply nodded and closed his eyes again. So he whispers, describing his movements as he makes them, hoping to keep the boy comfortable. Then softly ambles down the hall and into the bedroom, the teen in his arms like a sleeping princess. After quickly tucking him and Tuna into the boy's futon, He slipped back out into the living room to get Izuku but stopped in his tracks when he saw the boy sitting up, wide awake but staring off into the distance. Izuku. He sits next to him, quietly inquiring if he's okay. My quirk. He looks up with those big green eyes. I can tell you what happened, if you like. My quirk. He looks up with those big green eyes. I can tell you what happened, if you like. Aizawa almost has to physically stop himself from shouting, yeah. Because the boy is trusting him, it's happening. Not that he would ever show that level of excitement in reality, except where coffee is involved maybe? And cats? Izuku shifts a little, looking uncomfortable. Oh shit, I've literally been staring at the kid and not saying anything. I'm here for you, I'm listening, internal cringing activated, idiot. Why am I so bad at communicating in emotional situations? So, my full name is Izuku Midoriya. I don't know why I'm starting with that. I said I'd tell you about my quirk, what am I doing? Izuku, it's fine, just get it all off your chest, it's okay. He gives the boy a tiny soft smile. So, when I was little and my friends started getting quirks, I didn't. And my mom was worried I was going to be quirkless. At my appointment on my 5th birthday, the doctor said I might get a quirk because I didn't have something. Izuku stared up at the ceiling trying to remember something. I don't know, it was an x-ray of my feet, but then, my quirk didn't come in. Even when it, take a deep breath, it's okay, you're safe here. He started hurting me, he said trauma could bring out my quirk. He said he was helping me when he beat me, burnt me. My mom, she just went quiet. Dad left eventually, business trip or something. He never came back. Mom just took up more shifts. Went to bed extra early, he shrugged, still looking at the floor. Aizawa was grateful that the boy wasn't looking at him while he told his story. Quite frankly, the demonic look of pure rage on his face might have scared the boy. I'm going to find his dad and dash. Things were okay for a while, school was not so great I guess. But it was okay, I was fine. Then about a year ago, I was dreaming about flying. Izuku looked over to him with a wobbly smile, trapped in a memory as Aizawa schooled a blank expression onto his face. It was like dancing in the air, it was warm, the breeze was warm and breathing was light and free and it just felt nice, to start with. Then it almost felt like the air around me was getting a bit heavy, like flying was getting tiring. He felt a strange sense of foreboding, an anxiety that was gently rising like water soaking up into a sponge. Did you wake up? Yes, everything was on fire. Everything. The bed or what was left of it, the drawers, even the carpet. It looked like it had been burning for a while too, like everything was black, the curtains were gone, the bedding and mattress. And the first thing I thought, he chuckled, looking down to his fiddling fingers, it didn't feel hot. Maybe I had a fire resistance quirk, maybe Dad's training had worked, so stupid. A bitterness made his mouth twist, that wasn't training. It was abuse. Izuku, he struggled not to growl. And it's not stupid, that amount of fire would have produced a ridiculous amount of heat and smoke. So, what happened next? When I looked down to check if I had any burns, there was nothing. No, I don't mean no burns. I had no body, no arms, no legs, nothing. He frowned. What was his quirk then? I was flying. I felt it then when I wasn't thinking about the fire and the smoke. I was flapping. I had wings, made of fire. Izuku took a deep shuddery breath. I flew out into the hallway. My door was mostly burnt out. So I went to the bathroom and in the mirror. I looked in the mirror and I was a butterfly, completely made of fire. He couldn't help how raised his eyebrows were. That sounds very beautiful. Is that a stupid thing to say? Sheet. I thought so. I was about the size of your hand. I can still picture it. I've always wanted to look up what type of butterfly it. Izuku then grew solemn, but then I remembered Mom. I flew through the fire, it didn't burn at all. But I had no voice, I was shouting but it was only in my head, I had no. The firemen burst through the door with hoses and I panicked. I thought, what if they sprayed me, would I die? So I flew away back to where the bathroom window had this mesh, and I pushed and pressed against it and when it melted I got out. Izuku was breathing faster, hands gripped into fists holding the couch blanket. I was so frightened, he sobbed. I thought I was going to die. He couldn't take it anymore. Izuku, come here kid, Ju wanna who dash? But Izuku cut him off as he shoved forward into his welcoming embrace. I hid under the concrete stairway in the apartment block B because everything I touched kept setting on fire, and I didn't want them to put me out. The boy kept pushing out stuttered sentences in the breaks between sobs, and he didn't know if he should just let the poor kid get it all out or tell him to take a break and calm down. I saw them pull out my mom's body. They said she was dead, she was all charred and black, and then the neighbor he said, oh the poor mom, it was probably that useless quirkless kid's fault. Izuku put on a deeper voice as he mimicked the man. Well, that guy sounds like a JRK, he said as he rubbed circles into Izuku's back, a move he'd seen the kid use on his big brother. Izuku did a wet laugh, his sobs quieting down. I stayed out of sight, all the while trying to talk, trying to turn it off. Then a hero turned up and, well, I thought he'd be different. He was one of my favorites, but when the fireman said, oh, it's just some quirkless kid we haven't found, he left. Like he had more important things to do, like finding me didn't matter dash. Which hero? He didn't hide the growl from his voice that time. Izuku snapped up to look him in the eyes, pulling back from the hug. Oh, no, it doesn't matter. He sat back at little, he knew he shouldn't press it, but he's got a dad, a neighbor, a firefighter, and a hero to find and kill. Well, maybe not kill, but put in jail at least. Maybe rough up a bit first. Izuku, I won't push you to talk about it, but I need you to understand that what they said, what that hero did, it's wrong. Quirk or no quirk, it's our job to save lives and protect people. That neighbor, that firefighter, and that hero are wrong. What they said is discrimination, and it's so DMN disgusting. You deserve so much more than that bullshit. Language. Cheeky, he smirked. Do you want to carry on? Izuku looked down at his hands and nodded. Okay, I'm listening. So what happened after that? Well, I hid for days under those stairs. I was frightened that someone would try and I don't know, stomp on me to put me out, and then it rained for a day or two dash. Wait? He shook his head in confusion. You were still a fire butterfly. What about eating, drinking, sleeping, going to the toilet, you know? I didn't need any of that. Fire just needs, oxygen, I think. I don't know. I wasn't hungry, cold, tired, anything. After it stopped raining, I flew around, mostly at night. I started trying to look for somewhere quiet to live if I could turn it off. And, I went to my mom's and my funeral. It was an accident, to be honest. I was looking for somewhere to live when I saw someone, my mom's friend and her son, my school someone from school. They were it. Sensing another imminent breakdown, he tried to get the kid to move on. We can talk about that another time if you like. Izuku nodded. So where did you go? I went around the whole area. I tried to avoid the rain. It felt like, my guess is, Izuku looked up at the ceiling again, poking his tongue out of the side of his mouth. Oh, like pins and needles. So yeah, I tried to stay under stairways, in alleyways. I saw a lot of bad things at night, but I don't know, about a couple of months ago I found that building. Izuku looked up again, not noticing the shock on his face at finding out he was a goddamn butterfly that couldn't talk, eat, or sleep for around 10 FNG months. I don't know if you saw it, but running along the back was a river that separates the buildings from the residential zone, and well, one day as I was coming out there was a super strong gust of wind and I flapped so hard I was so scared, but I just got dumped in the river. Izuku took a deep, calming breath. When I swam up to the surface, I was back to normal. So I ran into the housing area and grabbed Dash. Izuku looked up in panic, mouth opening and closing like a fish. Hey, it's fine, you just did what you needed to do to survive, okay? I got some clothes and well, I went back to my old place and got my shoes, used some broken glass to cut the ends open because they were a bit small. Then I just tried to survive. Aizawa's mind was spinning. That talk was a lot. After the kid had finished talking, they sat in silence. Izuku had eventually slumped back into his arms, initially for a cuddle before passing out from exhaustion. He felt a desperate need to keep this boy safe and comfortable. He'd be better getting a solid night's sleep in bed, with his brother close by, and Tuna apparently. So he carried him to his room and tucked him into his futon, looking over to Haruto, who was adorably curled up on his side. hugging Tuna like a teddy bear. He's actually amazed at how the teen and the cat have just gravitated towards each other. As if Tuna knows he needs different care and attention, not that Izuku hasn't been through some hardships because by God he has, but he seems to have a much better handle on everyday life. Whereas Haruto has some deep psychological trauma, something that he hopes they can figure out how to overcome. He quietly steps out of the room, leaving the door a tiny bit ajar so the cat can escape if he needs to. Then gently pads over to the kotatsu, grabbing his silenced phone from the counter as he passes. Hisashi, 7 texts, Nemuri, 2 texts, group chat, 37 messages, 1 missed call from Tsukachi, 1 voicemail from Tsukachi, Nizu, 2 texts. He groans and turns back around, heading into the kitchen for a drink coffee? Hot chocolate? Maybe whiskey? He's grateful for the inherent heat retention qualities of living in a well-insulated apartment. It means that sitting at the kotatsu sipping a glass of whiskey with 2 ice cubes feels nicely relaxing. After a couple of deep breaths, he unlocks his phone. Hisashi, oh my god. Hisashi, how old are they? Can you give me more details? Hisashi, I won't tell anyone, I just want to know. Hisashi, is there anyone we need to track down and, punch a little? Hisashi, come on, you can't leave me hanging like this. Hisashi, oh come on please. Akai. Nemuri, I heard you're sick. Have you got everything you need? Just text me if you need anything at all. Nemuri, don't forget orgasms produce endorphins, headaches. Gone. Aha. Voicemail, hey Aizawa, just wanted to let you know the restaurants didn't call last night and a lil birdie told me you left your patrol shift early too. The man chuckled quietly. Anyways, let me know if you need any help. Talk to you soon. Might take you up on that. Got some assholes to F up? Nizu, how are the boys today? I'm very looking forward to meeting them. Still not getting much detail on young Todoroki. But I've pulled up plenty on little Midoriya, reports from one Aldera elementary school. I've looked extensively into them and am quite looking forward to start the process of getting that place burned to the ground. Got a few hospital records and things too. Some doctored information on the fire reports from the night of the accident as well. I'd very much like for us to discuss this further in person. Nizu, oh and I found the younger boy's father. Hisashi. Midoriya was an alias. Hisashi Mayuka, small-time arms dealer with the Yakuza, died in a raid almost 3 years ago. I've emailed the files. Ashit. No sweet vengeance. Aizawa, thanks for the info. The boys have been up and down, there's a lot of trauma that needs to be addressed. Izuku opened up to me tonight. Quirk didn't come in at the usual time. Father beat him, mother neglected him, I suspected bullying and stuff at school so I'm not surprised by your info. His quirk manifested while he was asleep and caused the fire. He couldn't turn it off so he hid. He turns into a butterfly made of fire. He spent roughly 10 months like that. I've not seen it yet, I suspect he is too scared to use it, it only turned off when he accidentally fell into a river. The firefighters, neighbors and a hero on the scene need to be tracked down and charged with discrimination. I'm going to try talk to the boys some more tomorrow. Nizu, oh what an incredible sounding quirk, I'm most intrigued. I'll leave you to it for tonight, but I'd really like it if when you came back to UA on Monday, you brought the boys along. You've still got tomorrow and Sunday to work on that. Great, no pressure. He dumped his phone on the table, not even bothering to think about the goddamn group chat. 37 messages? Fall that. He looked over to the wall clock, 8:27 p.m. This could be the earliest he's ever been to bed, but he's got the boys to take care of and last night wasn't exactly a solid night's sleep, so he could do with repaying some of that debt. Izuku woke with a start, lunging forward with his hands around his throat, heart beating like a frantic drum in his chest. He patted the bedding around him in some subconscious panic that everything would be on fire but it was safe. The fact that it was still dark meant it was probably the middle of the night. All the talk about his quirk appearance pulled the whole thing forward into his nightmares. So he leant over to grab his water and gulped it down, happily extinguishing non-existent flames. It seemed like his illness was pretty much gone, the weird cloudiness in his head and occasional rampant fevers had dissipated. So he was left with his usual weird o'clock brain activity. I wonder if Tuna has a quirk, he quietly mumbled. He yawned and licked his lips a couple of times, looking around the dark room. What time is it? I really want to know. What if it's like 5:50 a.m.? Is there really any point in going to sleep again? But if it's closer to 2 a.m. then I can go back to Snoozeville, he sighed. There really was nothing to it, he had to get up and find out the time. Maybe he can offer to do some odd jobs for Aizawa for some pocket money so he could buy a cheap watch? Wait, he's not my dad, he's not going to give me pocket money. PFT, as if dad ever gave me pocket money, he whispered to himself as he crawled up out of his bedding. As he stood and reached for the door, he halted suddenly. He remembered that he was on the couch with not in bed. Izuku frowned and turned around, looking at Haruto and Tuna, who was sprawled across his chest. It made him feel warm and fuzzy inside to know that his brother had found maybe a kindred spirit in the cat, and also that Zawa was taking care of them so perfectly. With a smile on his face, he stepped out into the hallway and on into the living room. The little strip light under the coffee table was still on, so it wasn't pitch black, but it still made him feel uneasy. Wandering around the hero's apartment on his own while the man presumably slept felt wrong. 2:24 a.m. Okay, brain, you need to shut up now. He plodded back to the bedroom, drinking a sip of water on his way past the dresser, but as he sat back down onto the futon there was a grumble from his side. Time is it, Zoo? Haruto rasped, still laying down, threading fingers through Tuna's fur. About 2:30. Sorry for waking you, Oneku. Izuku sits cross-legged on the bedding, fiddling with his fingers. I told Zoa about my quirk, told him my name and all that. Haruto doesn't flinch or get upset like Izuku was afraid he would. He doesn't even open his eyes. Instead he just hums as he pets Tuna. After a minute or so he whispers, voice still raspy with sleep, glad you opened up, Tiem. Zawa said he stopped to yawn. He promised things to work out. Said he didn't want us to leave or... He licks his lips and mumbles a little, turning onto his side, Tuna moving into the crook of his neck. I think that's what he meant. Said Tuna'd be sad, he wants you to show him Katsudon recipes or esnen. The teen lets out another grumble and yawn. Izuku watched affectionately. Haruto, when well-fed, cared for, comfortable and warm, apparently turned into a sleepy kitten. He really wants to ask if maybe Aizawa could be their new dad, but he knows it could trigger Haruto, and with the display of cuteness he doesn't want to risk it. So instead, he just scoots down to try go back to sleep. Okay, Onayakan. Night, baby bro. I'm gonna do better this time. Another yawn. Be a better brother. Izuku smiles and adds, you're already the best for me. The next time he wakes up, the sun is shining and there's already a smile on his face because the first thing he sees is Haruto with Tuna asleep on his head. He can't help the giggle that bursts out. You should dye your hair black, he says, laughing even harder as a confused noise bubbles out from under the fur. Oh, maybe I can dye my hair black too, then we'll look like Aizawa's real kids. Somewhere else in the apartment there's a sudden clatter of cups or something, followed immediately by cursing. Haruto sits up as Tuna runs out of the room, probably to determine if it was a can of tuna that was dropped. He whispers, I think he might have heard you. Do you think if you accidentally called him dad he'd literally sheet his pants? Izuku looked at the teen with a wide open mouth. He was shocked, but to be honest he had his mouth extra wide to emphasize the drama. But the longer the silence extends the more he actually begins to internally panic, because after he went back to sleep he dreamt about getting a piggyback ride from the man and going to a fairground where the cotton candy made certain body parts turn into jelly, except not in a horror story kind of way, just in the this is crazy and fun kind of wah. Yeah, I heard you in your sleep. Blue cotton candy, dad. We can wobble our way to the teacups, dad. And I knew it was Zawa because you were smiling in your sleep. Haruto grinned. Izuku gasps because apparently he'd said that about his dream out loud, but he wasn't sure he believed that he'd been sleep-talking. Maybe Haruto was just teasing him using the information he'd just gained. Don't you, stove? Gas stove? Don't you stove like me? What? I think I heard someone saying it once, like making someone question life or memories something? What's that got to go with lighting a stovetop? Izuku frowned. I'm not sure anyways. He pushed himself up, grabbing Haruto's arm and pulling him into a standing position. Do you remember talking in the middle of the night? Yep, he said as he popped the What do you think's going to happen now? Izuku bit his lip. I don't know, we could show him how good it would be letting us stay? Good idea. Okay, come on, and whatever happens, we're in this together. Aizawa was standing awkwardly in the kitchen when the boys appeared, leaning forward on the counter of the island. Good morning, kids. Did you sleep okay? They both nodded. Haruto stepped forward with a small smile. Thank you for taking care of us last night and carrying us to bed. His gaze wandered around the room, awkwardness matching the heroes. No problem, we need to get you kids more protein, you're both light as feathers. Speaking of, what would you like for breakfast? Izuku practically leapt forward, interrupting, I can do it. It was almost a shout, the other two looking at him like he'd grown a second head. That is. I'd like to cook breakfast? I mean, if you like. Alright, relax. If you want to cook breakfast, me and Haruto won't mind one bit, will we, kid? Aizawa bought an excessively large cup of coffee up, sipping loudly as if it was a little too hot, but he was too desperate to wait for it to cool down. I can do Tuna's breakfast. Haruto joined in with equal intensity. Aizawa frowned. Alright, what's going on? Why are you two doing dash? He waved his hand around in the air between the boys in a circular motion. This desire to please and provide or whatever? Izuku and Haruto froze, because they didn't want to be too obvious. Can we talk at? Or after breakfast? Please? Izuku pleaded softly. The hero looked concerned. It made Izuku's chest feel tight, and he wanted everyone to sit down to a nice breakfast where they could all feel warm, fed and calm before talking about what happens next. He didn't want to just casually say while everyone was just standing around, oh hey, remember how I told you my story because you said you didn't want us to go back on the street and you promised we would make things work out, and so I trusted you, and then I started dreaming that we were a real family and I want to stay and make it come true, but I'm scared. A strange noise pulled Izuku out of his wild rambling. It sounded like a choke, cry and wheeze combined. He looked at Haruto, who was frozen still, eyes wide. Then he looked across to Aizawa, who looked similar, except his hand was grasping his face over his open mouth. Did I dash? He stuttered in panic. Haruto pushed into him, enveloping him in a protective hug and gently shushing Izuku's continued stuttered gibberish. All the while he was looking at the hero as if he was ready to murder him if he said the wrong thing. Izuku, it's okay. The man seemed to recover quickly. It's incredibly sweet what you're thinking, and I'm pleased that you trust me. I want both of you boys to trust me. I meant it when I said I don't want you to go back on the streets, and not just that. He took a deep breath. I want you to stay here. I have a foster license. I like your company, so does Tuna. I am not very good at emotional stuff. I'm awkward and quiet, and some people would go as far as calling me cold, but if you gave me a chance, we can make this overpriced apartment into a home. Haruto relaxed his shoulders. Wide, teary green eyes peeked out from the teen's embrace. Haruto asked him to join the cuddle, Izuku whispered. The boy stiffened and hissed into green curls. He just said he doesn't do emotional stuff. Oh, for God's sake, you two need to work on silent communication, groaned the hero as he rounded the kitchen island and wrapped his arms around the boys. Izuku, you're on breakfast duty? Haruto, feed Tuna? I'm going to hop in the shower real quick and hide from my feelings for a few minutes. Then we are going to sit and have a chat. About 20 minutes later, the three of them are eating at the kotatsu, sipping orange juice. Nobody knowing who was going to start the chat. Aizawa sighed as he put his chopsticks down. Haruto, I don't know if Izuku told you, but last night he told me his identity and what happened to him. He is at present classified as dead. Do you know if you are too? The boy chewed his food, thinking how best to approach the situation. Yes, I think so. Okay, so the principal of UA is a very intelligent man. Rat bear. Anyway, he can probably set you guys up with new identities if you want, then you can stay here. Next up, and stop me if this is too much, we should start with full medicals, make sure you're both okay, figure out any vitamin deficiencies we need to combat, etc. Then we need to work on your education, get you caught up where you need to, and back to school. Izuku, he looked the boy head on, reaching out to grasp his hands. We should figure out all the details of your quirk and get it registered. He tensed. Figuring out the quirk? That would mean having to what if I get stuck? What if I can't turn it on even? They never tried to Hey, what's my quirk, Izuku? The boy had tears welling up in his eyes. This was a lot, a real lot. But still, he didn't flinch when Aizawa activated his quirk, something he hadn't done around the boys as he'd been told it looked a little intimidating. But Izuku practically had stars in his eyes, a wide grin spread across his rosy warm cheeks. Erasure. You can deactivate any emitter or non-mutant type quirk. Your eyes glow red and your hair floats, which I've always wondered if there was some telekinesis aspect to your quirk, especially given the way your iconic scarf. Mutter mutter mutter. The hero looked over to Haruto with a single brow raised, but the boy smirked. Oh, he's got a whole 2 pages dedicated to you in his first book. First book? Izuku squeaked and shoved his hands over his mouth. Sorry, came a muffled response. Aizawa huffed a laugh. Where's this special book then? There's T-dash. Izuku leapt over the table, colliding with the teen, attacking the boy's face to cover his mouth. Haruto decided he was having none of that and stuck his tongue as far out as possible. Boo-boo-boo-boo, gross. As the 2 boys tumbled next to the kotatsu, the hero picked up the plates with an eye roll, albeit with a fond look on his face, and took them to the kitchen to wash up. As he finished, the boys were breathlessly laughing, so he tried again. Book? Izuku? With a very long groan, he pushed up off the floor and walked to the bedroom, muttering quietly as he went. The second he went through the door, Haruto skipped over. Heiza, he whispered, he's real embarrassed about these books. I think some kids used to be mean to him about them. Will you please be kind to him about them? Before the man could reply, Izuku was plodding back with his head down, 2 notebooks in hand, so he simply nodded to the teen in understanding. About 15 minutes later, Aizawa closed the second notebook and put it on the coffee table, leaning back again on the recliner. Well, Izuku, 3 quirks is an incredible feat. Dabi, he looked over to his brother who shrugged, then back to the hero. What do you mean? A fire quirk, a food quirk, what was it? Noms from nothing, and an analysis quirk. He whistled an impressed tone. That's pretty spectacular. Oh, but. Haruto stood and bowed, a sheet-eating grin on his face. Apologies, sir. It appears your Izuku has broken. If you still have your receipt, you can return for an exchange or full refund. Hey. So, do you have a page or 2 on your own quirk? Aizawa asked when everyone had calmed down. The morning was going well so far. Everyone was still sat around the kotatsu with warm toes and full bellies, so the hero figured he might as well push his luck. No. Right, I'll be right back. He pushed himself up and wandered off to his bedroom. Once there, he went over to the wardrobe and pulled out a box from the top shelf. It was where he kept spare office supplies for if he was going extra work when at home. He rummaged around and pulled out a pack of glitter gel pens Hisashi bought him as a joke and grabbed one of the present mic notepads, which he bought himself but hid, then went back out to the boys. The 2 seemed to be whispering to each other and acted like they'd been caught with hands in the cookie jar when he reappeared in the room. What? He said with a raised brow. Izuku squeaked and half-shouted, Nothing, sorry. He was pretty sure Haruto mouthed, my life, but he wasn't totally sure. Right? Anyway, he reached over and handed the notepad and pens to Izuku. Here you go, this is specifically for analysis on your quirk, and if you want to do your brother's too you can, it's up to him. Start one at the front, the other at the back if you do so. The boys nodded but didn't say any more, so he continued, okay, so, you turn into a butterfly, made of fire. Do you have a name for it? Hot Wings, Haruto deadpanned immediately, then burst out laughing, getting a slap on the arm from his brother. Nope, I'm still working on it. Okay, write down the basics as bullet points on the first page for me, then we can go through them one by one. Izuku did a cute little jig, cuddling the notepad and pens like it was treasure, then nodded and got to work. Haruto got up, offered to get everyone drinks, and sauntered off to the kitchen. So he opened up the laptop and searched online for pictures of different types of butterflies. When a screen lit up with pictures, he turned it around to Izuku. Any of these? If he thought Izuku had stars in his eyes about the notebook, then now the kid was like a goddamn supernova. With a bright smile that made the skin around his eyes crinkle and his little nose scrunch up a little, he nodded and bit his lip, leaning forward to look through the photos. What size is this one? He pointed to the screen. The patterns were made by what I think was different temperature flames, but this one is the closest. if it's like, this dash, he held his hands open about 10 to 15 centimeters wide, big, then I think it's that one. Unless it's just a simple representation of what my brain projects when it thinks of butterflies and the actual species of butterflies is irrelevant dash. With a squeak he covered his mouth. Why do you do that? Cover your mouth and stop talking? Oh, and yes, that's a possibility, but it's good for the notes on your quirk to provide a visual aid for descriptive purposes. Yeah, good point. Oh, Izuku looked down at his lap, speaking quietly. I guess I try cover my rambling because the kids at school said I was creepy and would push me around more if I didn't try to stop myself. Aizawa tooted, but before he could say any more Haruto returned with drinks and a cute little growl. They're just jealous because you're smarter than they are. Maybe Zoa can help us get stronger, teach us some self-defense. A reactive measure isn't as good as a preventative counter. There shouldn't be kids pushing you around in the first place. The teachers should be combating bullying, he says angrily. That being said, some schools just don't have good staff. Plus, teaching us self-defense is a good preventative measure. It prevents us from getting our butts kicked without having to use our quirks, Haruto smirks. Aizawa has a strange urge to puff his chest out in pride. Haruto seems to be coming out of his shell more, and even if it's presenting as him being a cheeky sheet, it's still progress. Anyway, we'll talk about that later. Now this, he clicks on the screen, is a monarch butterfly. It's around 8 to 12 centimeters across, so I think it's probably a good match. Okay, Izuku adds to his notes. After a couple minutes of listening to quiet mumbling and frantic scribbling, he decides to ask more. Did you find out anything else about your quirk, any special abilities? Izuku lifts the end of his pen to his mouth and taps his lips absent-mindedly while thinking, I could control the temperature, I think. When I was trying to hide or not be seen while moving around at night, I could make the flames darker, and I think they were cooler, less stuff caught on fire by accident anyway. Haruto piped up, that's cool, Izuku. My flames got hotter when I got emotional. Aizawa watched how the boy had gone from excitement at having something to add to the conversation, something relatable, to obviously remembering something he didn't want to and shutting down a little. He still didn't want to push the teen though, he wanted him to talk when he was ready. Well, that's something we can test. Any other trials you ran during your time as a butterfly? Any training or anything? Not really. I wanted to learn how to train my quirk. Even though I was terrified of it, I thought one day I could, so after I turned back, I went to Endeavors. Well, I stumbled on the place by accident to start with, and then it seemed the perfect opportunity to see how he trained with a fire quirk, but he was just abusing his kid. Izuku had a disgusted look on his face before shaking his head sadly, and that's how I met I mean, Haruto had the same idea, alright? Why you were there to learn to write. The boy laughed a little awkwardly, face silently screaming with panic that he'd said too much. Haruto slumped. It's okay, Zu, you've told your story? I suppose I should tell mine. Aizawa considered himself to be a fairly reasonable man. He wasn't particularly violent, or at least not violent when it wasn't necessary. He had a calm attitude, never quick to judge. Okay, so all of that's bullshit. And right now he's got 2 kids who were abused by their dads, abandoned or rendered useless by father figures in society. And goddamn, he feels a murderous venom coursing through his veins. But he dials it down and simply keeps a mild distaste rendered on his face, pushing the agonizing rage down, sheltering young impressionable eyes. The talk had gone well. There were still questions about who these people that kept him while he was in that coma for 3 years. Boy, did they scream villainous. But Haruto had left the place in a frantic hurry after lighting a fire and making a run for it. They'd said he was damaged and that his body would never be able to withstand his quirk again. He definitely needed that medical. So after the chat, the boys went for a shower and bath to relax, then chilled out watching cartoons, giving the hero plenty of time to get in touch with Nizu to pass on the details. Boys, Nizu wants you both to come in on Monday. To UA with me. I'm back at work, but after homeroom I'm free until after lunch. We can get your new identities set up, then take you to see Recovery Girl and see what condition you're both in. Condition? Like a collectible figure. That's what you say when you want to buy a special one off somebody. You ask what condition it's in. Izuku piped up as if he was giving vital information. So dim and cute. Hey Zoa, can you help us fix the bush baby? Haruto pushed his brother away with a soft hand to the face, while Izuku squawked indignantly, "His hair is like dash." He pursed his lips in concentration. "If you took one of those bushes that can be shaped into things but then a tornado came by." "Haruto, don't be mean to your brother." "But yes. We can fix bush, baby," he smirked. After a combination of clippers, why he had them nobody knew, and scissors, Izuku was left with a high undercut and the remaining wavy hair tousled down to his jaw. With one of Aizawa's hairbands, the longer hair was fixed up into a messy top knot bun. "Haruto wants his hair dyeing black so he can match tuna." "Shut up, no I don't." The hero got up and walked away from the squabbling children, pressing small circles into his temples as he walked over to his precious coffee machine. He's only had 2 cups today so far and it's now almost lunchtime. What a travesty. "Heiza," Izuku calls from the couch, "your phone's doing that vibrating thing. Is it constant or just every now and then?" "Just every now and then," Haruto replies. "Just ignore it," he sighs. "Actually, so you know my friend that came around?" The boys nod, obviously a little anxious about the memory. "That friend was the hero present." Mike, Izuku gasped and started mumbling, so he cleared his throat and raised his voice a little. "He also works at UA, and if you're comfortable with it, I know he'd love to meet you both. He loves kids and he's a very, fun? Some people say he's very fun and emotionally mature? Emotionally available." The boys had just as much confusion on their faces as he did. "Why am I so bad at this? Anyway, I'll take you to meet Nizu, but we will inevitably bump into him at some point. I've been friends with him since I was about 16 years old. He is loud and sort of forces friendship on people," he finished with a grumble. "Okay." Both answered together. The rest of the day went by without a hitch. The boys spent a good portion of the afternoon reading after Aizawa let them into his bedroom to raid the bookcase. Izuku adds more to his notes and starts from the back with his brother's quirk too. He orders a couple of sets of fireproof heat-proof bedding for both kids, despite Haruto insisting his quirk is under control, and then asks the boys to choose a color for blankets and towels. He even drags them over to the laptop and gets them, one by one, to go through the website and choose more stylized clothing rather than the bland nondescript stuff he'd ordered them. He snuck a look over Izuku's shoulder, seeing him get excited about a few bits of hero merchandise. So despite his terrible experience with heroes, present company excluded, it seemed the kid's fanboy tendencies hadn't vanished completely. "Do you have any merch?" Izuku called out. "Absolutely not." "Oh okay." The boy sounded disappointed. "Maybe he could." Nope, stop that." Sunday was much the same, but by mid-afternoon he couldn't avoid it anymore. He had to check his phone. 87 group chat messages. 5 texts from Hizashi. "Hizashi, hey show, still doing radio silence I see?" "Hizashi, are you coming into work on Monday?" "Hizashi, sure." "Hizashi, Nizu said you're coming in Monday. I called him. He said you're bringing the boys. Can I meet them?" "Hizashi, aw come on so." He huffed out a breath and tilted his head back, aches rippling through his shoulders and neck as he did. Looking back at his phone, a smirk stretched across his face. "Shoyuta? No." "Ha." He watched as the little typing bubble popped up, then disappeared, then popped up, then disappeared. "Ha, I suppose I've tortured him enough." "Shoyuta, fine." Obviously he was going to introduce them, but you've got to take little pleasures in life when you can, and even though he wasn't there to experience it, the panic distress that would have caused is worth the minor effort. "Hizashi, oich. Good. I can't wait to meet them." Greater than over equal to less than over equal to. Ode. "Shoyuta, just try not to overwhelm them. Really try. More than you've ever tried at anything." "Hizashi, got it." "Hizashi, should I get them some of my merch? Do they like heroes? What about getting some of the staff autographs and giving them one of those cute books to collect them in?" Greater than over equal to less than over equal to. "Shoyuta, Hizashi. What did I say?" "Hizashi, ips, // He was about to throw his phone onto the recliner chair when another message was added to the group chat, so after a couple of deep, calming breaths he opened it, ignoring the option to be taken to the top of the unread messages, instead just looking at the last one. 60% of the time, I know you're on your phone, Shoyuta. Stop ignoring us. Erg. Loud noises, he was just texting me, smug. 60% of the time, Hisashi shop being aware. Shoyuta, how are you feeling, sweetheart? Loud noises, WF? That's rich. This is why I don't read the messages in group chat. And what is even with these names? Anchorman? Why? Glass case of emotion, calm the F down. He frowned in distaste. Glass case of emotion, who changed my name? 60% of the time, admin writes. You're just mad because you missed movie night on Friday. Glass case of emotion, unlikely story, now leave me alone. I'm back in on Monday. Don't harass me. He locked his phone, taking the extra precaution of going into his room and tossing the phone on the bed, then closing the door. Haruto woke up gently, soft little kitty snores next to his cheek, slowly pulling him from slumber. It was incredible the impact tuna had on his sleep. Nightmares practically vanished, falling asleep was easier and rest lasted longer. It was extremely early in the morning, if he's being totally honest. He's been a little anxious about today's planned activities. Today was the day Aizawa was going back to work and he was taking the boys into UA with him. The idea of meeting Nizu wasn't what concerned him. The hero kept calling him Rat or Bear or something. Maybe it's like just a nickname or something to do with his quirk, maybe? Heck, even meeting Present Mike was going to be okay. Izuku had been right about Aizawa, and since they talked about what would happen on Monday, he'd reassured Haruto that Present Mike was one of the good guys, often helping disadvantaged teens through his radio show and creating charities of the sort. So that left the medical check. Every organ was damaged, your senses, your ability to feel pain, all dulled. You'll never be the same again. You're debilitated. What if that quack doctor was right? What if he was already on borrowed time? He sat up slowly. Tuna shuddered and leapt back into his lap with a "Sorry, buddy," he whispered, sinking his fingers deep into plush fur. "Let's go sit on the couch." As quietly as he could, he slipped out of the room into the darkness of the hallway, watching his step as the cat looped between his legs. When he reached the living room, it wasn't too dark. Thin slivers of bluish morning light filtered between the blinds, and the coffee table light strip was currently a red color, artificially heating the room with a warm glow. Rather than slumping onto the couch as he'd initially intended, he stood in front of the television, studying the pictures set out on the mini shelves at either side. There's a picture of what looks like a younger Aizawa, maybe very late teens. His hair is just down to his shoulder and he's in his hero costume, which had barely changed over the years. He's got his arm around a very old-looking lady, hair pulled back tight into a bun with multiple chopsticks poking out. She's looking to the side at the young hero, eyes crinkled into a beaming, prideful smile. Above that picture is one with an even younger Aizawa, two other teens either side, both smiling like idiots, all three wearing school blazers. Aizawa isn't smiling, but he doesn't look unhappy, more that he's grumpy. On the outside, content on the inside. Haruto's mother always said he could read souls like a book. Maybe that's why he's drawn to the picture, like it's giving him a window to look through into the hero's past. The teen on the left has blonde hair slicked up, almost like a cockatoo. He's got a sharp grin and orange lens triangular glasses. He looks loud, his hair is loud, even his glasses are loud. The other teen has a much more soft friendly, rather than chaotic friendly, appearance. He has a warm smile and floating blue hair, quite tall too. He reaches out and touches the photo. They look like they'd be good friends for him. They were. Haruto jumps at the raspy voice that spoke from the edge of the hallway. When he turns, he sees Aizawa leaning against the wall, a small, slightly sad smile on his face. "I'm sorry for scaring you." The teen wants to grab his chest, hold his heart so it stops hammering in his chest. He's put a real effort in over the last day or so to push away unwelcome panic, dispel his internal theories that the hero will devolve into an angry beast like his father. And the more he has embraced it, the more he wants of the man's affection. He hasn't found himself thinking about the man as a new father, rather thinking of he three of them as a unit, something whole, unlike the tattered broken pieces he used to have. Although each one of them may have their problems, they're linked together with a silicon-like glue, soft not rigid, so when one of them struggles, they move together, collectively helping each other instead of breaking away in brittle pieces. Are they not your friends anymore? He can't help but dwell on the they were aspect. The blonde on the left is present Mike, who you'll meet today, so yes, very much still friends even if he is a noisy, nosy pest. He's probably my favorite pest. The other was, he died in our second year while training to be a hero. So that's where the sadness comes from. I'm sorry, that must have been very hard. He watches as the hero's face softens, the wrinkles of a deep frown flattening down and a warmer smile blesses his lips. That's very kind of you to say. It was hard, but it was a long time ago now. I don't exactly believe in the saying that time heals all wounds, but it does help you manage them better. Haruto nods, looks briefly back at the photo, and then with a soft sigh he turns and heads towards the kitchen, feeling a need to be useful, make up for probably waking the man. Sorry if I woke you up, I'll get Tuna's breakfast. Aizawa followed him, yawning as he went, Nah kid, you didn't wake me. Sometimes I just wake up at random hours. How you feeling about today? The man reaches up to grab mugs and grabs the kettle to fill it, flipping on the coffee machine as he goes by. I'm fine. I should tell him my worries. Izuku keeps telling me how good it is to disclose feelings. It's important to open your heart when you trust someone, and he does trust this man. Although, I'm worried about the visit to the medical lady. Is it because of the weird doctor when you woke up? Haruto nodded but didn't want to go into more detail, not even wanting to meet the hero's gaze. We'll be there, Izuku and I, the whole time we'll be there to support you, okay? When he finally looks over, Aizawa is leaning with his elbows on the kitchen island, staring at him, subtly offering help without actually reaching out. So again, Haruto nods, before reaching down and putting Tuna's dish on the floor mat. Thanks, he quietly mumbles. It's not much later that Izuku gets up, the small buzzing ball of energy filling any quietness, distracting Haruto from his fears. The boy is so excited he can't help but be swept up in the wave, laughing along with the antics. Before long, the three are walking out of the door, breathing in the crisp winter air. The freshness fills his lungs after 3 days indoors and gives him a weird enthusiasm that helps him make quips as they pass any and every bush on the way to the car. The journey doesn't take long and is filled with quiet radio chatter and Izuku's constant babble. When Aizawa stops the car in the UA staff car park, he turns to look at the boys who both sat in the back. We might see Hizashi, that's present Mike, before we get to Nizu's office. To be honest, we might see a few heroes. Like Midnight, Izuku softly gasped, Snipe, another gasp, Vlad King, another gasp, Izuku can you breathe please, just normally breathe. I'm sure it's exciting but I feel like either you might pass out from hyperventilating or panic your brother towards an early heart attack. The two boys looked at each other and took deep steadying breaths. I will stay with you all day, you are safe, it's going to be okay, right? Thanks Zawa, the pair said together, although Izuku's was more of a bright chirp. Remember, Nizu knows who you both are. Hizashi knows you boys are staying with me but that's all, everyone else I've left in the dark. And with that he turns and opens the door. Izuku springs upwards, accidentally locking the seatbelt in his excitement and engaging in an intense battle with the thing. It was quiet as they walked through the doors and into the incredibly large building. Corridors, although well lit and spacious, induced a strange claustrophobia in Haruto. He reached over and grabbed Izuku's hand, leaning in close to his brother who walked between him and the hero. Aizawa must have noticed, reaching over behind Izuku and pressing a grounding hand to his shoulder, just for a second, then pulling back. The action brought forth a tiny smile. It's going to be okay, that's what Zawa said. As they rounded a corner there was a yell from a room somewhere in the distance. Oh yeah. Oh for boys. Remember how I said Hizashi, present Mike can be described as fun? He really is loud. Haruto quickly shoved his hand over his mouth, eyes widening at the remark that burst out of his lips. He absolutely is. Aizawa leant down to be a bit closer to their head level and whispered, he looks like a cockatoo but with glasses and a tiny mustache. The hero smirked and the boys laughed. That's exactly what I thought when I looked at the picture, Haruto hissed, no joke. Up ahead at a junction in the hallway, a person skidded around the corner. He recognized the man from the photograph instantly. Peeking out of the corner of his eye, he could see an extremely irritated expression on Aizawa's face. The man's shoulders had even tensed. I thought they were good friends. What did he call him earlier? Favorite pest? Oh, I get it. He bit his lip, pushing down the laughter that threatened to spill from his lips. Beside him, Izuku was vibrating. The hand that wasn't gripping his own like it was life or death was rapidly clenching and unclenching against the front pocket of his hoodie. Zashi, Aizawa literally growled the name out. What did I say? The blonde in question, who had continued jogging towards them, abruptly stopped, letting out a nervous laugh before he pulled down the front of his jacket, quirked his chin up a little and calmly walked forward with a warm smile. Except it wasn't calm really. Haruto could feel the waves of energy flowing from the man, mixing up with Izuku's like some violent froth when tides smash against a reef. He came to a stop in front of the trio, starry-eyed, hands clasped in front of him, lips pushed together. They all stood there in awkward silence for a moment before Aizawa lets out a loud, agonized sigh that seemed to tip the man over the edge. The blonde squealed, "They're so cute." At least he kept his quirk under control, mumbled the tired hero. "Hi, Mr. Present Mike. I'm a huge fan. The way you use your quirk and have directional control is amazing, and I love your radio show. Your altruism, Aizawa whispered. Altruism and charity work, as well as the segment you did on quirkless teens, was really incredible, and I really like your hero costume. Are the big shoulder pads just something you like, or does it work part of the support structure to increase the forward path of your voice projection dash? Projection, another whispered correction. Projection? Have you ever thought about selling headphones as part of your merch line and giving them like a quiff so people could pretend they have hair like yours? Aizawa almost wasn't fast enough there. Haruto noticed the man's activated quirk and floating hair. I bet we could chat about so much for so long, little listener. You've got a real smart brain, huh? Izuku flushed dark red. Praise always did his little brother in. Boys, this is Hisashi Yamada, pro hero present Mike. He teaches English here at UA. He's been my friend since we studied here together. Hi, Mr. Yamada. Haruto again was softly spoken, fidgeting with bubbled anxiety. Zashi, this is Izuku, he said, placing his hand on the boy's shoulder, then walking behind and past him. This is Haruto, he repeated the process, but squeezed his shoulders a little as he pressed, making the teen melt a little. The tension in his shoulders must have been obvious to their guardian. Is he our guardian? Is that what he calls himself? Foster provider. I'm taking them over to Nizu so we can sort out the foster paperwork and things. Can you swing by my homeroom at first bell just in case I don't make it in time, please? Sure thing, Sho. It's a real pleasure to meet you boys. I know he can be a little grumpy and quiet, but he's got a heart of gold. Hisashi gave an enthusiastic thumbs up, making the boys chuckle a little. Mr. Zawa isn't grumpy. He's another soft cat like Haruto and Tuna, Izuku babbled softly, smiling coyly. Hisashi clasped his hands together over his heart, big eyes and pouty lips. So cute, he whispered before he turned to look at Aizawa with a mischievous glint in his eye, mouthing the word, cat. Great. Come on boys, say bye to Mr. Cockatoo. Hey! As the crazy blonde wandered off with a wave over his shoulder, the three carried on walking down the corridor, eventually coming to a rather grand set of wooden double doors. As Aizawa lifted his hand to knock, a voice called from inside, "Come in please, Mr. Aizawa." Haruto thought it was kind of creepy. Maybe this Niza guy can see through walls? Is that his quirk? But he called him Rat Dog? Can rats see through walls? He could hear the hero next to him grumbling under his breath as he turned the handle and held open the door for him and Izuku. As he stepped into the room, he saw the desk directly ahead, and suddenly the referral of the man as Rat Bear makes sense. He felt his steps falter as he carried on walking towards the chairs ahead. Holy shit! He's a mouse. The room is surprisingly bland, although he does wonder if having a tasteless room is what should be expected when the inhabitant isn't actually human. Do rats like pictures and flowers? The desk where the principal sits is in front of a large window. To the right is a sideboard with plastic flowers and what he guesses is one of many degree certificates framed. Beside that is a glass-fronted filing cabinet, and along the left side are more bookcases. It feels generic. There's nothing homely about the place, but again, these are perhaps characteristics associated with humans. He's snapped out of his wondering by talking. Good morning, Mr. Aizawa. I presume these young boys are your newest friends? He hopped down from his chair and walked around the side of the table to come greet them, and Haruto feels like it's strange greeting an adult that is shorter than him. Good morning, boys. My name is Nizu, the one who could be a dog or a mouse or a bear. I am the principal of UA. Chimera? Is that the right word? A mix of different animals. Izuku muttered quietly, a soft frown on his brow as he rubbed his chin in thought. Nizu heard him though, if the little ear twitches and dangerous smile was anything to go by. Nizu, this is Izuku and Haruto. These are the names that they go by at the moment, although if we look into the options that might change. Aizawa stepped forward. Like before, he gently touched the boys' shoulders as he introduced them, but it didn't provide comfort like before. He needed to clear up that he was Haruto now. There was no other name. He will never be a Todoroki again, never. That is my name. There's no other options. Tuya is dead. He hissed, panic pushing out as misdirected anger. Oh no, young man, don't misinterpret our meaning with that. If that is your final decision, then that is absolutely your choice. We would need to choose a surname though. Nizu moved back to sit at the desk again. So now he felt guilty, another hero here to help, and he bit the hand that feeds. I am sorry for snapping, Mr. Nizu. It's nice to meet you. He gradually got quieter as he spoke, distress seeping into his lungs. But Izuku grabbed his hand, and on the other side, that grounding yet gentle hand came down with a light squeeze on his shoulder. Hi, Mr. Nizu. I have, so many questions, but I guess right now we can talk about what we are meant to do now. We like staying with Mr. Aizawa, he's helping us, and it's so. Izuku's voice went thick, so Haruto stepped up to continue. It's unexpected but nice. He looked into Izuku's piercing green eyes, glinting with tears. He was trying to stop from falling, mistreated, left behind, and I want to start fresh. Of course, young Haruto. Tuya Todoroki can remain dead. You can keep or choose your own birth date, say you're an orphan with unknown parents, or come up with whatever story you like. The principal laughed a little manically. I'm very good at hacking and document processing. Processing, Aizawa grumbled. And for you, Izuku, we can change the official documentation to have your death certificate retracted? Or come up with something altogether new if you'd like, although with no living family around it does seem rather unnecessary. Can I still be me? Haruto snorted. I don't think you could ever be anyone else, Broccoli. Izuku was swift with a retaliatory elbow. I would like my death to be Rinnakurester, undone please. But I don't know if I want to keep my surname. What if am I my dad? Oh, he's dead, Nizu chirped out cheerily. Aizawa angrily cursed, scowling at the principal before turning and kneeling down so he was slightly below a very wide-eyed Izuku. Hey, I'm sorry, he said that so carelessly. You don't have to worry about that man coming back. Even if he hadn't passed away, Izuku, I wouldn't let him get anywhere near you. If you are coming to live with me, both of you boys, he looked at the teen as well, you'll be under my care, and I look after things that are important to me, and you are both already so important to me. He finished with a tiny smile, warming hearts that have been broken so many times before. Izuku, you can still be Midoriya if you want, without fear. Or you can choose something new, with Haruto, start fresh together. Might I suggest we have Izuku's death certification removed but give him a new surname and a long-lost brother Haruto, sharing his name. I think Aizawa would be the perfect choice, wouldn't you say? Nizu looked at the hero with a dangerous gleam as the man stood up. Haruto looked Aizawa. Given what happened when he overheard Izuku's dad dream, he was curious to see the man's reaction to the idea of the boys taking his name. He noticed that the tired-looking hero had a surprising amount of emotion displayed all at once. Disbelief, anger, panic, pride, a desire for vengeance? Maybe just subtly, happiness? Izuku and Haruto Aizawa, is that asking for too much from the man? He looked over at his little brother, who was blushing and stuttering, trying to start saying something, then thinking it was the wrong thing and slapping his lips closed. Nizu looked thrilled. Aizawa's a secretive man, he's quiet, he's not a flashy hero obsessed with popularity or winning. He said he would take care of us. He said he would protect Izuku from his father if he hadn't been dead. Would you protect me from my father? He is driven, unyielding, and violent. Haruto tried not to sound so vulnerable, so weak. He's nothing more than an angry ogre to me. I won't let him near you, I promise you won't have to go back to him. He looked down at the scars on his hands and took a deep breath. Then I really like the name Haruto Aizawa. After the boys had decided on the path ahead, Nizu said he would update the quirk registry for them both and promised to look into the Todoroki situation. Haruto had mentioned his concerns with his mother's deteriorating mental state and his father's relentless punishing training regime. He may have struggled immensely when discussing Shudo, but Izuku stepped up to fill in the gaps, holding his brother's hand in support and reminding him that it's Enji in the wrong and Shudo is a victim just like he is. So now they were back wandering down the hall towards the classroom, Aizawa grumbling quietly into his scarf about coffee. Hey Zawa, is Tuna going to be okay? Yeah, he's used to lazy quiet days without me Haruto. Don't worry, but if you like, we can go shopping for toys and catnip after we are done here today? Haruto nodded with a hum, thinking carefully about what things cats like to play with as they walked. Cats like mice, right? What about feathers? Or fish, flappy fish toys? Okay, I just need to pop into my class and deal with some students. Just wait here, okay? If anyone comes and bothers you, just say Mr. Aizawa told you to wait here and I don't know. Tell them I'll expel them or something. He waved his hand dismissively as he slid open the door, slinking in and closing it firmly behind him. After a rather boring 15 minutes, slumped against the wall, loud clicking footsteps made the two boys look down the hallway. Husky female voice echoed out through the corridor. I think you two are far too young to be here. Are you waiting for someone, sweethearts? Suddenly the door flung back open. No, go away. Aizawa trudged out of the room, a yellow sleeping bag over his shoulder. How many sleeping bags do you think he has? Izuku whispered. Oh, honestly, darling, I've lost count, the black-haired woman purred as she bent down, crowding into Izuku's space. Midnight. Haruto looked at his brother, and sure enough, Izuku had stars in his eyes that spaced out adoring, "That's a hero I love" look on his face. He rolled his eyes, catching Aizawa doing the same thing. Call me Kiyama, you lil cutie dash. No, no thank you, we're busy and she's annoying. Aizawa slipped behind the boys, wrapping his arms over their shoulders protectively, steering them away as he glared over his shoulder at the woman. Haruto found the whole thing quite amusing. The woman pouted and whined, but I could be Auntie Kiyama. She skipped down the hall after them as Aizawa started taking longer strides. These are the boys staying with you, right? Zashi told me this morning. By this point, Izuku was practically running his little legs to keep up. We have to go see Recovery Girl. Go teach something. My class isn't for another 10 minutes. They have such beautiful bright eyes. Can I buy them some nice clothes? Hair accessories? Where are you going for lunch? We have so much to talk about. Haruto pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket, having confiscated Izuku's notepad earlier, and scrunched it into a ball, smirking as he handed it to Aizawa. The man looked delighted, a wide Cheshire cat grin as he quickly turned and flicked the balled-up paper into the woman's face, making her squeal. Quickly the trio ducked around a corner and through the double doors out of the building. Come on, boys, let's see how fast you can run. Less than a minute later, the three entered the medical building, Izuku and Haruto huffing out quick breaths. Looks like we need to get started on some basic fitness training for you too. Not until I give them the all clear. An elderly voice called out from an open doorway up ahead. Haruto once again looked to Izuku, noting that this must be the healing hero they talked about. The boy was jigging around from one foot to the other, staring at the open door like some sort of god was about to appear. It made him feel a little apprehensive. The last medical facility he'd been to was extremely childlike and creepy. But the surroundings seemed warm and welcoming, posters about emotional well-being, keeping up with regular doctor's visits, the best nutritional sources of vitamin C. It felt like a place where you would be cared for, not used. Now come on, dearies, I'm sure you've got other things planned for the day. The voice made him turn sharply from viewing the wall, back to the open door where there now stood a tiny elderly woman. Relief flooded through him. Why didn't they tell her she wasn't some young boisterous hero? She was probably someone's soft, cuddly grandma, right? She wasn't some gentle old lady, more like a cranky but caring old lady who nagged Aizawa about what he was eating, saying that fruit pouches weren't a reasonable substitute for a healthy meal and hitting him with a weird syringe-shaped walking stick. What if you have a needle phobia? She even has one in her hair. She laid Haruto on a bed with a strange scanning module that was attached to the wall, moving up and down about a foot above his body, beeping occasionally and making him jump. Apparently the scan would take about 20 minutes, so he laid there, listening to everything happening as he kept his face up towards on the ceiling, occasionally looking out of the corner of his eyes at the others. Izuku had been for some odd tests in a separate room and was now sat on the bed directly opposite, giggling while his knees flicked outwards as she tapped and tested reflexes. She had a clipboard, asking questions one after another, occasionally sighing in disappointment. A slightly louder, different-pitched beep went off from the scanning machine. It had finished. Haruto felt panic raising up, making him nauseous. This was it. This was the moment she would tell him he's dying. He can't leave Izuku, they are meant to survive together. You can sit up now, dearie. Go swap places with Izuku, please. The old lady wandered over to the computer to set up the new scan. If you want a drink of water, the fountain is over there, then pee in this cup, please. Don't worry, Izuku did this while I was setting up your scan. There's no need to panic, young man. He sat up, pulling off the little device on his finger and hopped down onto wobbly legs, getting a squeezing hug from his brother as they passed each other. It didn't help, he was spiraling out of control. He could feel his throat getting tight and his breath fighting to come at normal intervals. Haruto, can I rub your back? Or touch your head? Aizawa was whispering at his side as he stared off into space with a slightly gaped mouth. His eyes were stinging, but he nodded, biting down on his lip, squeezing the thin rubbery mattress he sat on. Very gently, big fingertips threaded through his surprisingly silky spikes, softly pushing and scratching his scalp. It grounded him, reminded him that he wasn't alone. This man gave them a home, saved them, was giving them his name. Simply put, he was their hero. Recovery girl made him do a wee in a little cup with a yellow lid and dipped some strips of paper in it. He read out lines of letters getting smaller on a poster on the other side of the room. She tapped his knees with a tiny hammer. At one point he sat in a padded room with some headphones and a button that he had to press when he heard beeps. It was interesting. Then there was the questions, never-ending questions. He could see Haruto across the room, laying on the bed as this weird wand thing moved slowly over him, changing orientation and moving again, beeping at uneven intervals. He felt so bad. The teen was obviously nervous about the results, and if he was being honest, so was he. This was someone he couldn't think of ever being without. He teased him, made him laugh, defended him, provided for him, cuddled him, warmed him, and without him he had no doubt that he wouldn't have survived anymore. When the two swapped places, he tried to lay quietly, perhaps ignore everything enough to nap, but like his brother he found himself spiraling, but not about his own results, more about Haruto's. Questions buzzed in and out of his head as he closed his eyes and tried to calm down. Have you been for a checkup any time in the last 12 months? Have you had any broken bones? Do you have any allergies? Have you experienced any chest pains or difficulties breathing? Do you eat 5 pieces of fruit and vegetable a day? When was your last dental checkup? Have you experienced any symptoms of PBR2Y? What? Izuku's eyes blinked open. She didn't ask me that, he thought. That's because you're only 9, dearie. Haruto here is 13. Izuku squeaked. Said that out loud, huh? Before long all of the scans and everything was finished. Recovery girl sent the 3 of them off to the canteen for an early lunch while she processed the results. Haruto was obviously uneasy. It meant he had to step up and be the best little brother he could be. He just didn't really know how. After a rather embarrassing introduction to lunch rush, the 3 were sat at a table in the corner. Older children were milling in and out of the room, and without fail they were all looking at the boys. He wasn't sure if it was because they were so young and obviously not students at the school, or if it was because they were sat with Aizawa. Either way, the food was incredible. He still hadn't gotten used to having plenty of food. 3 meals a day plus snacks. What? And hot food at that. Hot food, fresh fruit, desserts. Izuku, Haruto laughed around a mouthful of food. You look like you're crazy, muttering and miming about the food. Izuku looked scandalized. He quickly swallowed. I'm not crazy. You're crazy, who eats fried noodles with sweet bread. Haruto shrugged, not everyone can be a genius. Aizawa chuckled before frowning and pulling out his buzzing phone, scrolling and typing then pocketing it again. Alright boys, let's finish up and head back to Chio. Seeing blank expressions he added, recovery girl. Alright, let's chat about young Izuku for dash. Izuku cut recovery girl off, reaching down and grabbing hold of his brother's hand. No please, don't make Haruto worry anymore. It's not fair when he's so stressed out about it. Go through his stuff first. Please? Aizawa reached over and put a hand on Izuku's knee, giving him a small smile before looking at the doctor and nodding. Izuku and Haruto were sat side by side on one of the beds. Aizawa was sat opposite on a chair next to her desk. Very well. Haruto, I know that's your preferred name, but I've combined your new data with everything I could pull off the system in your previous name, which was surprisingly limited to be honest. There is extensive damage to your lungs, heart, kidneys, multiple nerve points, parts of skin and tear ducts. Parts of your body have synthetic and a unique regenerative tissue. I know this sounds terrible, but all is not lost, dearie. She pulled out some printed documents and handed them over to Aizawa. Nizu worked with some doctors at Island, and there are some unique medical advancements that should help with the tissue and nerve damage on a cellular level. It will involve an intravenous applied nanotechnology, approximately once a week for an hour at a time. The research was based on healing damage caused by radiation and other invasive procedures, particularly those recovering from cancer treatments, but it should work just as well at correcting some of the damage you sustained in the fire. After 4 treatments we should be able to see how well it will work overall, but we are quite positive given the success they have achieved so far. What are the side effects of the treatment? The boys both looked surprised that Aizawa was asking questions, obvious concern for them on his face. We'll be giving him 4 fluids to help flush things out of his system, so aside from peeing a lot, worst case scenario is a bit of an upset tummy and a mild headache, which will be fine with paracetamol. These medical treatments have been extensively tested, so there shouldn't be any problems. And the treatment will be covered by your employee health insurance as the boys are under your care. Izuku squeezed Haruto's hand, sniffling a little while he desperately tried to keep tears at bay. He was going to be okay. They survived. It appears that the replacement joy you were given dash. He flinched. He didn't know the extent of the injuries that Haruto had gained that night. Losing a jaw? Burning up that bad? It's really no surprise he was in a coma for 3 years. Izuku felt sick. Aizawa had gone just as pale. Is structurally and medically sound. And with a combination of minor surgery and my quirk, we should have your tear ducts working reasonably. You may get some mild discomfort while crying and be prone to conjunctivitis for the first few months, but after that it will be okay. The 3 breathed out a sigh of relief at the good news so far. So she continued, you will need some booster jabs to catch up on vaccinations. She clicked and tapped on the keyboard, reading out from the screen in front. You have some very mild vitamin deficiencies, but not too bad. Your body seems to be trying to catch up with PBRTY. Some changes slowed down whilst in the coma, so you may have some emotional upheavals in the next year. Are the boys sharing a room? Yes, I only have a 2-bedroom flat at the moment. Aizawa looked awkward. Izuku didn't understand. Why did she ask if they were sharing a room? But I think it would be good for me and the boys to go look around for something a little bigger, get somewhere with a garden too. But I like sharing a room with Haruto, Izuku whimpered. He didn't want to be alone, just like in that building, just like before the accident. If you have your own space, Sue, you can fill it with present mic and midnight merch. Haruto had a cheeky grin, ignoring the eye roll from Aizawa, and I'll still be right next door, buddy. He felt his brother give his hand another squeeze, so he nodded, trying not to cause a scene. He didn't understand this. What did she mean by emotional upheavals? Finally, the skin damage can't be helped, unfortunately. There are extensive products for use in the medical industry that can help with fire damage, but having been left for so long it wouldn't really be able to reverse it. But we can condition the skin to stop it from toughening up and discoloring too much. Probably not on your hands if you intend to continue using your quirk, but perhaps the support department will be able to help there. Thank you, Ms. Recovery Girl. Haruto gave a little bow as a quietly spoke. No problem, dearie. Now then, young Izuku. He straightened his back, suddenly flooding with nervousness. It's his turn. You have quite a lot of vitamin deficiencies, and these don't just stem from living on the streets. Your growth has been stunted by malnutrition. We should be able to give you some medication to help catch up a little bit of this once your levels are all okay, but I'm afraid you'll probably never be as tall as your brother or Mr. Aizawa. Izuku slumped and frowned. It wasn't the worst news, but he wasn't exactly looking forward to school bullies having something else to tease him about. Dead mom, dead dad, short and skinny. Stop pouting, dearie, it's going to be okay. Izuku mumbled apologies so she could continue. I had a brief phone call with Nizu and he theorized that your vitamin C and zinc deficiencies may be related to your quirks, so here's a list of foods to keep stocked up in your diet. Another sheet was handed to Aizawa. You also have quite a bit of damage to your ribs, from what looked like multiple and repeated breaks and cracks when you were younger. Some poorly healed breaks and ligament damage in your right arm and hand. Izuku looked up from his hands to see a sad look on the heroine's face. It made him feel uncomfortable. Haruto and Aizawa looked downright murderous. There are also multiple small burn scars on your torso and the top of your shoulder, but like your brother, we can give you some topical treatments to soften the skin. She turned around and went to a tall cupboard beside the bed. Izuku couldn't see what was inside, but when she closed the door she had 3 pots of cream for them, 1 each. And this one, Haruto, is for the seams between the normal skin and the other skin. She walked back to the desk and sat back down, leaning to the side to unlock a little fridge. I'll give you your vitamin shots and Haruto's catch-up vaccines, then you're free to go. I'll email you a full detailed report for each of your boys later today. Your boys, that sounds nice. About 20 minutes later the 3 left the medical bay, 2 of them with lollipops, one of them looking even grumpier than usual. Before they walked up the path to go back into the main campus building, Aizawa stopped them and turned them with a soft hand on each shoulder, bending down a little to be closer to their level. Okay boys, we have a lot of stuff coming up. Nizu has an extensive exam for you tomorrow. Check your education levels, see what you need to work on before the next school year starts. We have to find somewhere new to live, get you boys laptops and registered at school. The boys both grimaced. Not today though, God no. A phone each. Izuku gasped and went to complain. Nope, don't want to hear it. New phones, new laptop, new place to live, new school, a basic exercise regime, quirk training for both of you. That all sounds exhausting, mumbled Haruto. Yes. Come on, let's go to the support department. Don't you have classes? The hero waved dismissively as he walked towards the door so they could get their things and slip out quietly. So put this in your mouth and coat it in spit. What? Izuku looked between the student holding out a weird fuzzy lollipop stick and his brother in confusion. Haruto gave him this "F-ed if I know" expression. Aizawa was talking to Power Loader at the edge of the support lab, having told Izuku to follow Yama's instructions. But this wasn't what he was expecting. Why did he need his spit? It's gross. The student looked thoroughly bored. He had this monotonous voice that bore into his soul. If we are going to make some clothing that works with your quirk, it needs to be made with biosynthetic fibers made from your DNA. Izuku gasped, wow. That's so cool. So when I use my quirk and lose my clothes, these ones would stay with me so I won't be naked when I learn to turn off my quirk. That's XI-. The student shoved the fuzzy stick in his mouth mid-word and set a timer on his phone, stepping back to write something on his laptop, turning briefly to motion to Izuku to move the stick around his mouth. After 45 seconds the student grabbed the stick and as if it hadn't even happened, Izuku continued his stream of babbling questions and thoughts. What kind of clothes will they be? Will they have a level of fire resistance? I'm not really sure if I have actual fire resistance when I'm not using my quirk. I haven't really had the chance to test. No, Izuku. Aizawa glared. No burning. No testing if you burn. Haruto, keep an eye on him. No fires. Now, Yama, did you get everything you need? The student nodded. Right, well, we can head off for the day. Haruto perked up. Pet shop? Izuku, Haruto and Aizawa ambled casually into the pet shop. He told the boys to pick a cat toy each and generally look around while he was on the phone. Izuku hadn't been in a pet shop for so long. He used to like going to look at the colorful fish when he went in with his mother for fun. He was never allowed a pet, but the shop was across from the park and next door to the convenience store, so they would go in from time to time. Well, before things went downhill. What about fuzzy fake mice? Cats like mice, right? Haruto was softly frowning, genuinely wondering about what cats like. Mice, birds and fish, right? And I think laser pointers. Izuku stopped in his tracks. Haruto cats don't have a aplos, opposable, they don't have thumbs they can use. Why would they like laser pointers? Haruto bit his lip. Hang on. The boy walked down the aisle, turned out of view at the end and laughed extremely loud. Izuku didn't understand but thought it was funny anyway. A couple of seconds later his brother reappeared, red-faced and a little wheezy. Sorry. Now then, I think this is the dog aisle, he said as he picked up a soft pizza toy, so let's keep looking. I don't want to be empty-handed when Zawa gets back. By the time the hero returned to them, Izuku had a long, thin pole with a rainbow-colored string and bright feathers attached to the end. Haruto had a small fuzzy mouse toy that could be filled with catnip in one hand and a rechargeable electronic moving fish toy in the other. He was debating if the moving fish toy would keep the cat more entertained when they were out at school during the day, or if the lure of catnip with the mouse would be better. Just get both, it's fine. They both jumped, turning to see Aizawa behind them, a small tub of catnip in his hands. Walking side by side, the three took their collection of goodies up to the counter where the staff member apologized for running out of paper bags, instead giving them a small box to put their things into. Of course, when they got home, Tuna was thoroughly excited about chasing the feathered string for all of 15 seconds, before climbing into the box and just sitting in there. It was a very tight fit and his fur spilled over the sides of the box around the top edge, but he looked happy enough. The evening was relaxed. The stress of worrying all day proved a little too much for Haruto, who passed out almost immediately after dinner on the couch, Tuna finally leaving the box to curl up with the teen. Izuku felt really good. They had gotten some really good outcomes from the day. He was going to be Izuku Aizawa. Haruto would officially be his brother. Both of them had medical plans in place to make them better, especially Haruto. Izuku might be grumpy about being small, but great things come in small packages. That's what his mom used to say to him. Aizawa had collected the phones and laptops he had ordered for the pair of them on the way back from the pet shop, so now he was staring cautiously at the two pieces of technology, not really sure what he was supposed to be doing with them. Everyone he knew was in the room with him, so he couldn't text. Well, he could, but Haruto was asleep and he didn't want to bother Aizawa. The man was scrolling through real estate websites looking for somewhere new for them to live. So that left him thinking about his quirk. Aizawa said they would be doing quirk training and he was secretly a little anxious about it. He always told Haruto to speak through his worries, seek help from friends and family, so he cleared his throat to ask a question. Why, you said we would be doing quirk training. See, can you tell me what we are going to do? Aizawa turned slowly from his position at the kotatsu. Don't worry about it, Izuku. I intend to be there with you 100% of the time, and I've asked to have a small body of water there like a tub, so if you panic and I'm not activating my quirk when you want me to, you can dunk and change back. We just want to get you used to activating it and deactivating it to start with, that's all. And you'll have these little cycling shorts and vest set that the support department are making so you won't be naked when it's turned off. And that's all to start with, okay? I promise. Izuku smiled, warmth spreading through his body. Maybe he could curl up beside Haruto and Tuna, take a little nap after all. The next day the three of them ventured back to UA and were now sitting side by side at a computer table, each of them staring at the monitors in front of them. The first section is multiple choice. Just go through one by one and tick the answer you think is right. The second section is what the paper is for. Write the answer to the question, then click next and continue. Don't worry if you don't finish them all. Then we'll have lunch and Nizu has another test, all written. He puts his hand on two thick booklet-style wads of paper. Not sure what this one is, but again, just do as much as you can. The boys looked at Aizawa and nodded, turning forward to begin the test. Izuku was pleased it wasn't too difficult, mostly covering the things he'd done at school before the incident, with a few that just required some logical thinking. He may have missed a year of school, but he was a pretty smart kid, in his honest opinion. Teachers were often surprised the useless, quirkless kid had a brain, docking points if he came top of class to keep the peace with the more volatile students who would be furious at being beaten by him. When he finished the first section, he leant back and stretched a little. Aizawa looked across from his seat next to him. You okay there, kid? Izuku smiled as he rubbed his shoulders. Yeah, just a little dash. At that moment, peace was interrupted as Yamada slammed open the door, rambling and complaining about students struggling with the difference between there in his English class. The blonde sat on the opposite side of the table with a huff, mumbling an apology to the boys when he saw they were taking their test. Was about 15 minutes later when Yamada groaned, looking up at Aizawa. Help me please. This is so tedious. Sorry Zash, I'm busy, up to my eyeballs with work, plus I'm still looking at houses. Izuku saw that the man didn't even look away from his screen. He really must have a lot going on. He's missed so much work from looking after us. But when Izuku looked away from his scribbled papers, peeking over at Aizawa's screen, he had to bite his lip to suppress a laugh. Busy huh? He whispered, eyeing the cat videos and memes the hero was actually looking at. Aizawa smirked and put his finger up to his lip in a shushing motion, making Izuku chuckle. After lunch, the boys were carb-tired following their heavy noodle dishes, so writing answers to question after question would really have been the nail in the coffin, but Izuku was utterly baffled by the quiz. One question seemed to be on a completely different topic to the next, querying opinions on social situations, theories about quirks and how to use them, analysis of situations, first aid. It felt extremely random. But it was enough to keep Izuku on his toes. When he glanced over to his brother, the teen had a deep frown, making him wonder if they actually had different tests. Before they even knew it, 4 p.m. had rolled around and Izuku was massaging the knuckles in his writing hand. Well done, boys. Aizawa ruffled both of their hairs as he walked past to get his things. Apparently results will be ready tomorrow. As the trio walked down the empty hallway, Izuku blurted out, "We should celebrate. I mean with the health stuff and the big tests, aye. That's a great idea." 2 excited voices chimed out from the corridor behind them. Turning, they saw a very excited Present Mike and Midnight practically skipping towards them, ridiculous happy grins slapped on their faces. A giggle burst out before he could stop it when a deep mournful sigh came from Aizawa. And that's how the 5 of them ended up sitting around the kotatsu, sipping and chomping on an over-the-top extravagant meal. It was loud and boisterous, filling him with even more joy, even though he could tell Aizawa and Haruto were a little less comfortable with the level of socializing that was happening. The 2 wild heroes were asking the boys questions on their musical preferences, favorite heroes, opinions on different fashion styles, favorite colors, favorite movies, opinions on cats wearing hats, everything. Izuku started to wonder if one of them was secretly recording their responses so they would surprise the 2 with merch to match their tastes. So, you boys ready to go back to school in a few months? Make lots of new friends, get crushes, hand out nicknames. Namuri purred as she spoke, twirling her tongue around the dango before skinning the ball off the stick into her mouth. Aizawa glared at the woman, but Izuku was busy falling down a little rabbit hole in his mind. New friends, nicknames, kaken. Before he even realized everyone had finished eating, the noisy duo pushed more sweet treats at the boys, handing out hugs albeit a little awkwardly. Once they practically shouted their goodbyes, they left the apartment, calling back over their shoulders, promising to rain showers of gifts for the boys as Aizawa literally pushed them through the doorway. Once they were gone, the man slumped against the door with a sigh. Izuku could tell he was acting off. He knew he was being quiet, but he couldn't pull himself out. Haruto kept eyeing him, not obviously expressing suspicion but watching nonetheless. Izuku kept his lips zipped closed, ignoring his own previous advice and simply washing up in silence, grumbling about tummy ache and going to bed. Despite the anxiety and distress, sleep claimed him quickly, but that wasn't always a good thing. The darkness had a soft red glow to it, gentle like a fire beyond the horizon. Long time no see. Deku, cruel sneers and crimson gazes surrounded him, lashing his mind with a violent heat. And to think I even went to your funeral. You should have stayed dead, Deku. A sweet syrupy brown sugar aroma filled his nostrils, starting as a delicate fragrance but growing stronger, tinged with the smell of burning flesh. Izuku gasped as he bolted upright in bed, Tuna immediately abandoning his preferred sleeping place of Haruto's head, leaping softly onto his lap. The teen grumbled, rubbing his eyes before slowly pushing into a sitting position. Panting, Izuku shakily looked around the dark room with a frantic urgency. The surroundings seemed safe enough, so he closed his eyes and mouth, taking a deep breath through his nose, searching for those saccharine deadly smells. Smells like cat and sweat, he mumbled to himself. Haruto scoffed. Well, I think I can smell seasoned pork. Probably you though, the boy chuckled as Izuku gently shoved his shoulder. You okay, Zu? He nodded before remembering it was too dark and quickly adding, I will be just a stupid nightmare. Haruto got out of his futon, stepping gingerly in the dark onto Izuku's so he could pull them closer. Let's sleep, okay? And with that the two boys curled up together, removing any trace of nightmarish sense. The next morning Izuku and Haruto sat in the UA staff room, watching funny animal videos while Aizawa got through homeroom. It wasn't long before the man was poking his head around the door, beckoning them to accompany him to Nizu's office. The principal beamed brightly. You boys are very smart. Izuku simply needs a little extra studying to catch up in history and geography, a little bit of English revision perhaps. Haruto is a bit behind on his maths and could do with tidying up his writing, but honestly, it's quite amazing that their studies haven't suffered severely with time away. Some very interesting answers on my afternoon questions. Izuku has quite the knack for quirk analysis. Aizawa smirked at that. It wasn't missed by Nizu, and Haruto has some skill for tactical planning. Very interesting. Anyhow, I will email through full details of the testing to you, Mr. Aizawa, and a list of books and websites that will help get the boys up to speed. New school year starts in April, so you have around 4 months. I've also emailed a list of prospective middle schools for Haruto and elementary schools for Izuku. Thank you. Izuku suddenly felt massively panicked. What if Aldra was on that list? He couldn't bear the idea of going back there. The bullying wouldn't get better even if he had a quirk now. They would find something else to torment him about. He couldn't do it. Can I? Please don't send me back to my old school, Izuku whimpered, tensing up to try keep the tears at bay. He felt the soft warm arms of his brother wrap around his shoulder, pulling him in. Slowly he opened his eyes, looking over Haruto's shoulder at his guardian who frowned in concern. Don't worry, Izuku, we wouldn't dream of it. Thursday and Friday seemed to slip by in the blink of an eye. They would go with Aizawa to UA, sit on the computers in the staff room studying to catch up while he worked, have lunch with him, then sit reading books and writing in simple workbooklets provided by Nizu. But the newest addition for those 2 days was at 3 p.m. He would take the boys to the track and get them running, then pull them into the gym and start them on simple weights. Needless to say, the boys ate big dinners both nights and passed out early. Saturday morning was going to be different. He went up to the door at 8 a.m., surprised both were still asleep after 11 hours. He promised them he would never enter without permission unless he was worried about their safety, but now, they were obviously just tired, so instead he knocked on the door lightly. As he pressed his ear to the door, he could hear movement in the futons and muffled mumbling. Boys, are you still alive in there? We have a busy day today, so you'll want a decent breakfast before we get started, he said to the still closed door. He heard a very loud dramatic yawn, Izuku, a groan, definitely Haruto, and a meow, probably Tuna. He chuckled quietly. We are doing some training today, a little martial arts and self-defense. The door was wrenched open by Izuku, bright sparkly eyes and an open mouth grin. Really? Zu? Loud noises are banned before 10 am. Haruto whined from his position, sitting in his futon. The teen's white spikes looked wilder than usual with a flattened patch on the side directly above where his face has pillow marks and dried drool. The sight was both hilarious and adorable, a warmth flooding his chest. My boys are resting well, they feel safe, my boys? The unprompted thought stuns him momentarily before he sees Izuku's blinding smile wavering slightly with his continued silence. Yep. Training, then? He sighed as he remembered the plans he made the night before. Nemuri is taking you for lunch and shopping while I go to a couple of house viewings. Izuku squeals and does a cute little jig that has even the zombified Haruto snorting at. Zuku, too early for this level of cuteness, stop it. The teen roughly rubs his face and stands up with a little wobble. An hour later the three were standing, spread out in one of the training rooms at UA, soft mats covering the floor. Aizawa had decided to remove his capture weapon, despite feeling naked without it, and all three had taken shoes off. Okay, we're going to start with some basic moves for avoiding and throwing punches, kicks and grabs. After that we'll move on to throws and correct landings. First though, a glinting grin spread wide making both boys shiver, jog around the room for 10 minutes, then 50 press-ups, 50 sit-ups, 50 squats, 50 lunges and a 2-minute plank to finish. Groans echoed out through the room as he tried not to laugh. Sue him, he was enjoying himself. Haruto used the side of his forearm to push away Izuku's light punch, sending the boy stumbling in the direction his momentum was taking him. They repositioned and swapped sides, then switched back and repeated. The hero would come in, adjusting elbow positions, widening stances, helping keep the correct position while twisting. Both boys, although tired, had small smiles, pleased to be learning, but it made Aizawa chuckle darkly. This was just the beginning. Turn your foot, Izuku, showing the boy what he meant. Izuku had a little sweaty frown, tongue sticking out as he concentrated. Yep, there, both boys kicked good again. A few minutes later he had them come to kick him, taking turns showing them how he would deflect that specific kick, repeatedly going over the moves before getting them to take turns with each other. Again. The boys bit their lips to keep the complaining to a minimum as their muscles screamed in protest. Izuku slammed into the mat as Haruto demonstrated the throw Aizawa had just shown them. Okay, now swap, then repeat 5 times each. Loud groans slipped from Izuku and Haruto's lips, making him smirk. Haruto rolled out of the way of Izuku's slow kick again. Shouted the hero. But I'm getting dizzy, za. That was like 6 rolls, the teen whined. I think I pulled a muscle in my groin, Haruto spit as he laughed at Izuku's mistake. Groin? Head to the showers, he sighed, dreading what he was about to say next. I have 2 house viewings, so I'll take you to where Namuri is meeting you. Another deep sigh. She's texted while you guys were sparring. She's taking you for makeovers. The boys stood there in shock. Izuku snapped out of it, sudden miraculous energy bouncing off him despite how he'd been a corpse just seconds earlier. Aizawa held his hands up to calm him momentarily. Just don't let her push you into anything you don't want, okay? Okay, Haruto mumbled. Namuri, don't force the dash. The curvaceous hero literally hip-checked the man mid-sentence, effectively cutting him off and sending him flying to the side with a grunt. With a wider, excited smile, she stood directly in front of the boys. I'm sure you're both hungry after the demon cat's training regime. Haruto and Izuku both laughed. Having spent a bit of time with the woman at UA, they had both come to understand her wild but incredibly caring nature. Despite her hero persona, she was actually dressed casually today, a fitted V-neck black jumper over dark blue skinny jeans, her hair pulled back into a low ponytail. So lunch, then we can discuss what exciting things we can do. Aizawa scowled at the woman. Ultimately this was the compromise that she came up with, her precious time spent babysitting in exchange for full makeovers, as though she wasn't thrilled to bits to be spending time with the kids. Boys dash, he shouldered back in front of her like a grumpy teenager. Don't let her pressure you into things. Have you got your phones? The boys nodded. Good. If you feel uncomfortable at all, text me, or even if you just want to ask me something, you can even call if you like. I won't me dash. The woman elbowed in. Haven't you got a property appointment to make? Come on, boys, she sang excitedly, looping arms with them and walking away with them, winking at him over her shoulder. Right, he sighed. To be fair, Izuku looked thrilled. Haruto just seemed thoroughly amused by the whole scene, not at all oblivious to the fact the 2 heroes were literally fighting for their attention. It's not that he didn't trust her, because deep down he did. She even knew about the whole Endeavor thing after they chatted about things to watch out for and possible triggers for the boys. But really, he just didn't feel comfortable being without them. The speed with which he had gotten attached was quite astonishing. Shaking his head, he set off for his 2 property viewings. When he arrived at the first property, he was honestly surprised it was in his budget. It was a little further than he wanted from UA. A bit of a gamble being fairly close to where Izuku used to live, but there were plenty of schools within a reasonable distance and a bus stop at the end of the road for easy access. The street looked well manicured. The houses, despite being all different shapes and sizes, were all large and modern. He'd arrived 5 minutes early and decided to take a walk around and see if there were any red flags. Things seemed okay. A man rode past on a bicycle and nodded politely. A couple walked on the opposite side of the street with a pram. A few houses down, an elderly man was trimming the large bush in his front garden. Generally it seemed okay, so he made his way back to the house. As he went past what would be his next-door neighbor, he paused. "Is that shouting?" he mumbled to himself. Slowing down considerably, he made out two voices, a woman and possibly a teenage boy. Suddenly the front door was violently wrenched open, the handle slamming into the wall inside. "Shut up, hag. I'm just going to the arcade." A vicious-looking blonde kid, no older than 10, practically screamed over his shoulder. Shouting inside the house got louder as a blonde woman, presumably his mother, came into view. "Brat. Stop slamming the door like that." The kid stomped out, eyeing Aizawa suspiciously, face twisting into a scowl as he snarled out, "What you lookin', you hobo," then turned on his heel and stomped off. He watched the boy for a few more seconds, then heard the sigh of a very dismayed real estate agent standing in front of the property door. He knew the guy just witnessed all that and was now wondering what kind of impact it would have on any prospective buyer. Well, he wouldn't have Izuku and Haruto anywhere near that, but he was already here and the next viewing wasn't for half an hour, so he might as well look. The house was split level. The entrance was nice, but he quickly realized the floor plans on the website were utter bullshit. Opening into the living dining kitchen, he instantly knew it would be a squeeze to fit the sofa set and kotatsu in the space, and he had no intention to put the heated table in the separate dining room. Also, why was there a bathroom downstairs? The whole thing didn't match the plans. He turned with a face like stone. The floor plans on the site don't seem to match what is here. The wall dividing the dining room wasn't in the plans. There were 2 bathrooms upstairs and just a toilet downstairs. He walked into the kitchen, opening a tall cupboard, and this was meant to be a pantry, not just a long cupboard. The real estate agent looked pasty-skinned, slightly sweaty under his intimidating gaze. "Oh, there must have been a mistake when it was uploaded. The views from the upstairs balcony are quite dash. No thanks. I appreciate the time you spent coming out, but really, you need to get your website fixed. It's not logical to mislead people who you are hoping to convince to buy something." He didn't even wait to hear the response, calmly walking out and Googling the nearest coffee shop so he could get a drink before the next place. He firmly rubbed his temples when he sat in the car, kind of glad it had the wrong layout. "I wouldn't want my boys being neighbors with that a-hole kid. I hope the next place does better." The starting routine remained the same. This time he walked down a quiet street with smaller houses along one side and a mix of houses and apartment complexes on the other. His first impression of the street was good, fairly quiet, tidy but not snobby like the last area. As he wandered down the street, 2 young teens came out of one of the houses. Noticing the hero loitering, they approached. Sir? Are you lost?" Well, they shouldn't be talking to strangers, but the thought was kind enough. The other boy cut in, "You're a hero, right? My cousin's friend's quirk went out of control at school last month, and he said a dark-haired hero with yellow goggles and a scarf came to help." "That's you, right?" Aizawa nodded politely. "That's right. Anyway, I'm not lost, but thanks for checking." "Okay, Mr. Hero. Have a nice day." The 2 teens waved and walked off down the street, turning at the end and disappearing. As he stood there in the cool but gentle breeze, he already felt good vibes about this place. It was only half an hour, brisk, walk to UA, barely 5 minutes in the car. There was a bus stop 5 minutes walk away, and only another 10-minute walk to the train station. As he started to make his way back to the apartments, he passed an elderly woman walking alone. He'd barely made it a few steps when he heard her take a tumble, so he quickly went over to help. It looked like she had rolled her ankle and tumbled when stepping off the pavement to cross the road. "Are you all right?" "Oh, why thank you, dear. I just had a tiny trip on my tiny trip to the cafe to meet my friend. He was a hero too." Aizawa blinked in mild shock at the eavesdropping old lady. She chuckled and continued, "My legs may be weak in my old age, but my hearing aids are not. Bang lives on the next street over and we meet every day for tea. I like to think that he's secretly courting me." She chuckled again. "Silver Fong?" "Former pro hero Silver Fong. I'm here." He handed back the keys that had slipped out of her pocket with a small smile. Wow, well, if he wasn't convinced this area was a winner before, he certainly was now. The man was calm, if occasionally a little cheeky, but he was exceptionally gifted. His martial arts-based quirk put him head and shoulders above most, so knowing he was around to keep the neighborhood safe was welcomed, even if the man was probably in his 80s by now. "Thank you, young man. I'm fine now, hope the apartment works out." Her face crinkled with a mischievous smile. "My quirk lets me see people's small hopes." "You're hoping this apartment works out? Surely you'd know if Bang is courting you then." The lady smiled widely and began to walk off. "I'm still waiting for him to ask though." "Have a nice afternoon." Aizawa shook his head and walked up to the property. It was a series of multi-level side-by-side apartments, narrow but tall, with a small back garden and room for a single car in a bay in front. After knocking on the door, a young woman opened with a smile. "Mr. Aizawa?" He nodded and walked in. "I'll wait here at the entrance and let you have a walk around first. Here's a leaflet with the floor plan as per our website listing and a few features that are listed. It's quite a delightful property, all the traditional features we love and the modern ones we crave." He nodded politely, happy to get away from the usual spiel that realtors spew. The floor plan had been quite unique. The entrance came into a long gen-can. On the left side were 2 doors. Directly ahead were the stairs to the next floor with walk-in storage cupboard underneath. Through the first door was a small office, perfect for if he needed to work on more confidential things. Through the second door was a good-sized bedroom, with tatami flooring, a large sliding door wardrobe and a small ensuite. It didn't have a bath, only a toilet, sink and shower, but it would be fine. The idea that he could come back from patrol without having to sneak past the boys' rooms was perfect. The room had a sliding door to the small back garden. Peeking out of the blinds, he saw there was a little table and chair set under the decking of the balcony above, perfect to sit and have a coffee. He shook his head, shaking away the daydreams already piling up in his head. After heading back out and up the stairs, he listened to his surroundings. No screaming brat neighbors, couldn't hear the trains. Pretty good. At the top of the stairs, he came out into the open plan area. To his left were the stairs going up to the top floor. Past that was a small washroom toilet, a pantry, and the kitchen. Just like in his current apartment, there was an island with room for 2 high stools. This time the kitchen was against the front of the house. Behind the stovetop was a long narrow window, cupboards directly above it. It was an interesting feature rather than the usual tile splashback common in modern kitchens. Looking down at the leaflet in his hands, it was listed as a desirable modern attribute. He rolled his eyes and finished checking the kitchen. When he turned, putting his hands on the island, the area where he would have the couch and TV was ahead of him, then beyond that the area for the kotatsu, then the patio doors to the balcony. He checked the brochure, spectacular balcony views and outdoor stairs to access the garden. He walked over and checked the view, scoffing, "Spectacular my butt." He slid open the doors and took in the view properly, and okay, it was quite nice. Not exactly spectacular, but as he turned a little to the right, he realized that on a clear day you'd easily be able to see Mount Fuji. Back inside, he hopped up the stairs to the top floor. It was simple enough: toilet and washroom, then separate shower and bathroom. At the front and back of the apartment were the 2 other bedrooms. Both were in equal size, tatami flooring and same size wardrobes. So really, the only thing the boys could argue over would be the views from the windows. "How's everything going up there, Mr. Aizawa?" The realtor called from the bottom of the stairs. "Very good, thank you," he answered as he started down the stairs. "Well, if you like it, the absolute best part is that it's obviously just been vacated, so you could pack your things up and get moved in time for Christmas." "Christmas?" Aizawa's steps faltered for a second. "Yes. That sounds perfect." Shit. The woman starts tapping on her phone, babbling on about sending through the paperwork, but all he can think about is the fact that it's his boys' first Christmas with him. And when the hell did he start referring to them as his boys? Walking out from the apartment and onto the main road at the top of the street, he spies a quaint-looking cafe and figures he should grab a bite to eat before he heads to the real estate office to complete the paperwork on the apartment. Walking past the window, he sees Bang and the old lady from before, both smiling and chatting away. When he makes his way to the counter, the lady stops him as he passes. "How was the apartment?" "Perfect," he says with a small smile. "Aizawa," the old man says, leaning back and crossing his arms. Bang, he nods. Oh lovely, and I'm sure your sons will love it, she chuckles. He tries not to look surprised, but apparently his eyebrows have a life of their own, navigating his forehead in a sharp upwards progression. As he looks over to Silver Fong, the man has a similar expression. Have a lovely date you two, he says and starts making his way to the counter, biting back a laugh when he hears the old man start coughing on his spit. Walking out with his onigiri and one of the best tasting coffees he's ever had, he turns and heads back to where his car was parked, abruptly stopping when a boy, probably around Izuku's age, gasped loudly. The boy had very floaty-looking, pale purple hair, had eye bags that rivaled his own and was staring at him in a slack-jawed, awestruck way that reminded him of Lil Green. You, okay there kid? The boy wheezed, flushing a soft pink, yep sorry, have a nice day Eraserhead sir, and promptly walked away quickly, tripping on the edge of a drain cover and nearly face-planting into a pole, whisper shouting sheet, as he recovered. Aizawa frowned. He'd been recognized way more than he was comfortable with today. Now he was eating and drinking, it was time to figure out his next problem. It was Christmas soon and he had nothing for the boys, his boys, and no decorations because he usually didn't bother with the holiday. This year he wanted to make it special. Izuku sipped on his yogurt drink, side-eyeing Haruto who was happily drinking a green tea. Nemuri was on the phone with Aizawa, giving them directions to the convenience store they were standing in front of. He felt a little giddy, excited for what the hero would think of their new looks. He had new red high tops, much softer than his old ones ever were but more streamlined and considerably more expensive. He was apprehensive about letting the heroine spend all this money on him but she insisted her two nephews deserved to be spoilt, plus she was even more excited about Aizawa's reaction than he was. He had teamed his new shoes with skinny black jeans and the most awesome hoodie. It was a midnight-themed one, with neck details to match her costume and silver-patterned cuffs at the end of the sleeves to look like HNDCFFS. Perhaps his favorite new item, though, was the dark green fluffy headphones with kitten ears. He and Nemuri did little squeals when they saw them. But if he was honest, his brother's transformation was the most eye-catching. He dyed his hair black and cut the sides short, switched into ripped faded black jeans, black combat boots and a navy blue denim jacket with little safety pins here and there. He and Nemuri both went for black nail varnish, Izuku going for purple like the hero's hair color. Seriously? The trio whirled around quickly to see the tired hero walking up with a strange expression, irritated? Exhausted? Shocked? Izuku was always amazed by how the man seemed to express a million things without seemingly moving a facial muscle. It was just like an aura that changed and glowed. What do you think, Zawa? Kiyama-sama helped us find our own styles. He beamed, lightly jogging over to the man. Tut, Izuku. I told you, call me Auntie Nem, she softly chided, making him blush lightly. You both look great. Is that eyeliner? No, you know what, you do you, it's great. Aizawa gritted out, glaring at the woman. I'm kind of surprised you didn't finish Haruto's look with piercings. Haruto gasped, practically shimmering with excitement at the idea, making the man groan. Show Yuta, that's a fantastic idea. Haruto, darling, when is your birthday? February, right? And you're going to be 14? Such a big boy, I know the perfect studio, she gleamed. Aizawa just growled, putting his arms around their shoulders and walking them away. But Nemuri never gives up apparently, chasing behind them a little. They even have a lady with a unique healing quirk. Obviously this made Izuku turn and start mumbling out questions, so Aizawa tightened his grip, ushering them away a little faster. See you Monday, boys. She called out cheerily. Thank you, Auntie. Izuku called, making the woman clap and whoop loudly. Haruto simply waved over his shoulder like Aizawa. When they got home, everyone collapsed onto the couch in exhaustion. It had been a long day, so they put on a movie while Aizawa told them about the apartment. About 20 minutes before the end of the movie, Aizawa grabbed his phone to order takeout, asking the boys their preferences. What's up? Izuku asked, seeing the hero frowning at his phone. Just a message from an old friend. The next street over from the new place is the former pro hero Silver Fong Dash. What? Izuku dived up from his slumped position and started muttering up a storm. Because Fong, the martial arts master, creator of the insanely powerful water stream rock smashing fist style. He was the number 3 hero back in the day. His strength was marked as S-class. Often reported to bump heads with the HSPC and their apparent obsession with flashy powerful quirks. His older brother Deathwind was an underground hero with a similar quirk that utilized a wind element in his martial A. Izuku. Oh sorry, he looked up wide-eyed at the two staring incredulously at him. No, it's fine. Anyway, he lives nearby, so I'll have to take you to meet him at some point. Give me peace of mind when I'm out on patrol. Izuku was panting in excitement, so Haruto grabbed Tuna and moved the confused cat into his arms, forcing him to calm down. Haruto then turned, a slight hesitation in his voice, and asked, "When are you going back on patrol?" I've been putting it off, to be honest. I think once we get settled into the new place and Christmas is done, then I'll start back up." Christmas. Both boys look at each other, Izuku trying to silently ascertain if his brother has had Christmas before, Haruto probably asking the same thing, but neither said anything. Izuku in particular was worried that perhaps if they talk about it anymore they'll be disappointed by what they hear. After all, Aizawa didn't seem like the kind of guy who celebrated Christmas. Maybe it will be another year without joy. Aizawa continues, pulling Izuku from his depressing thoughts. "I'm going to be packing everything up tomorrow so we can get moved into the new place. Hizashi has kindly," he said through gritted teeth, "offered to take you boys to the radio station with him and give you a tour." Okay, wow. That's amazing, Haifchi. I am so excited. All that came out of Izuku's internal brain malfunction was a little squeal, making the other two chuckle. It was the perfect distraction because now all he could think about was going to the station, and of course moving into a new house near Silverfong. But the next morning, the boys waved over their shoulder to Aizawa as they left the apartment, the crazy loud blonde babbling wildly about what he had in store for them. When they arrived at the quite intimidating-looking building, they're not afraid or worried because Present Mike has such an enthusiastic personality that it's easy to get swept up in the moment. Haruto is a little quiet, but he seems to be relaxed and having fun. Izuku knows his tells after all, and the raven-haired teen isn't tense, isn't clenching fists, even watches Izuku with a tiny smirk, particularly when he gets ridiculously bouncy upon seeing a life-size cutout of Present Mike. "Take my picture with him and him," he shouts with glee. Haruto practically spits out laughing. "What? Oh, I get ya." Hizashi joins Izuku, standing either side of the cardboard pro hero. "Here, take one for me too." Both hand the teen their phones before posing a few times, peace symbols, jazz hands, catalog posing, fake worshipping. When they're done, Hizashi taps away, "I'm sending it to the group chat." Izuku is still staring at the cutout, smiling before he turns and pockets his phone so the three can carry on with the tour. Just after they finish lunch, they say their goodbyes to the staff and head back to the car. Izuku still mumbling quietly about the staff member whose quirk could manipulate the bass and treble of the sounds around her as they came out. She was even nice enough to answer all of his questions. "Today has been a great day, I'm Yamadash. Uncle Zashi." The man practically screams from the driver's seat in the car, making the windows rattle. The boys wince a little, shaking their heads to dispel the slight ringing. Despite the crazed noise, it fills his chest with a nice warmth, making his lips spread into a wide smile. "Thank you, Uncle Zashi." Monday brings the first dose of Haruto's medication. The teen lays on the bed in the medical bay half upright with the drip attached to his arm while Izuku chews on his vitamin gummies. He's worried about his big brother, so he uses the opportunity to spam him with gifs and videos of cats. Cats freaking out about cucumbers, check. Cats pushing things off shelves, check. Cats making human-sounding vomit noises, check. Cats getting brain freeze when eating ice cream, check. Cats knocking over small children, tick. That he notes, gets the biggest laugh so far. Cats attacking printers, check. Do you think Tuna would hate printers? Izuku looks up from his phone at the other boy. "I don't know, we should check later." "Good idea, it's for science." For science." After an hour they're free to go, making their way to the staff room with lollies in their mouth. His brother isn't complaining. "Maybe it's all okay." With a steadying breath, Izuku smiles. "Yeah, it's all okay." The rest of the week carries on with a routine of schoolwork, lunch, reading and more schoolwork until 3 p.m., then fitness or self-defense training with Aizawa for an hour, then home. It's a nice, easy schedule, occasionally spotted with visits by the noisy uncle and the excitable aunt, and then before they even know it, it's Saturday morning and they're helping move everything into their new apartment. Not surprisingly, it takes very little time to get everything moved in with the two pro-hero friends helping out. Both boys argue in the most unusual way about who gets the room with the slightly nicer view. No, you should take the room with a view. No, you're older, you should get it. No, you were on the streets longer, you deserve it more. No, you had a harder time with your family. No, your dad was a violent D-dash. Izuku gasped at that. Haruto said a naughty word. Haruto gasped in response, "You snitch. You're definitely getting the room now. I'm a naughty child apparently." In the end it was settled with a simple game of rock, paper, scissors, Haruto being crowned the victor, grumbling as he went, dragging his 2 boxes into the room. "Boys, come down for a second," Aizawa called from the stairs, so they both charged out of their rooms, colliding and stampeding down the steps, making the man groan at their antics. "You obviously need more furniture for your room, so we can go out tomorrow and get some stuff, but for now," he dumped a big cardboard box on the floor that they hadn't seen before, "decorate the place for me, please. I'm taking a nap." Both boys frowned in confusing, staring at the box, then at the hero who ambled over to his recliner, slipped into his sleeping bag, extended the chair and instantly shut his eyes. They looked at each other, shrugged and knelt down beside the box. They didn't see Aizawa secretly filming them as they opened it up and yipped, "Christmas decorations!" Izuku yelled, frantically pulling out tinsel and other bits and bobs, "Quick! Decorate tuna!" 4 days later, Izuku came steaming down the stairs like a bat out of hell and into the living room, scaring the shit out of Tuna in the process, so the cat dived onto Aizawa's lap as the hero napped on the couch. "Zawa! Christmas! Hey there, W, look!" He scrambled onto the couch, gently but energetically shaking the hero and pointing at the kotatsu, which had a small pile of presents. The man rubbed his face and looked at his watch. "It's 5:18 a.m. Izuku, still smiling, nodded vigorously. "Ichin." He got up and walked over to the kitchen. "Go get your brother then." 10 minutes later they were all sat on the little cushions as Aizawa sipped his steaming cup of coffee and the 2 boys cupped their own hot drinks. "Say, Zawa, how come you were asleep on the couch?" Izuku asked between gulps. "Oh," Izuku frowned when he saw the man look a little embarrassed, "I don't like sleeping downstairs. I realized I can't hear you if you need me." The 2 boys looked at each other. They'd been perfecting their silent communication, so they both moved around in unison and gave the man a hug. "Thanks for looking after us, Haruto whispered. "You won't be thanking me when I get a baby monitor for up there," he grumbled. "Oh har, good joke right?" Haruto smirked, but his smile slowly faded when the hero just kept looking at him, "Right? So, presents." Izuku interrupted, making the hero laugh, happily nodding so that Izuku could push the gifts to the right person. The boys had 2 each, one from the hero, one from Tuna. They in turn pushed a gift to him, making the hero's brows raise in surprise. "When did you get time for this?" Haruto scratched the back of his head as he answered, "When you got called out the day before yesterday for that quirk accident and Mr. Uncle Zashi came over, he took us for dinner at that cafe around the corner dash. And we saw Mr. Bang." Izuku butted in. "Yes, and we saw Mr. Bang while we were there. We saw this and yeah." Aizawa pulled the wrapping paper off delicately, unsure if the kids were like those people who didn't like to see the paper ripped to shreds. Inside was a large coffee mug with a black cat, a blue cat, a yellow cat, a green cat and a white cat, all in different poses around the side. "Look, it's us and your friends." "The blue cat isn't purple," Izuku frowned, "but it's kind of like Antinem, and look inside. It's got Tuna inside at the bottom." Pulling out the little bag of chocolate-covered coffee beans revealed a sleeping cat printed inside. "Thank you. This is really thoughtful." A couple of hours later, Izuku was sat on the couch watching TV, with his new slippers on and pile of different colored notebooks in front of him. At his side, Haruto had on his new fingerless gloves and woolly cat print socks. Both had tiny smiles on their faces as they waited for the chaos to begin. Not even 30 seconds later, an almost violent rapping at the door make all three of them jump, for if you count tuna falling off the kitchen counter. So Izuku hopped up offering to answer it, running down the stairs with boundless energy. It was of course Nemuri and Hisashi, both with bundles of presents and, "Is that for you, little Izuku?" And Izuku literally screamed, grabbing the item and pegging it back up the stairs. "Zwa look." He held out the life-size cut-out of present mic that he'd seen at the radio station. "Oh my effing gut," the man groaned, flopping backwards onto the floor, covering his face with his arms in defeat. Haruto, as usual, started wheezing with laughter. "I've got my own present mic. I'm going to move him around the house." "Sorry everyone, I've got a new best friend." The small boy bobbed around, dancing with the cutout. In the corner next to the stairs, Hisashi squealed, recording the whole thing on his phone, whisper shouting to Nemuri, "This is the best Christmas ever." After things settled down, the two pseudo-relatives handed out gifts, a set of handcuff-style bracelets and some present mic-themed headphones for Haruto, a professionally made Eraserhead-themed hoodie for Izuku, with scarf detail and little drawstrings on the hood that were the same yellow as his goggles. And for the days he's not wearing the hoodie, a very pale gray knitted scarf, so he can always look like his favorite hero. And for the hero himself, the two had gotten him a collection of fireproof household items, oven mitts, pot holders, small iron tongs for grabbing hot things. Of course the man scowls at the pair and the jokes go completely over Izuku and Haruto's heads. Finally, after all that settled down, Aizawa popped downstairs for something, saying he'd be right back. When he returned he handed a large envelope to each of the boys, sitting at the kotatsu with them again. After a little apprehension they both opened them. Izuku instantly burst into tears. First was the print out of rescinding of Izuku's death, second was the certificate with his official name changed to Izuku Aizawa, then documentation of Aizawa being their official guardian, and finally for Izuku, his quirk certification. Alice Ignis quirk allows user to T-transform into winged creatures made of fire. User can alter temperature. User does not require sustenance while using this form. User can control the solidity of F-fire while using this form. Izuku stuttered with overflowing emotion. It was official. He was registered with a quirk. The wording made him frown in slight confusion. What does "can creatures? Like not just a bee butterfly?" "Nizu has some theories, we'll test it out, don't worry. And remember, first we simply learn to activate and deactivate." Then he pulls a small plastic bag out from behind his back. "Here is 8 pairs of undies, 8 vests and 2 pairs of fitted shorts. They said they're like compression shorts." Izuku took the bag, pulling the items out. "They're from the support department? With my DRA? Ding. Yes, so when you turn back you won't be naked. The day after tomorrow, we'll head to UA and start quirk training." Izuku felt numb as he plastered on a fake smile and nodded, the whole world going a little gray and cold. He couldn't help but be terrified, despite all of Aizawa's reassurances. But he had to believe things would be okay. He said they'd have a tub so he could turn himself back. He said he would be there the whole time and could deactivate his quirk. But what if? The rest of the day pulled him into amusing situations and out of his spiraling thoughts. Hisashi and Nemuri entertaining the whole gang with their antics, Haruto putting his fingerless gloves on Tuna and laughing as the cat did backwards acrobatics in an attempt to get away from them, Nemuri temporarily swapping Aizawa's chocolate-covered coffee beans with chocolate-covered sultanas, making the hero go on an almost murderous rampage. It was light and fun and the food was plentiful, so when bedtime rolled around, Izuku was out like a light. When he woke up it was warm, like the sun was on his face. Opening his eyes he found himself in the prettiest meadow with delicate purple flowers scattered amongst the lush green grass. It seems familiar somehow, hazy like a long-forgotten memory, making him feel even warmer. He was surrounded by singing birds and fluttering butterflies, as he giggled in his head, dancing with them, floating around peacefully, spreading his wings and soaking in the heat. His wings. Why does he have wings? Izuku abruptly smashed into the chest of drawers with a bang, fluttering in panic. Water? He needs some water. He needs to turn back before everything sets on fire. The door was closed. He should try get to the bathroom or the kitchen, but how can he when the door is closed? Terror was flooding his brain, so he still crashed into it repeatedly, a small thudding noise ringing out 1, 2, 3, 4 times, leaving tiny singes where he hit. He needs to cool down. He can't burn the place down and kill his brother and dad too. No. No. He raced around the room in pure fear, crashing into his empty glass, sending it hurtling off the chest of drawers and smashing on the floor. Oh no. No. He needs to keep afloat. He can't touch anything in case it sets on fire, but what will he do when he gets tired? Before he can panic anymore, the door is flung open. Aizawa standing with a frantic look on his face for a split second before he quickly activates his quirk. Izuku instantly turns back, landing with a thud to the side of his futon, thankfully away from the broken glass. The teen looks at his shaking hands, his human hands, before a devastated sob breaks from his chest. Aizawa hero shuffles forward, quietly hoping not to frighten the teen anymore. Crouching down, he whispers, "I'm sorry for bursting in. I heard a thud and then a glass in me dash." Izuku lunged forward, flinging himself into the man's arms. "Dad!" Izuku cried hard. His desperate, heartbreaking sobs rang out through the room as tears flooded down his cheeks. "Dad." I see. Aizawa stroked his fingers through the young boy's curls. "It's okay, nothing is on fire, you're okay?" A few seconds later, Haruto carefully adds himself to the cuddle, helping calm the little boy down. Everyone was okay, nobody died, nothing burned, Aizawa's quirk worked, it was all going to be okay. Shoyuta was laying back on the recliner, reading through the brochure for a school in the area when he heard a distant thud come from upstairs. It's not enough to send him running or anything, because they're not babies, they're old enough to look after themselves. Another quieter thud floats down the stairs, repeating a few times. He sits up, a slight frown on his face as he looks behind him, expecting something. The sound of a glass smashing barely reached him before he was darting off, running full pelt up the stairs, 2 at a time. Somehow he instinctively knew it would be from Izuku's room, so he flung the door open. Flapping frantically in the middle of the room was a stunningly beautiful butterfly made of red, orange, and flecks of yellow flame. Despite the tiniest desire to observe it more, he activated his quirk, watching Izuku materialize and land with a heavy thud just off the side of his futon. The poor boy burst into uncontrollable sobs. He couldn't help but start to move forward, whispering, "I'm sorry for bursting in, I heard a thud and then a glass and dash." Izuku moved forward into his arms. "Dad." Despite his brain screeching to a halt, he wrapped firm arms around the boy, holding him tight as his body shook with heavy cries. He pulled his hand back and gently brushed his palm across Izuku's cheek, wiping away the rivers of tears before threading his fingers into tangled locks. Oh, poor baby, he must have been terrified of repeating what happened with his mother. The thought broke his heart. "It's okay, nothing is on fire, you're okay?" Over the soft cries, he heard Haruto's door open and soft footsteps approaching before the teen gently wrapped his arms around the two, slotting his chin on the crown of Izuku's head. "Did you want to come down and sit on the couch?" "I'll clean this up," he said quietly to the boys, slowly pulling back from the crushing hug. Haruto met his eyes and nodded, gently coercing his little brother away from the bedroom and heading downstairs. Shoyuta looked around the room, not just noting the smashed glass beside the dresser but the little scorch mark on the wood. He felt like an idiot. Why didn't he fireproof everything in the room, not just his bedsheets? He slowly dragged his hand down his face, moving the door and noting the 4 little scorch marks. "I need to get," he mumbled quietly, scratching his stubble, "a panic button? Or a bell? Maybe a fireproof perch, fireproof the door, curtains, chest of drawers." He turned, looking around the room and pulling his phone out of his pockets to make a list, fireproof the flooring. After breathing out a little sigh, he went downstairs and into the kitchen cupboard, grabbing the dustpan. The boys were curled up together with Tuna on the couch, pulling the spare blanket over themselves while Haruto whispered soft reassurances. He couldn't help the guilt pooling in his gut. Why didn't I plan for something like this, my poor dash? Shuta's steps faltered as he made his way back to Izuku's bedroom, remembering being called Dad. His ears went red as tears began to prick his eyes. He called me Dad. Twice. Despite the heartbreaking situation when it had happened, the rush of joy and pride was overwhelming. He bent down and began cleaning up the glass, with a small smile on his face. Izuku, are you okay? Shoyuta said in his softest voice as he sat on the couch next to the boys. Izuku nodded, still sniffing slightly. Haruto was wrapped protectively around him despite looking exhausted. He reached over and put a hand on the boy's knee. Haruto, do you want to stick around while we talk, or do you want to go back to bed? You look pretty tired, kid. It's okay, Onaikin, you can go to bed. I'm okay, Izuku whispered, nuzzling Haruto's shoulder before pulling back and giving a tiny smile. Go sleep so that you can look after me when I'm tired tomorrow. The teen eyed the two suspiciously for a moment before relenting with a little nod and putting Tuna on the boy's lap and getting up. Don't push yourself, Zu, he says as he roughly pats Izuku's head and trots off to bed. The minute the teen is upstairs, Izuku turns and looks at Shoyuta, blushing a little. I'm sorry for, calling you, Shoyuta butts in before the boy stresses himself out unnecessarily. Izuku. He takes a deep breath and pulls the boy to his chest for a warm hug. Somewhere along the line, I started thinking of you both as my kids. He feels the Izuku press a little closer to his chest, arms around his back pulling a little tighter as if he's worried about getting bad news. If you want to call me Dad, I will do everything in my power to be the absolute best dad there is, because honestly, it would be an honor to call you both my sons. He feels little fists grip his shirt as even more sobs rack the little body in his arms. Thank you for saving me, Izuku cries, tears making a little damp patch on his shirt. The two melt into each other on the couch, relief to be accepted probably for both of them, making this simple hug seem so important. After a few minutes they sit side by side. The only sound in the room is the purring coming from Tuna in Izuku's arms. Did it start with another dream? Do you want to tell me about it? He pries gently. After taking a deep shuddered breath, Izuku nods. Yeah, I remember it a little more this time. I was in a meadow with flowers and singing birds and butterflies, but while I was dreaming it all seemed so familiar, but I wasn't sure, but it was more about the feeling. Warmth, the sounds, but I know now. I've been there before, with Kaken. This is a friend? He was my best friend, until my quirk never came in. We used to go to the field because of the butterflies, we would jump around and play, and he would catch my favorite ones. Izuku coughed, rubbing his throat. It was nice. I always missed it after, He nodded. Do you think that's why your quirk manifested as butterflies? Because was it one of your favorite memories? Izuku smiled wistfully. It was so nice, even when Kaken first got his quirk, we still went. He'd brag and go on about how awesome his was and stuff, but I didn't mind. He still went out of his way to look for my favorite colored butterflies with reds and oranges. Like the monarch? The boy froze. Oh, yeah, I suppose so, yeah. He looked down at his hands, rubbing his fingers together, as Shoyuta watched closely. I saw one near the school once. I ran out into, oh my god. He noticed the way the boy's little hands suddenly curled up into fists. Take a deep breath. You're safe, everyone is okay. The day my quirk came in, I forgot. He started sobbing again, angrily rubbing those little fists against his face, very roughly shoving knuckles into his tearful eyes. Shoyuta grabbed his hands, holding them in one while using his thumb to softly rub away the tear tracks on the boy's cheeks. Take a deep breath. We don't have to talk about it if you dash. No. Sorry, please? I just want to get. Alright, take your time. I'm here, he reassured. I remember, it was that butterfly. I was walking home from school. Kaken used to live a couple of streets over from me, so I would either try get out of school as fast as possible, or stay late so they didn't bother me. I guess that day he must have got out fast too. I didn't really know he was behind me. I can get in my own world, Izuku gave a sad little laugh that just made his heart want to crack even more. I saw the butterfly and didn't even think. I just ran out into the road towards it. I didn't even see the truck. The boy sat forward, putting his elbows on his knees, staring at the turned-off television, or perhaps just staring off into a memory. Kaken grabbed me and pulled me out of the way. I thought he was so amazing, I always did, but there in that moment he actually saved me. But, he called me stupid Deku, said he was saving the butterfly that was in my hand, said it had more value in the world than a worthless quirkless idiot. Shoyuta fought hard to keep his anger at bay, pushed down the urge to yell and demand to know who this shithead was, resist hunting the brat down. His lips were pushed into a thin line, teeth clenched. How dare that a-hole say those horrible things to his son? How dare he? That's a horrible thing to say, Izuku. He was wrong. You know that, right? You're not worthless and definitely not an idiot. You have so much value, okay? Izuku looked into his eyes. Those big green eyes looked so dim and sad. It just wasn't fair, the hardships this kid had been through. That night was when my quirk came in. I saw him at my funeral, you know. He went with his mom. A small flicker of hope flourished in his chest that maybe the a-hole felt remorse for his appalling behavior, but deep down he knew that probably wasn't the case. He was complaining about having to go. And I was so annoyed that he couldn't even just get through my funeral without being mean. But then his mom. I used to call her auntie. Izuku's breathing picked up a little, so Shoyuta began rubbing small circles into his back. She told him to at least have sympathy. Yeah, have some sympathy for my mom because she didn't deserve to die. Like as if I did. As if it didn't matter that I was dead. Izuku built up, raising his voice as he got more agitated. It was sad that my mom was dead, but not useless, Deku. The boy started crying hard again, pushing into his arms for more hugs. No, Izuku, they were wrong. So wrong. You're one of the most important people in the world to me and your brother. Heck, you've got most of the UA staff wrapped around your finger. Hisashi would announce his mourning to the whole world if anything ever happened to you. Can you imagine how loud he would cry? He tried perking him up. It might not be one of his strengths, but he'll pretty much do anything right now to pull Izuku out of this depression, make him see his value as a human being. We love you so much. Izuku shook in the embrace. Slowly, he calmed down, his tears slowing, his little hiccups petering out. Finally, after a while, he felt the boy grow slack as his breathing slowed. Poor little thing, worn himself out. After a few minutes he pulled him down and slipped out of the hold so that Izuku was laying on the couch, then pulled the fireproof blanket down around him. Despite his maddening desires to find that Kaken kid and his family, he knew he had to focus on helping Izuku get over this. And train his quirk so accidents didn't happen that left the kid in a spiral of panic and despair. So quirk training and counseling. That day, the two boys were quieter than usual, either from exhaustion or heavy emotions. Lunch was a simple affair, ordered from the cafe, but in an attempt to break to funk, he sent the two out on their first big boy mission to fetch it all on their own. When they returned, Izuku was a little brighter, apparently receiving cookies from a nice older lady who was waiting for Mr. Bang. He knew exactly who they were talking about. He should send the boys over to help her around the garden. If they were going to make friend in the community, what better than Bang's girlfriend, he thought. In the afternoon they watched some crazy old Donald Duck and Goofy cartoons for the slapstick comedy aspect. Even Tuna was trying to cheer them up, having a little manic episode with a random patch on the wall. Inspired the boys to start testing cat theories, much to Shuta's amusement. After dinner, while they were distracted with orange peel, he took out his phone to order things from his list, message updates to Nizu and reply to his idiot friends in the group chat. Then something else occurred to him. Guys, I'm just going to my office to make a phone call, okay? No probs, the boys chimed back, so he casually wandered down the stairs. He needed to let Tsukachi and the agency know he wouldn't be back patrolling next week like he'd said. There was no way he could go out until Izuku had his quirk under control. Even with leaving Hisashi or Bang to babysit, they couldn't turn off his quirk, and he wasn't going to let the kid be traumatized anymore if he could help it. He also didn't want Izuku to know he was postponing his return to work for his sake. The little greenie was too sensitive to things like that, hence the privacy of his office. Once he finished up, he made his way out of the office quietly, hearing hushed voices coming from the living room upstairs. He knew it was rude to eavesdrop, but with how quiet they'd been, he felt it could be something important, so he went still as a statue and listened. I know it was really scary and it upset you so much, But Demon, I wish I could have seen his face, Haruto whispered, finishing with a laugh. There was a thud, quickly followed by the teen laughing even harder. Izuku hit him then. I don't know, I was too busy freaking out. I did talk to him about it later though, after you'd gone to bed. Shoyuta frowned. Are they talking about his quirk? No, Haruto wouldn't be laughing about that, and if Izuku is hitting him, he's embarrassed. Oh, what did he say? Did he look like he was constipated? The teen laughed again. Oh my god, you're terrible. There was a choking noise followed by Haruto saying okay over and over, then Izuku carried on, we had a moment okay. He said and I chew speech marks? What? You quote. Yeah, he said, and this is a quote because I memorized it, he said, I would be honored to call you both my sons. Silence. Oh, they're talking about calling me dad? He frowned, then pressed his lips into a tight, irritated line. I didn't look like I was sitting constipated. That little sheet. Well, that's sweet, Haruto redeemed himself in that moment. He's so nice. I really want him to be my dad. Do you think he'll adopt us one day? Izuku's little voice was so soft and hopeful. Shoyuta had butterflies now, absolutely. Well, if he said that then yeah, sure. I think I need to talk to him. He's good to talk to, right? He's not gonna make fun of me. Yeah, for sure. I trust him so much, but what's wrong? You can talk to me too. What next? Haruto could be heard whining. I dunno, it's embarrassing. It's okay, I swear I won't laugh, Izuku replied softly. I think my PP is broken. Shoyuta face palmed intensely. Of course now he was stuck between a rock and a hard place. The boys try figure it out for themselves and get it horribly wrong or intervene and have the most awkward conversation of his life. He cautiously looked up at the stairs. What do you mean it's broken? Are you having trouble peeing? Oh, that's smart. I didn't think of that. What if he's got a UTI? No, that's fine. It's well when I wake up in a morning dash. Intervene. Hey boys, he called in a state of panic from the Jeng. If you're showering or bathing before bed, you should probably start to get ready. Then he started taking slow, dramatic, noisy steps up to the living room as the two hissed and scrambled around. When he reached the couch, Haruto looked like he wanted to crawl in a hole and die. You want to go first, Izuku? Haruto, can you feed Tuna please? Izuku set off in a sprint, calling back down the stairs, sure. Now the problem was how to broach this without making it obvious that he'd been listening. So, what were you rascals chatting about while I was on the phone? Smooth Shoyuta. Haruto's eyes went comically wide so he added on, you know you can come to be about anything, right? I'm here for both of you, okay? The teen nodded and sighed. Remember Recovery Girl said some stuff might start happening? Well, this is the worst. Oh, believe me, I know. And then they proceeded to have the most awkward conversation of his entire life. Knowing full well he'd have to do it again in a few years with Izuku. Shit, I really am a dad. The next day Izuku was obviously full of nervous energy, talking a mile a minute, anxiously bouncing his leg while sitting on the couch and dropping things because his hands were jittery. They both showered him with reassurances and hugs, but it was obvious he wasn't going to calm down until the quirk training was over and done with. Shortly after breakfast everyone was heading out of the front door and into the car. Shoyuta put on some music in hopes that it would either calm the kid down or at least entertain him enough so he wouldn't talk their heads off. It didn't work, but the journey was literally a few minutes thanks to their new closer apartment, so now they found themselves inside Gym Gamma with Nizu. Izuku was dressed in his special shorts and vest set, specifically created for his quirk training sessions as opposed to the things he wore under his clothes or to bed. These clothes fit much more snug, but Izuku didn't seem to mind. Shoyuta stepped up and sat next to him on the edge of the little pool that Cementos had created. Izuku was too busy staring vacantly into the water to really notice him. It was about 5 feet in diameter and about 3 foot deep, kind of like a spa. Leaning forward and dipping his hand in, he was rather disgruntled to find the water wasn't warm at all. Nizu chuckled behind them. I'm sorry, Aizawa, or should I say Izuku and Shoyuta, seen as you are both Aizawa now. The rat was obviously amused by his own antics, so he pulled his hand out and flicked water at Haruto, who was grumbling about God knows what. The principal continued over the top of Haruto's further complaining. I figure this would be good incentive to figuring out how to turn the quirk off. Nobody wants a cold bath, right? Izuku just dead stared the rat. It impressed him, made him feel proud that someone so adorably cute could pull off such a glare, my boys. Now perhaps Haruto would be able to help by telling us how he activates his quirk, what it feels like and importantly, how he then stops it. The agitated teen sighed before he nodded and came a little closer to the group. When I first started as a little kid, I would try to visualize it in my head, picture exactly what I wanted to happen, imagine my quirk flowing from my heart down my arms towards my hands, then I'd open up my hands, palm up and think about pushing that flow outwards. When I wanted to stop, I'd try think of it like breathing in a sking deep breath but with the quirk and then I'd clamp my hands shut. Now it's more like second nature dash. Haruto held up his hand and sent a burst of fire upwards from his open palm. Bright blue and dazzling, the heat waves pouring off it were intense enough for Nizu to take a step back. But it barely lasted a couple of seconds and it was gone again, that upturned palm now closed into a fist, turned down and pushing out towards Izuku for a fist bump. You got this, baby bro. Izuku gets this look of determination and honestly, it's incredible. It actually makes him feel even prouder of the kid. After everything he'd been through and how terrified this whole situation was making him, he was standing up with bravery painted on those cute freckled cheeks, strength of will sparkling in those emerald eyes. I can do this. Nothing happens to start with when Izuku closes his eyes, he stretches his arms out straighter, jutting out just slightly from his sides. He can tell he's trying to visualize it like his brother said, pushing this force out from his heart to his hands, but Izuku's quirk is different so he thinks about what Izuku saw both times he activated it. Izuku, can you picture that meadow for me? The boy flinched ever so slightly before frowning and nodding so he continued. Can you remember that warm sunlight on your face? The birds are singing and you're in the most lovely meadow with pretty flowers. It's only a few seconds more before Izuku begins to glow a deep but stunning green before his body seemed to almost vaporize into a dense green smoke that pours to the floor like liquid, dispersing into nothing in a fraction of a second and left in the air, is the monarch butterfly, glowing with orange, red and yellow fire, fluttering beautifully. Quite fascinating, Nizu quietly whispers. That's great, Izuku. I'm going to count to 5 then I'm going to activate my quirk. If you can think about pulling yourself back during that time, we'll see if you can turn it off on your own. He looks at the other two then starts counting 1, 2, 3, 5. Quick flash of glowing eyes and Izuku reappears in another puff of green smoke, landing harshly on his butt. Ow, can we get a cushion? The boy seems initially distracted by the pain of landing on his butt, on the hard concrete after falling from about 4 feet high before he suddenly looks up, oh my god I did it. Izuku runs over and dives in for a cuddle with him and Haruto, babbling nonsense at a speed nobody can really make out. After a couple of minutes the boy calms down. Great job Izuku. Did you try using Haruto's method to stop? Oh no, I was too, you know. I'll try again. Izuku stepped back but stopped, I think. I don't think pulling it back in like sking in a breath is going to work. I'm a small... Let me... Izuku dissolved into incomprehensible muttering. What's he doing? Whispered Haruto. Fascinating, whispered Nizu. Izuku. Oh, sorry. So give me until the count of 10, okay? Izuku then stepped back again, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. Just like before, like a solid subliming into gas, the butterfly appeared. Shoyuta released the breath he didn't realize he was holding and began to count out loud, but this time he only got to 4 before Izuku reappeared, again crashing into the floor. Aw my Buet. Okay, great work Izuku, but next time maybe change back from higher up so you can either correct your landing, just like we've been working on with sparring dash. Like tuna. Interrupts Haruto loudly. Or high enough so one of us can catch you, Shoyuta finished. As he looked over he could see Nizu had a gleam in his eye and he didn't like that look one bit, but he didn't say anything as the rat stepped forward to query, what did you figure out Izuku? Your talent for quirk analysis seems to have worked in your favor. Izuku blushed at the compliment, the way Haruto worded it, like as if the quirk was something separate to me, flowing through me, something that could. I thought that if I pull myself in, it could take my place, and likewise, if I push myself back out to be me again. I never thought of it that way before. The boy's face was filled with sorrow and regret, as if he was thinking about all that time spent as a butterfly could have been avoided. Don't be sad, Izuku. Think of where you are now and who you are with. Thanks, Dad. He felt warm and fuzzy again watching Izuku get a soft smile, the frown disappearing. But out of the corner of his eye, he could see the cheeky teen to his right looking at him with the biggest sheet-eating grin. Haruto, stop being a turd. Izuku and his brother both burst out laughing. Never one to miss an opportunity, Nizu stepped forward with a cluster of papers in his paws. I'm glad to see this is going so well. Perhaps we can try a couple more thin dash. Barely holding back a growl, he cut in, Nizu, let's just stick to the basics today. Izuku can just practice activating and deactivating the quirk. We aren't even sure of the quirk drawbacks apart from the mineral deficiencies. No, it's okay. I'm curious to see what he has in mind. Izuku stepped forward to look at the paper, missing the way Nizu's smug look, as if a rat can look smug. Obviously you should, like Aizawa said, practice activating and deactivating a few times, but perhaps we could see how you go changing the temperature of your flames. Nizu pulled a temperature gun seemingly out of nowhere, and we have some fire-resistant mesh to see if you can phase through, and over there, he pointed across the gym. I had Cementos create some small openings of different shapes to see if you can manipulate the shape of your fire to fit through. I also would be interested in seeing if you could say run, phase, fly, phase, run, if you know what I mean. I want to kill Nizu. Oh, I want to kill him so bad. That's great, and I think you said something about winged creatures in my quirk description. Oh, cool name by the way. It's Latin. Izuku chatted happily, completely missing the way Shoyuta was desperately pulling in his murderous urges. Also, how the F can this kid not know the word sympathy but knows Latin? What the dash? Hey Zu, why don't you just turn your quirk on and off for a bit? You can do the wacky stuff after lunch, right? Shoyuta wanted to hug Haruto, give the Deepening kid a medal. Of course he would get through to his brother like no one else. And the rat isn't going to risk ignoring or going against him, because then Shoyuta really would have to find somewhere to bury him for pushing one son too far and ignoring or being rude to the other. Nobody messes with Shuta's boys. Great idea, Haruto. Shoyuta shot the teen a look that said, I will buy you anything ever. I love you, son. After a very successful morning and a hastily devoured lunch, the group was once again in Gym Gamma, watching as Izuku's shimmering flames gradually darkened to brown and burgundy colors. The coolest temperature he managed to reach was around 300 degrees Celsius, his dark flames still hot but nothing like a normal fire. Gradually he got hotter, working to reds around 600 degrees Celsius, oranges around 900 degrees Celsius, yellows around 1200 degrees Celsius, and finally a mix of yellows and whites around 1500 degrees Celsius. What are you thinking about when you burn hottest? Haruto asked cautiously. Izuku chewed the side of his thumb as he thought. The boy looked tired. Shoyuta would absolutely be putting his foot down about testing any other wild theories today, just about feeling hot, like the sun, I guess? Haruto lifted his hand, demonstrating just like before, except when his flames burst out they were reds and oranges, tiny bits of white flickering in the core of the fire. It looked like Endeavor's flames, more controlled but still brutally hot. When I calm my mind and just think about creating fire, it comes out like his, the teen said, a little bitterness in his voice, but when I pour my heart into it, my emotions, my desperation, the flames flickered viciously, the white taking over and wild violent blue rushing out in an uncontrolled manner. Then it gets hotter. Izuku looks sad, his eyes pool with unshed tears. Shoyuta doesn't want to spook the teen, but the wording he used makes his heart crack. What are you desperate for, Haruto? The flames flicker more, suddenly getting bigger, making them step back from the waves of intense heat. Then just like that it's gone. Then teen shakes his head for barely a second before Izuku runs in for a cuddle. He's not sure if he should be privy to their hushed conversation. Nizu certainly knows he's not, so he quietly slinks away. I just want to be seen. I want to be more than a failed creation. I want to have value, have purpose. I want to be part of a family. I want to be loved. Shoyuta steps forward and wraps his arms around the boys. After a few moments he whispers, you have all of these things, Haruto. I promise you do. And you are part of a family, part of Izuku's family, part of my family. You are loved, you are loved. The teen shakes with small quiet cries as he holds them both. Come on, let's go home. After school Aizawa took them to the pet shop. He said he wanted to get a new collar for Tuna, but he knew that the guy was trying to cheer him up. After all, their last visit to the pet shop was fun, and playing with Tuna that evening was even more fun. While Izuku and Aizawa went to the collar section, he wandered around the store with the little robotic bug toy already in hand. He figured he might as well go look at the fish or something, but when he turned around the corner at the end of the aisle he collided with another teen. With a huffing noise the other boy steps back, a weird combination of disinterest and annoyance on his face. The two look at each other, neither apologizing. The other teen has slightly longer black spiky hair, is oddly almost the exact same height. He's dressed in equally dark, angsty clothing. Heck, they even have a similar jaw shape, but Haruto notices the other boy has beautiful eyes lined with luscious long lashes. Despite his irises being a dark blue, almost black color, they seem bright, probably because of how open they are. An unfamiliar feeling bubbles in his chest that makes him panic a little. Wait, beautiful eyes. What? I'm sorry for bumping into you, I guess, he mutters out, struggling to keep gazing into the other boy's eyes and not stare at the floor. The other teen slumps even further into that uninterested, bored look. You guess? Wow. And then he's gone, slipping away from the grasp he didn't even have and out of the pet shop. Haruto stared after the boy for slightly longer than necessary before snapping out of the daze. Sheet. What am I doing? That night Haruto had trouble falling asleep. Izuku and Aizawa were being kind and gentle, breaking down the walls he'd put up with affection, but the teen still had his inner demons. It was getting better, of course, but the whole concept of quirk training brought up a lot of bad memories, and in hindsight he felt guilty for being so grumpy. Both in the morning and when Izuku started training in Gym Gamma. Still, it was hard, especially when he felt so DMN hormonal. When he does fall asleep he sees black hair shaped into long spiny spikes, pretty lashes and flushed cheeks before waking with a start. It felt like he'd only been asleep 10 seconds even though the shining sun indicated it was actually morning. And that's when he noticed the uncomfortable mess in his boxer shorts and all over the sheets. Oh God. He peeks inside, then immediately starts to panic. I need to go put a wash on, it's everywhere. I need a shower. I stink of... His brain goes back to the awkward talk with Aizawa from 2 days ago and he groans, "New." Of course, 10 minutes later when he's cleaned himself off with tissues and changed into fresh undies, he's stuffing the bedding and soiled boxers into the washing machine when Aizawa appears at the door. Don't ask, don't ask, don't ask. The man's eyes widen, staring at the laundry, before quickly shifting to stare at his cup of coffee with those same wide eyes. Thankfully he simply says good morning and very quickly exits the room and goes upstairs. Good man. Strangely enough, 20 minutes later after a quick shower, he sat at the kotatsu eating a bowl of cereal when the downstairs front door is flung open. Aizawa dives off the couch so dim and fast it makes him snort milk out of his nose. Why do you have a key, Namuri? He shouts from the top of the stairs, arms holding on to the wall and the banister defensively blocking any access to the living room. The woman starts ascending the stairs casually. I took a mold of it while you were asleep the other day. Now then dash. No, absolutely not, Aizawa butts in. At this point Izuku has stumbled down from his bedroom and is sitting on the stools at the kitchen counter next to Cardboard Mike. The little boy is such a dazed mess it makes Haruto chuckle as he wipes the milk from his upper lip and nostrils. Haruto, darling, I can help dash. The woman reaches the top of the stairs and starts ducking under Aizawa's arms and pushing to try get through. No, the man grunts. When you think about girls and boys, what is it that sets your loins on fire? She dodges an elbow to the head. What are loins? Izuku, so cute with his little questions. It does make him frown though, thinking about pork loins, so he asks the boy, do you think she means a cut of pork? I've heard of pork loins. Why would thinking about people make me burn dinner? It's nothing, Namuri just came to borrow sugar and is now leaving. Haruto notes that Aizawa looks a little sweaty. When you see chains and whips, how do dash? Namuri dodges a forearm aimed at her face. I effing hate you, the man grumbled, corralling her down the stairs, harshly whispering, You're not allowed to talk to him about that until he's 16, he doesn't need to know the traffic light system of safe words yet. Haruto looked at Izuku again, both shrugging, so while Aizawa wrestles the woman back out of the apartment, he gets up and slips cardboard mic into the pantry, angled so that it will slap the hero in the face when he opens the door. Izuku looks puzzled, either by his actions or lingering thoughts about pork chops. Why? Why not? Haruto shrugged and sat back down to finish his cereal. 30 seconds later, he dumped the bowl in the sink and headed back upstairs to get some things from his room ready to take to UA for the day. He keeps his door open though, then just a couple of minutes later, takes great joy in hearing a donk noise, a loud yell, and then Izuku screeching about it not hurting his best friend. Later that day they return to Gym Gamma for Izuku's continued quirk training. Haruto pushes down any worry and stress that linger from brutal memories and instead tries to focus on his brother's amazing progress. Change temperature check. Phasing through the grating check. Moving through different shape gaps in the concrete check. Kind of, mostly. Solidifying the flames check. That one was his idea and he got a brilliant warmth in his chest when he was praised for the suggestion. Phasing between human and butterfly, quickly while moving, after several cuts and bruises, check. While Izuku is going through all of his trials, he's supposed to be reading an algebra booklet, but it's so boring that he just keeps watching his brother. Maybe I should be training my own quirk? But what for? I don't want to be a hero. Haruto, how are you feeling today? Math work can be tiresome, I imagine. Nizu pops out of nowhere, sitting on the bench next to him. Yeah, I'm fine, I guess. Then Teen keeps his eyes on Izuku, not quite trusting the rat enough to give him his full attention. Have you thought about your career options yet? I know Izuku is probably keen to go into underground heroics like Aizawa, and his keen sense of analysis will work well for him in that situation. Haruto sighs, finally pulling back from his elbow on knees slump and sits more upright. I don't want to be a hero. I want to help people though, like Izuku did for me. And Zawa, I guess, but I don't want to be a hero. He struggled to stop his voice going growly at the end. Flashy quirk, oh, you want to be a hero, of course. It's always the same. Oh yes, that much is obvious. A tinkly little laugh slips from the rodent's lips. Have you heard of the role of heroic support technician? Haruto frowns. A what? Precisely why I think you'd be perfect for the job. You see, the support technician works solely on missions, completely out of the public eye, and despite having almost identical training to a hero, they do not get the fame and recognition, especially from the Hero Commission, who are not involved in their work. It sounded interesting, so he didn't stop the principal continuing. They support the heroes behind the scenes with mission strategies and plans. They assist from the sidelines, providing first aid and organizing which type of backup is required. Like police or fire services, they work on profiling with both hero agencies and the police. A keen intellect is required, and in most cases a strong dislike for the politics of heroics. The rat bursts out laughing at the end like a maniac. Weirdo. Yes, sounds good, I guess. I think it sounds like your exact cup of tea. Smug B. The rest of the week continues much the same with Izuku training, but now he spends an hour with Recovery Girl learning basic first aid. The next week things return a little more to normal with school work during the day, basic fitness or self-defense training in the afternoon. Now for an hour during the week, instead of fitness and on Saturdays, they do quirk training, again with some time learning first aid. After half of the apartment and all of Izuku's bedroom is fireproofed and a panic button in Izuku's room is installed that sets of an alarm in Aizawa's room, the living room and Haruto's room, Aizawa returns to patrolling. Initially, Hizashi comes to babysit, but after a disastrous attempt at reading them bedtime stories, they all agree that the kids are old enough to be left on their own. So long as they promise to call Aizawa or Hizashi, or Bang, who was now a contact in their phones, in an emergency. In the blink of an eye, it's February and Haruto's 14th birthday comes around. As promised, Namuri takes him for some piercings. Izuku tags along, and Aizawa because he's still mad at the woman about that pork loin incident for some reason, so he can ask the lady with the healing quirk some questions. You can get a maximum of 5 piercings at once. My quirk can heal impalement-type injuries, the blonde lady says. Beside him Izuku is bursting with the unfulfilled desire to spew questions out. So the metal of the piercing needle goes in and comes out the other side. We move the jewelry into place and twist it a little while using my quirk. It feels a little itchy, but other than that it's fine. Most of my nerve endings are still a bit fried anyways, so my sense of pain is still a bit dull, he mumbled. And it was true. They were 2 months into his weekly treatments and his organ damage is well on the way to being fixed, but the nerves seem to be taking longer. His burnt skin is doing surprisingly well. There was apparently a risk it could darken, but it's almost the same color as his healthy skin, just the texture makes it more noticeable. His tear ducts were finally fixed too, so when things get the better of him once in a while, he can cry without pain or blood. He didn't even realize how much that meant to him until he had an accident at quirk training and burned Izuku's elbow, instantly breaking down in tears. Do you work at the hospital too? Izuku blurts out his question like he has no control of his mouth, effectively pulling Haruto out of his thoughts. Yes, I am on call for emergencies at Mizudafu General. Now then, we've got your father's permission, so what would you like? Father, he blinks, taking a breath sharply before he realizes she means Aizawa, mistaking him for his. Well, he kind of is, isn't he? He shakes his head, right? He looks at the board with diagrams of piercings, upper helix, lower helix, on both sides. Don't forget we can come back again, darling. Maybe we can celebrate you boys starting school, Namuri added, ignoring the slight growl from Aizawa. Nose for the last one. I'd like to eventually get 3 there, and more in that upper ear part, and my bottom lip, oh, and my tongue. Namuri squealed at the same time that Aizawa groaned. Looking at the diagram, he just felt like he could make himself into something he wanted, something cut from a different cloth to everyone else. He wasn't Tuya, he's Haruto. He's different and he's going to own it rather than try and blend in with the scars. So after an irritatingly itchy set of piercings, they went off to get dinner at a cool restaurant with graffiti on the walls. You look so cool, Haruto. I don't think I'd get piercings, they'd come out when I used my quirk. Oh, can we go to the bookshop? I want to get a book about creatures with wings. I know I've not managed it yet, but I think I go butterfly mode because I'm really into butterflies, so maybe if I learn about other things I can change into them too. Izuku babbled excitedly, putting a smile on his face. It was really pleasant. Staring out of the window, he could see people wandering past, scarves pulled up as the last of winter held everyone in an icy grip. He was glad he was in the warm re. It's that boy again, Pretty Eyes boy. He went wide-eyed, blatantly staring at the teen out of the window as the boy walked down the street, black scarf looped several times around his neck. He's even got nice lips. What the hell am I thinking about his lips for? Haruto, what are you looking at? You're bluishing. The feminine purr floats towards his ears. Shit. Nothing. He schooled a look of disinterest, just like that boy when he turned back. Stop thinking about him, damn it. Oh, I see. She wiggled a pointy finger at him, and he had the sudden, overwhelming urge to snap it off and shove it down her throat. Namuri, don't tease him when he's raging with teenage hormones. If he sets you on fire, I will look the other way until you're a pile of ash. Haruto smirks, he likes Aizawa. The next week Aizawa pops out while they're having breakfast, saying to call if they need anything. When he gets back he puts a new Xbox and a Nintendo on the coffee table. What? Haruto is pretty confused. Why is the hero suddenly splashing out a bunch of cash on gaming systems? So I enrolled you both in at schools. Izuku, you're at Narao Elementary School. It's about a 20-minute walk, or you can get the bus at the top of the street. Haruto, you're at Manabu Middle School. That's about the same distance. They're actually only about 2 streets apart. Again, bus at the top of the street. Aizawa nods, but there's an air of nervousness about him. Probably because Haruto had never been to a school before, only homeschooled, and Izuku had extremely bad school experiences. Oh, I get it. Oh, you're expecting a meltdown, so you wanted to distract us with bribes, the teen says nonchalantly. Izuku looks at Haruto with a gobsmacked expression. Okay, so maybe it was a little rude, but whatever. Thank you so much, Dad. Izuku smiles at the hero, then glares a little at the teen. Okay, I've got to do some paperwork in my office. Seeing as you think you're so smart, Haruto, I'll let you set these both up while I'm gone. Then he starts stomping down the stairs, grumbling about emo teenagers or something. Something similar happens when he's lounging on the couch one night watching an anime on his laptop. Aizawa keeps looking at him and he can feel his temper flaring up. What? He finally snaps. Whatcha watching? The hero leans over so he pulls his laptop away, protecting it like it's his newborn child. This of course makes Aizawa's eyes narrow in suspicion. Ugh, it's just an anime, good depth. I'm going to my room to listen to some music. Stupid dad always getting in my face. I didn't do anything. There's romance sure, but ugh, go away. As he dumps his laptop on the coffee table and starts to go towards the stairs, he looks back at Izuku, who is wide-eyed and eating popcorn like this is the greatest show on earth. Obviously he sticks his tongue out at him. Izuku then gasps in fake shock but accidentally starts choking on some popcorn, which makes him laugh. Aizawa goes to help him and puts his own laptop down. So, in revenge for the hero's nosiness, he peeks a glance at the screen and sees an article about managing teenage hormones and mood swings. It's mid-March when something happens that changes everything for Haruto. Aizawa is out patrolling and he wakes in the night, sweaty and panicked as sometimes is the case when his past haunts him. He definitely prefers the dreams about the black-haired boy, even if the cleanup every couple of weeks is embarrassing. Anyway, he decided to get up and go to the toilet. It will clear his head so when he does go back to sleep, he can be free of terrors. After he finishes up, he walks out just in time to hear the front door open. Must be Zo. He considers going straight back to bed, but his paranoia gets the better of him, so he listens to make sure it's just the hero coming in to go shower and crawl into bed like he usually does. Instead he hears shuttered breathing and a small groan just before the door closes again. He frowns and his curiosity gets the better of him, so he tiptoes down the stairs through the living room and rounds the banister to look down at the Genkan. It's just me. The hero sounds pained, but Haruto can't make anything out in the darkness. Go back to bed? Haruto. Although his teenage defiance far from its peak yet, he ignores the man and starts quickly trotting down the stairs. What happened? You're injured, right? Can help. I've learned some stuff from Recovery Girl, remember? As he gets to Aizawa, he can see the man's hair is sticking to his face with sweat. He looks pale and annoyed. I'm fine. He grits out, just go back to bed. Haruto scoffs and stomps to Aizawa's bedroom. It's a place neither of the boys go, not strictly off limits, but there's no reason to be in there, especially when the hero ends up sleeping on the couch half the time. Plus it's a whole floor down and teens can be lazy. Haruto. Stop it, come on old man, he says with a smirk, opening the door, flipping on lights as he goes, heading into the small insut so he can grab a first aid kit. It's probably in the cupboard under the sink, like the one in the toilet, the one in the kitchen and the one in the upstairs bathroom, he mumbles to himself, a habit he's probably picked up from his brother. He hears the hero stumble into the bedroom behind him as he finds the first aid kit, so he gets up and turns around. Blood. That's what he notices despite Aizawa's almost completely black hero costume. His hands are drenched in a deep, shocking red, pressed against his side, the rich color up the sides of his neck, on his capture weapon. The intense panic that surges through him is so overwhelming that he feels like he might faint. He can't lose him. He just got his family, his whole family, his brother, his dad. He surges forward to stabilize the hero who is heavily leaning against the door frame, coating it in dark syrupy blood. Iffy hell, why didn't you go to the hospital? He snaps as he guides the hero to sit on a towel on the tiled floor of the insut. Language. He scowls at the man and turns to start filling the sink with hot water, then goes to slowly help the man out of his costume. First the scarf, then unbuttoning the top to pull down. He grabs a fresh towel from the cupboard before they start to peel the top away from the large slice that goes from just above Aizawa's belly button up to the middle of his ribs on the side. Once it's exposed, he whispers more expletives and presses the towel against the wound, hoping to slow the sluggish outpour of blood. He doesn't even realize the tears streaming down his cheeks until the man talks again. Hey, it's okay. I'm sorry. I'm going to be okay. I just wanted to get home to my boys. Aizawa pants softly. Haruto sniffs loudly, nodding and lays the man back, grabbing supplies to check how bad it is. He's got a little device that looks like an EpiPen. It delivers anesthetic to numb the area and a clotting agent to stem the blood flow. Recovery Girl showed him how to use it along with assessing wounds. The cut looks deep, The tissue looks ragged and there's a little bit of fat extruding out, but it hasn't gone into any organs. It's just so and long, probably needing a good 40 or more stitches. That's why it's bleeding so much. Knowing it's not life-threatening, he grabs the man's phone and calls the medical heroine for advice. Aizawa, what is it that warrants a call at 3:17 am? The old lady grumbles. It's Haruto. He's got a big cut that goes from just above his belly up to the side of the ribs, maybe around 20 centimeters long. He takes a panicked breath, going deep enough to have nicked the bone B, but I don't think there is any organ damage. Oh dear boy, that silly man, she sighs down the phone. I've administered the fibrinogen lidocaine combination injection, 3 times on each side of the wound. That's excellent, Haruto. Has the bleeding slowed down? He peeled back the towel a little. Alright, keep the pressure on. I'll be there in about 10 minutes. Thank you, he bites back a whimper. None of that, you did excellently. When he hangs up the phone and looks down at the man, he's got the most god-awful guilty expression on his face, and the last of his walls crumble into dust. Careful not to jostle him, he leans over and buries his face into Aizawa's neck and bursts into tears, shaking with sobs. I'm sorry for scaring you, Aizawa whispers as he threads his fingers into Haruto's spiky locks. You're an idiot, the teen sobbed, but I love you and I can't lose you, Dad. I'm not going anywhere, I promise, son.